Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support the show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, and welcome to episode 250 of Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast. We're a quarter of the way to 1,000. How about pretty good here? As always, I'm joined by Lord Demio himself, Lord Cognito. How are you doing, sir?
Yeah, man. It's Demio gang. You already know. It's going down, man. We'll talk about it a little bit. A lot of battle marked, man.
Yes, sir.
I'm addicted. It got me. But, we also a lot of other things we play. We got some family in the building.
Yes,
we haven't seen in a while.
Yes, sir. I know. He makes his rounds on LSM, but hasn't been on the Dukes in a while. Jimmy Champane, how are you doing, my friend?
Good. I was just checking behind me to see if I had anything that was embargoed. I was like, I didn't even check before we started recording, but we're safe. We're safe.
Oh, that man got Phil Spencer's shelf back there, which is good.
Yeah.
Let me go see.
Got a shelf.
Let's see what he was on.
There's a clock. There's some sponsor stuff. Just all my.
You have a great setup. I love it.
Yeah, I like setup.
Because I remember when you first moved in there and you were like redoing the whole place and just
empty.
It was completely empty.
Yeah.
You got like a mixture of like a workbench and everything there. It's awesome. I love it.
Yeah, that sucked to get down here.
Yeah, I can imagine. But dude, it's good to have you here because this week the Xbox Ally is out. Xbox is kind enough to send me one in the mail, so I just got mine today. It just like came in a few minutes before the show. Cog, I think yours is on the way, or
well, my purchase is on the way.
You spent 1,000.
Yeah, but we did review it as a group, and King did the review for us. So.
Okay,
yeah,
there we go. So we had to tag in Lord Deck Ready himself, Jimmy Champane. To talk
Lord
about
Deck Ready. I like that.
Yes.
The man of many names, really. Jimmy, you got a million things going on. So I'm going to call you Lord Deck Ready for this one at least. But to talk about the Xbox Ally, because it is a interesting week, as always, for Xbox. Now, let's talk with the audience real quick. As always, you can write it on patreon.com/laststandmedia. We opened last week's show. Myself, Cog, Rand. We were talking about the future of Xbox podcasts. And I think a lot of you, I might have got y'all a little bit worried that me and Cog were like out. And I want to just, before I read any write-ins or talk about anything else, I want to say like, we're good. We're here. Colin's made it very clear he still wants to keep us even if Xbox were to fade into obscurity. So we're very thankful for that. Don't take it for granted. But, just to be clear, it's not like we're looking for our exit here. So before we get into what everyone wrote, I want to start with this write-in here from Blurry. Writes, Maddie, last week you asked for feedback about the idea of the podcast shifting focus away from Xbox given everything that's going on. So I'm just writing to say that I, like many others, tune in every week and pay our Patreon money for you guys and not the Xbox news. I shifted to PC a couple of years ago, but tune in every week to listen to Maddie and Cog. Do what you like with the podcast. I shall be there in full support, as I imagine many of the community will be too. You guys built this show and Xbox is lucky to have you both flying the flag for so long. Looking forward to remaining a listener and seeing what happens in the future. We will stay here and support the best duo in gaming. Much love. They just announced TMNT Magic the Gathering set, and I've already spent the Valentine's Day funds on it kind of day. Yeah, well, got to rain on that. I'll share some thoughts on that a little bit, but I just wanted to give some love to the audience because, going through the comments, I texted Cog about it earlier this week, and I was like, damn, bro. I was like, really huge outpour of support that, you never know how much you need to hear until it happens, but we really do appreciate it. It was awesome to see. Made us feel really good. I don't want to speak for you, Cog. I'll speak for myself. It felt just really good to read. That a lot of y'all were here for us. We appreciate it a lot because I guess as a content brain kind of guy, we can all relate to this. We're thinking about like what we're talking about. Like we know that can sometimes get you guys through the door. But to see somebody be like, no, we want you guys together. Yeah. Like a happy couple, right?
Yeah.
We're not about to pull Colin and Greg on you guys here, so don't worry. We're gonna stick together, of course. But yeah, we whether it's Xbox or not, we'll be here. I think the memo has been sent from the audience, and that's why I wanted to pass it to you guys to see where your heads were at. And it seems pretty clear. Like, go with it well, the ship's going down, figure it out later. And that's what we're going to do. We'll see how it goes. And we have a lot of great podcast names that have been pitched to us, like Redefining Duke. Colin loves his alliterations, but I would make an argument for that one. I'm like, bro, just put the re on there. You're good to go. We've heard Defiant Duke.
Yeah, I like Defiant Duke.
If we heel turn. Yeah. So there's a couple of ways we could do this one and remain the DDs, but just appreciate everyone writing in. Seriously, man, I can't talk. Seriously, it meant a lot, warmed my heart, and so we're happy to be here. We're excited to be here. Cog, just want to pass it to you if you have any extra thoughts.
Yeah, man. Likewise. Definitely got a little teary eyed. I was like, wow, because you know what it is, in content creation, and Jimmy appreciates it. It's like, you see a lot of comments, and it's generally, I don't want to say always the vocal minority, but sometimes the vocal minority is the loudest. So when, people are talking about the future of the show, like, yo, we don't want y'all to go. Like, we love the dynamic. And then my greatest comment is always like, yo, I don't have Xbox. I don't play on Xbox, but I'm listening for whatever you guys are talking about. You guys can talk about anything. And like that hit me. And I was like, man, that's so cool. Again, like you said, man, it's like sometimes it's what you need to hear sometimes, because a lot of times the people who like you are not necessarily the most vocal, and sometimes they are the majority. So yeah, man, we here. I told you, I'm riding to the wheels fall off of a Sega Dreamcast refugee. This ain't nothing new. We'll see when the power go out.
There was a comment that was like someone was sincerely like, Cog can guide Maddie as a refugee. And I was like, people are like looking for me to go to Cog to be consoled, to be like, hey, dude, what do I do? Like, I'm so lost right now. It's so funny.
Like, man, this ain't my first rodeo. Media system got canceled. But all jokes aside, like, it's cool to see people just love our opinion on gaming, in general, you know what I'm saying? And come for us in the personality and stuff like that. That's really cool to see since we started. You know what I'm saying? The vibes has always been 100. So super, super love from the realm of the Dukes, man. And surprising the YouTube comment. I was like, yo.
Yeah, YouTube comments.
YouTube usually sometimes it's a different breed sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Versus the LSM fan. But now YouTube was like, yo, we don't care what they talk about. We here, like, don't stop. And I was like, oh, wow.
We appreciate that a lot. So basically what I did for this week's show to sort of test the audience is you'll see the new model is a very strong term, but I guess the approach in the terms of the news, like everyone's here, is basically how I'm doing it. And a lot of people were like, just cover everything, dude. Like, and I'm like, yeah, why not throw PlayStation, Nintendo in the mix? Like, let's just fucking turn into just talking about games. That's what we're really here to do ultimately. And why limit ourselves, especially with Xbox going so broad? It feels kind of counterintuitive to do that, especially if people are here for us. Then let's just hit it all, right? Why not? So we'll do our best, no doubt. We'll make some of you who are diehards of PlayStation or Nintendo pull your hair out. They're like, oh, these guys are talking about this shit. What are you talking about? But thank you, everyone. Seriously, it means a lot for y'all hanging with us and just being here every week. So just, again, thank you. Jimmy, I wanted to kick it to you real quick. How are you feeling about everything going on in the land of Xbox? I haven't really touched base with you. We sometimes kick in with each other, but I'm curious to see how you're feeling about like Xbox content, how you're feeling about just like the brand itself. Like where's your head at to set the table?
So I don't really interact with anything outside of Windows, like for, Steam games. I don't really use my Xbox that much. I don't really interact with Game Pass. So it's like all kind of happening over in the corner while this is all going on. But I know my friend Ray, who's like my business partner, his channel's been doing great. Like with I don't know why negativity drives views so much. Not negativity from him. He does his best to keep it positive. Like negativity in the space is what shoots the views up. Then when things are going well, everyone's just kind of like bored. So
okay, cool.
He's doing fine. So that's good. I want them to stick around. I did a whole video on it on PS Ready where I was like, the competition is good. I mean, my first console that gen where Xbox came out was the Xbox, and I really enjoyed it. So, yeah, it's just like to see them always be like doing something wildly different every 5 seconds is frustrating, but it seems like they're kind of working somewhat in the right direction. We'll talk about that with the ROG Ally, but yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I feel like this handheld, I'm excited to get some real intimate time with it because I feel this UI can do a lot to quite literally. Remember, it was like the unified UI is what they call it, right? Like, and I think this could unify the base a little bit. It's like, okay, this is a actual tangible look at where Xbox is headed. This Windows Xbox team up we've heard so much about this is what it's, at least the starting point, this is what it looks like. So I'm keen to give it a look and check it out and then hear your thoughts on it, Jimmy, because I think it'll hopefully put us in the right direction a little bit here, you know? Those
Real quick,
unstable days are over.
Can I grab my dog so she stops barking?
Yeah, go ahead, do your thing. Yeah, we got a couple write-ins anyway. Okay. All right. Our next write-in here comes from Adam Razak. He writes, hello, Duke gentlemen. I have a health is wealth question for the big 250 episode. Is there a specific calming image that either of you go to in times of great stress or pain? I think of a combination of Traverse Town and Twilight Town from Kingdom Hearts as my calming images. And due to a very stressful last few weeks, I've had to conjure it up in my mind a lot recently. I was curious if either of you had an image that makes you de-escalate and bring a sense of peace to a frenzied pattern of thinking. Congrats on episode 250 of DD. Here's to 250 more. I immediately thought of an image in my head that I never really viewed it this way, Adam, but like I definitely have that. I'm curious if you guys do too. Because for me, I know a lot of people be like, oh, it's obviously like Fallout or something, this like dreary post-apocalyptic wasteland, or like even obviously more uplifting like KOTOR, right? But my answer is actually Mega Man, specifically Battle Network. It's so funny because like I would say it's like one of my favorite series ever, but there's just something deeply comforting to me about Mega Man as a franchise. It's funny because I always like joke around with Colin. I like hate on the legacy games, but it's really the X games. But in particular with Battle Network, it's such a innocent franchise. And I think in a very dark world, that innocence is something my brain goes back to a lot of, like a simpler time that's like captured so well in media. It's very like, again, like even like the villain structure and sort of the stories that are told are, I mean, they're kind of stories for kids, teenagers at most. They don't get like super dark. And I think that sense of innocence is why my brain always goes back to the various towns that you explore in Battle Network, or just the internet, or just the characters and the goofing off that they do. That era of Mega Man, where it's so funny because Mega Man's like so absent in today's media, in my opinion. And with Capcom booming, again, as I've said so many times, I'd love to see them go back and do something like new, not a collection, but like a new Mega Man game. But there was a time in those early 2000s where like every couple of months there was something new with Mega Man. There was X games, Legacy Collection games. There was the Battle Network games, the Zero games, the DS games, et cetera, et cetera. It was crazy. So I think that's just a very comforting time in my life. Like I was like 10 years old playing this series. So I think I just go back to that. That's my calming image in my head. Cog, I'm curious, what calms the shinobi down? Things are going south IRL. This man needs to meditate. What's the image? Do you have an image?
It's not really an image per se. It's like two things per se. Like the first is kind of funny because it's a game and it's kind of in chaos right now. But when it's something about I'll boot up Destiny. It's weird. Like
it's reliable, right?
It's that calming music, the ambient sound of space, and then you know, it just takes me to that skybox of just being able to just play either by myself or just remember with friends what we're doing, and it's a very calming effect for me. It's funny because I haven't played it in a while till yesterday, and a friend of mine was like, "Yo, you need to log in." Because they're doing like, they're going to bump you up to 300 or whatever it is. And they've heard the feedback because nobody's playing and they're giving all these freebies. Just, I know you ain't playing right now. Just log in. So I tell you, all right, come on. I'm like, I'm in the middle of reviews, whatever. I'll get to you. Then I did it. I'm like, damn, it's that old flame. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like,
the warmth takes over.
Yeah, I still like you, even though you're all different and crazy now. But it's something about it. And then the second, as far as the IRL joint, this is going to sound not egotistical, but this is for real though. Like it's literally the way my gym is set up. There is the regular mirrors, and then there's like these mirrors above you that look kind of down on you at an angle. And like whenever I go through it, I look at that and it's me, myself, and I'm like, yo, you still here. You're still here. You're doing the hard thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reflective,
literally.
Yeah. And I always tell people if I'm too ridiculous, that means I'm going through something. Like the more muscle I put on, if I'm like, I don't try to get too big, like 230 is like my max. I don't like to try to get way bigger than that. So like I'm trying to be in that 215 and less, to be a little healthier. But yeah, when you see me, that's usually as a result of I'm taking it out there.
I couldn't help but think of you as the main character in Silent Hill 2, like the mirror.
Yes,
the look in the mirror, Cog just wiping his face at
bro, Silent Hill energy, man. I'm telling you, man.
You don't want to be this guy though.
You don't want to be that guy.
No, you don't want to be James.
But it's just more of a reflective thing, and just be like, hey, you're here, you got here, and whatever you're going through, it shall pass. Or at the end of the day, just keep fighting through, kind of thing. So that's kind of like my little self-motivating kind of thing.
Right on, Jimmy. You have an image in your brain that takes you down to earth when things are getting a little cray-cray?
Yeah, playing Hunt Showdown 1896 every day.
Oh, okay.
I play that game a lot. And then if I just need to get out of the house, I'll take either my Jeep or my Viper down the lake drive right by my house. I'm just going to go till the end of the city and then turn around and take it all the way back.
So you like a good mental health drive. My wife's like that.
Yeah.
Lily really likes doing that. I struggle to do the mental health drive. For me, the mental health walk is definitely a big one. I always think of something that you said to me, Jimmy. I think of the time you were showing me, or you posted online, but you had I think you were using a cassette player or something like that.
Oh, my Walkman.
That's what it was. And you were like, I just want to ground myself a little bit more. And that always stuck with me. I always thought that was a really good way of approaching things, because I also have my co-host here who was rocking with the iPod Touch and buying his music for the longest time. He was firmly a supporter of the music industry for a while.
See, I was more physical.
You're right.
Oh man, that was funny.
Awesome. All right. Well, let's wrap up some of these write-ins and we'll get into the news afterwards. I had to talk about this one. Comes from Christopher Goldenez. He writes, "Hey Dukes, Maddie, did you see the Magic the Gathering and TMNT crossover? If you could do a crossover with Magic the Gathering, what would you pick?" Now, to the eagle-eared, I guess we'll call it, Duke listeners, I fucking called this shit. I said they've hit everything. They've done Final Fantasy, Fallout, of course. They've done Spider-Man. And I'm like, they just have to do TMNT. And it's obvious they're going to, because TMNT will cross up with anybody. Literally, they get around. They're easy. They're easy in these streets, bro. I could go make a TMNT game right now if I wanted to be like, oh, you want to make one? Cool. We'll do it. It's a great time if you want to make something in TMNT, basically. So I was like, they're going to do it. It's going to sell. So trailer drops earlier this week. I look at it and I'm like, yeah, bro, this is I held off, believe it or not, on Fallout. Final Fantasy got me pretty good, though, because the art was so good.
Oh,
so good. Spider-Man, my wife actually surprised me because we just finished our scenario for our game. And so she was out and she got me a couple of packs as a celebration kind of gift. It was really sweet. I got the full art Spectacular Spider-Man, though.
Ooh.
Pretty nice. Nice. So I haven't ripped too much Spider-Man because I'm trying to make the financially responsible decision. But this one, we're going to take some funds, put them to the side. I was like, look, I held off on Fallout. I was a little weak with Final Fantasy. I held off on Spider-Man, which is that's my king.
Facts.
Ninja Turtles, though, sorry, man. In we go. And Magic the Gathering definitely has borrowed the Fortnite strategy. They have really embraced the crossover stuff. And I was never a Magic the Gathering collector, but they got people like me. And I imagine the hardcore are less pleased about it. They're doing a crossover with PlayStation with their Secret Lair stuff. You know what? If they could do a crossover, I want Xbox to do the same thing. I want Xbox to take some of their, if PlayStation's doing it with Secret Lair, where there are these sets of cards, they're guaranteed drops and whatnot. So it's not crazy hunts or anything, but an Xbox set that same thing with PlayStation would be awesome. And Nintendo, of course, that just speaks to the heritage of all these characters, a Blinks the Time Sweeper full art, bro. I'd fucking lose my shit. Cool. So I would love to see more gaming oriented stuff get involved with Magic the Gathering. If they're printing all these cards, man, why not? Someone shoot their shot out there. I think it would be brilliant. But you guys picking these up, dare I ask? Ninja Turtle Magic? Deck. Ooh.
I got the one with the dog in it.
Oh,
scientist one. I don't remember. It was a year ago, and I don't play Magic, so those are sitting in a drawer.
Yeah, I want to get a shelf. I've said to my wife that I want to get a shelf that is just pure Fallout stuff, and that's when I'll buy the Commander decks for Fallout. My brother-in-law did gift me. I have an actual sleeved up deck for Magic. It's the Legion deck that they did for Fallout. It's really cool. But the reality is I don't play Magic, you know?
Yep.
Like, and it's the intimidation factor. I will be honest. Like, I'll play Magic the Gathering Arena.
Yeah.
But like, I've walked into my LGS before, and bro, these dudes go hard. And like, I feel you got to be ground level on this. Like, the reason I played the Dragon Ball Super card game so much when I went to my LGS for that was I was there when it was like set 3. I was there at the very like beginning of it all. And so I was there for like 15 sets playing that game. So I was that sweat eventually. But with Magic, bro, this thing's been established for so long. It's like, how do I get started on this? So I keep to online for it. But definitely the crossovers have made me more of a collector. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is brought to you by Shopify. Ladies and gentlemen, I have had the privilege of launching a lot of things in my lifetime, all of them being YouTube shows, whether it be Mr. Matty Plays, Retro Rebound, Defining Duke, or even Retro Rewind. What's funny is with all these starting up, you get really excited, it's this new thing, then reality sets in, and it's really difficult to manage, and it gets very overwhelming. That's why I love Shopify, because it makes launching your own business really easy. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the United States, from household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands like yours maybe just getting started. And it's easy to get started with hundreds of ready-to-use templates so you can build a beautiful online store, match your brand style right away. And you can accelerate this with helpful tools that'll write your product descriptions, page headlines, enhance your product photography. So again, quickness here. It doesn't overwhelm you at all. And you can get the word out like you have a marketing team behind you, because you can create email and social media campaigns for whenever your customers are scrolling on by. And best yet, Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing your inventory to international shipping. So if you're ready to sell, which you probably are, then you're ready for Shopify. So turn your big business idea into with Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling on shopify.com/Duke. Go to shopify.com/Duke, shopify.com/Duke. Gentlemen, we've got news to go over. That's for sure. Now, like I mentioned with this kind of structure, wanted to keep the Xbox focus, so Xbox will open up the show as always. First question really is, where did those former Zenimax Online Studios devs go, right? We heard that there were layoffs. We heard that there was a project cancellation. Well, if you want to stick it to someone and be a little petty, I've got a name for you. Now, you need a little bit of backstory on this for those who are not paying attention. The project that was being worked on at ZeniMax Online Studios that was sadly canceled was called Project Blackbird. So what has happened is now Sackbird has shown up. And this is, quote, an independent employee-owned game studio that is self-funded for multiple years. Here's what they write up. Quote, the founding team, former leads and key contributors on Elder Scrolls Online and core developers from the ambitious but ultimately canceled Project Blackbird, described the new studio as a developer-first environment with a long runway and a tight senior team, currently under 10 people. The cancellation of Project Blackbird, while disappointing, inspired the founders to build a studio designed to avoid many of the pitfalls they've experienced across the industry. Here's what Sackbird CEO Lee Ridout said on this. He said, quote, we're grateful for our time at ZeniMax Online Studios. It shaped us as developers and as people. When I learned that Blackbird was being canceled and a lot of people were losing their jobs, it lit a fire. We realized the best way to protect our craft and our team was to create a studio where creative independence isn't negotiable, end quote. So if you want a company to keep an eye on, I would say this is going to be it. I imagine based on the name and what they're saying and how they very openly reference Project Blackbird within their company statements, I feel like they're naturally going to make a game Blackbird inspired, especially because I imagine a lot of the initial legwork of like concepts and ideation is there. I don't know if it'll be as ambitious as Blackbird because, you know, that was like a multi-100-person team working on Blackbird for multiple years. But as someone who has been cheering for these devs, I'm happy to see them land somewhere else. I don't, you know, what would be the funniest thing is if this game ends up on Game Pass, like with that name and everything, like, it'd be so funny if Xbox is like, all right, we'll pay for that. You know, like that would be the craziest shit of all time. Yeah. Kyle, I want to kick it to you. Yo. I sent you this news in the middle of the week. I went,
Yo,
What do you think?
I was laughing. I was like, yo, no, they did not name the studio that. Like, but I respect it. Like, you gotta respect it. Like they went through it, right? We all thought that was just like, man, not that team, right? Like, because we heard so many good things about it. We're like, man, that seems like a perfect fit. And then obviously Project Blackbird gets canceled. And Zenimax MMO, tremendous people on that team, tremendous experience. And we're like, damn, man, how'd that one go through the cracks? But no, salute to them, man. Salute to the cheeky name, But at the end of the day, like, I like the message. It's just like, hey, we're about creative freedom. We're about to, basically protecting the idea of creative. So look, you never know. Because what I'm hoping for them is like similar, even though it's not exactly like the Tango situation, because Tango was saved. But what I'm hoping is that whenever they do, ideate, like you said, with probably a lot of the assets, a lot of the ideas that were on the cutting table that they still want to get out there. And if they do continue with an MMO, it would be dope if like, hey, that little deal could be cut, for these guys to get them out there. Because making games is hard, man. And even though I call it the circle of life where sometimes studios get shut down, he did say a key point, like it lit a fire, right? It lit a fire on us to, we got to take control of our own destiny, that kind of energy. So I do like that. And I'm pulling for them, man. That's tremendous talent from the people with that team. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I thought the name was hilarious, but hey, y'all standing on business. I respect that.
I like it. Jimmy, your thoughts on this one?
That is funny. Very interesting. I want to know what's going on with the people who left Playground after Forza Horizon's Lego.
Oh yeah,
expansion.
That was a couple of years ago.
Was it Matt Brown in them?
Yeah. That was a couple of years ago. Yeah.
They've been working on like a new racing game, I think. That was the rumor. Yeah, it seems like they let go a lot of their like, top people, and then they just go make new studios. That's good.
Yeah.
So they're same lane.
Keeping the ideas alive, no doubt. I'm curious about the racing game too, because obviously we have Forza Horizon 6 coming up, but is it going to be like you imagine it'll be more along the lines of realism, but will it be like arcadey? Is there still a huge market for that? I think, Jimmy, I remember you telling me you have the wheel and everything, right? Like
I play that. I have so many hours in Forza Horizon 5. It's insane.
You're a Horizon bro.
Yeah, he's a Forza bro. Jimmy's a bona fide Forza.
Forza bro, a Motorsport bro, or Horizon bro?
Horizon. Motorsport, I always like Gran Turismo more than Motorsport. But yeah, I really like Horizon. I mostly play 4. I like the map in 4 better. And like 4 and 5 are like pretty much the exact same game, just in a different map. There's like very minor differences, but I like the map in 4 better than 5. And I like the seasons. So, I play that one through the Xbox app 4 because my wheel does not work with the Steam version of 4. But it works with the Xbox version, and then it works with the Steam version of 5. So like, I don't know what the deal is there. But once you get it all dialed in, it is really fun with the wheel. I just hope they fix the progression, because just like handing you everything immediately, like go find your own fun style design, I don't like as much. I like the first 2 Forza Horizons progression systems a lot more.
Yeah, I'm really bad with find your own fun stuff. I've noticed. Like I kind of feel like you need to make it for me, because I noticed it when I think I was playing Devil May Cry 5, and I like got through the game kind of mindlessly butt mashing. By the way, I should clarify, I think Devil May Cry 5 is an awesome game, but I got through it like playing it the most simplistic way, because the game never really demanded me to push my skill level to the max. Yeah. But a lot of people were like, well, like you make your own fun by like doing these crazy combos and skateboarding on your fists. And I went like, you don't have to do that though. And that's kind of why I didn't engage so deeply with it. I'd like to go back to really all the Devil May Cry games at some point and see if that opinion holds up. But that's when I started to realize, I'm like, oh, you kind of need to dangle the carrot for me. Like I am that guy for sure. Like sandbox stuff. I'll go make my own fun, bro. I'll make my fun outside the game. I don't need to do this.
Yeah. So like, if you just want a big open world map to like drive around in with the wheel, it's great. And like some of the community stuff is cool, but I've also kind of graduated to Assetto Corsa because there's like an insane modding community for that. Like you can do so much. And there's a lot of racing games coming out this fall. Like NASCAR 25 is like a reimagining of that franchise. Like iRacing is publishing it, and then the Project Cars guys are doing Project Motor Racing in November. So there's like, and Le Mans Ultimate came out earlier in the year. So there's a lot of sim racing going on.
We finally have racing representation on the show.
We needed this.
Yeah, we've been waiting forever for Forza Horizon 6, and then Need for Speed's on the shelf, which sucks because Unbound was pretty good. And Tokyo Extreme Racer just came out of early access, and that is an extremely good game.
I am looking at this NASCAR 25. This doesn't look bad.
Yeah, it's like I think it's an Unreal 5. They did a weird thing where they launched it like yesterday on PS5 and Xbox, and then the PC version comes out in November, which is weird because that's where your biggest player base is, I would guess.
Side note, I wonder who the big name racer is nowadays. Like, I remember growing up, like Jeff Gordon, you know, like
who's the guys?
Yeah,
like, I think like up top is like Cletus McFarland, and then there's this new younger guy, Carson Hocevar. I like.
You're really a racing bro.
I watch his business. I love this.
Yeah, there's a lot of younger guys coming up. You know, there's no like reigning champ right now.
I'm from the era. Was it Earnhart?
Yeah,
like those names. Junior. Junior. Okay,
yeah,
see, I know
Dale Junior is awesome. Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt had that rivalry back in the day. Sir. That was like the peak of NASCAR.
Yeah,
now it's kind of like coming back up. I know people like F1. I've never really I watched the movie. I like the movie. I bought F1 25. I played through it. The story was good, but I don't know. I like the American racing cars more than F1. Like the team that wins more money wins or has more money.
It's the team. Yeah, it's the team. You're right. It's all about the teams.
Yeah, whoever has the faster car.
Yep.
Like, I'm gonna bet on that guy.
Yep, F1. I had a brief stint with that, and then like Indy. I remember watching Indy for like a couple years. I was into all that for a little bit. But was it Mario Andretti and them and Paul Tracy and all these names I used to come up with?
He's crazy.
Yeah, that used to be wild.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Well, I may not be a Forza bro. I was once a Call of Duty bro. Call of Duty's doing something a little bit interesting here.
How long ago?
Oh boy,
like 1 year? Like
no, I was a Call of Duty bro for like most of my high school, early college. Okay. Like I was huge on just annual COD guy, just playing constantly. Yeah, I mean, just took years off my gaming career. I missed so much stuff because of it. But there was a debate that really I remember kicking up with Call of Duty World War II about skill-based matchmaking, and Activision tried to actively hide this part of the game. And basically, people blame it as to why Call of Duty lobbies are very sweaty nowadays. Like people are like, I used to be. It's so funny because it's all kind of anecdotal at first because it all just started with I used to kick the shit out of people. Like, why am I getting challenged now? Like, are people getting better? That can't be. Because they think back to those lobbies of the old days where you'd just be like in your chopper gunner and you'd walk out of the lobby with like 100 plus kills, right? So since then, that was like 2017, the conversation has evolved a lot with skill-based matchmaking. And, you know, Activision slowly admitting it to the point now where Black Ops 7, obviously we know with the marketing and sort of how the fan reception is, this is one of those Call of Duties that seems like doomed to not, you can't say doomed to fail because it's not going to fail, but doomed to be poorly received by some of the core audience, right? So they're doing every desperate thing they can to gather some attention, including removing skill-based matchmaking and making an announcement of it. They write, quote, "We know the big question on everyone's mind coming out of the beta is how will matchmaking work in Black Ops 7? At launch, open matchmaking with minimal skill consideration will be the default for Black Ops 7 multiplayer. Simply put, imagine the matchmaking experience of open mosh pit from the beta, but as the standard in Black Ops 7 on day one. Our team feels strongly about providing players with a more varied experience, and the beta proves to be a great opportunity to test this approach. We'll be sharing more details as we get closer to launch." Pure Xbox wrote, What's more, another long requested feature will be also making its way to this year's game, and that's persistent lobbies. Tying directly into skill-based matchmaking system of recent titles, online lobbies have disbanded after each match since Modern Warfare 2019. So that skill-based matchmaking can be reapplied for the next game. So you wouldn't like keep stomping out the same people. Like, you know, when you back then you'd get into what they call a good lobby, right? You're like, I'm in a good lobby. These kids fucking suck, but they're hanging around, just taking the beating. And like, I'm just going to keep delivering it. Like, this is a great night for me to feel good, right?
Yeah, my rocks off. That man was getting his rock on. I feel that. He's like, yeah, this is a good night for us.
Yeah, it's a good night to be me. And what's funny is you see those same names. I'm like, dude, wouldn't you just leave? Like, I'm obliterating you. Where's the rage quit at? But people had resilience back then, right? So they said, quote, "We've heard the community discussion and dialogue around lobby disbanding And as we mentioned earlier during the beta, we're focused on keeping players together from match to match more often. Today, we're excited to announce we'll have persistent lobbies at launch for Black Ops 7. We're committed to improving this experience for players, and we'll be sharing more details soon, end quote. Now, here's the really interesting twist that I learned when I was researching this, is Activision, based on the feedback, published a 25-page paper that IGN covered, and this was last year, where they quietly turned off skill-based matchmaking for Modern Warfare 3 in 2023, right? They shut it off, and they noticed when they turned it off that their player count dipped. That they showed that as the matches got easier, people stopped playing. And so they felt emboldened to keep skill-based matchmaking. So based on the study that I'm looking at here, I'll link it to you guys. Sorry, I forgot to put it in the script here.
Right, you good.
Based on the study they did, though, they must have seen something now that they're like, well, let's see if we can win people back at least optically, or do they not care about the engagement right now and holding you, and rather just like winning over people who are on the fence for Black Ops 7. It's tough to say, but I thought this was just an interesting little nugget on top of it all, because if you just pay attention to like Call of Duty YouTube, you'll just see it's like, skill-based matchmaking, man. Like, this thing has ruined Call of Duty. So obviously they're trying to go for the optical win, but there's a little layer to it there. So I just thought that was a funny little story there, but I'm curious, COD, will you be diving into this year's Call of Duty? I know we enjoyed last year's COD, but are you diving in this year? And does the lack of skill-based matchmaking sound appealing to you, where you'd run a couple more rounds of multiplayer because of it?
I'm trying to think, because it's like it's a fun discussion, because my Destiny sensibilities are kicking in, because this was a huge topic in the Destiny community, skill-based matchmaking, and man, I'm of a different mindset, because my thing is, look, I get hanging with the homies, you in a good lobby, and y'all wilding out on everybody. Y'all stomping, you're doing your thing. It is fun. You just, because like I mean, Jimmy probably remember, like, I'm thinking of the Iron Banner days, and we got like a good group, and we're just like, oh man, yeah, this is great. This is free.
And there's an extra element to it too, because you're trying to get like bounties done.
Right.
So you'd have to like filter through until you got a good lobby where you could actually complete stuff. But it felt like back in the day they overtuned it massively. So like if you had one good match, you'd be in like the freaking what's like thousands. I don't even know an esports team. You'd be in the esports team lobby, and then you're just screwed. And then you'd quit to the orbit. Yep, and then it would put you back in the crazy fucking lobby for like an hour. And you just have to sit there and suffer. It's like
it was a lot, man, because again, we would be like, all right, we just pumped up somebody, quit, don't stay in it, because persistent lobby did exist in Destiny in a way, but then it was just like, it would skill-based matchmake you with some really harder people, because they looked at your performance last match, and
that's so funny.
Yeah, they were like, oh yeah, y'all did that, okay, now we're gonna match y'all up with, like I said, esports, team C or whatever. So you're like, all right, cool. So I got that, but then I gotta be real though, like, when you on the other side of that, bro, and you got no hope, you just, as soon as you spawn, pow, oh damn, got my head pitched. Like, you know, like it gets wild. So what I think is, if I had to guess by the data that initially they put out, is that probably the casual guy hates it. If I had to guess, and probably the data suggests, you know what, we're maybe losing players. Now, again, I'm not the Call of Duty guy. I fully admit, I don't want to disrespect that community. You guys play that game, but I am of the, right, skill base should be kind of the best people going at each other. But what I will say is that I am a fan, though, of persistent lobby, just at least keeping people together. I do hate sometimes the splitting up, the breakup, and we got to come back together thing. So I'm of two mindsets there. It's an interesting thing as far as your original question with Black Ops. Look, man, Battlefield is outside, and I'll be honest, like, Battlefield really has my attention. I don't feel like Black Ops 6 had the hype cycle. It just had everything going for it.
Going right.
You know what I'm saying? It was debuting Game Pass. The story looked, I love the campaign on Black Ops 6. And I feel like I don't really got a feel of what Black Ops 7 is doing. And they're saying the right things. And the last thing I'll say is this. You can tell it's a Battlefield effect, because all of a sudden they're listening.
Yeah, it's true. Good point.
You know what I'm saying? That's where, like Jimmy said earlier, competition is good.
Yeah.
Because they would never consider this stuff. You know how developers get when they get stuck in their way and they're the only shop in town and show in town. Like they're gonna start kind of draw a line in the sand. So I think that's good overall for the Call of Duty community. But what you guys think? What you think, Jimmy?
Go ahead, Jimmy.
So I remember like the last time this debate came up, like the 5,000th time, it was like streamers really hate skill-based matchmaking because like obviously like if they're cleaning up, that looks better on their stream. I've been in situations where like you get curb stomped over and over again, but then it would filter you back down. I like how Hunt does it, where there's like a 6-star potential rating based on like how often you like extract, how often you win gunfights, like what your KD is, and then like me and Ben, who's like friend of the show, we're like 3-star, firmly 3-star, right in the middle. It will only group us with 3 stars, and then like some people are a little better than us, some people are a little worse. It's like pretty good. But then if we're playing the shorter match mode, which is called Bounty Clash, which is like a 10-minute mode where the boss is already dead, it's on one little area of the map, it like has to look through a bigger pool of people. So sometimes you'll get like a 4 or 5 star in there and then they just clean up, but it's like one match, so you're like, oh, whatever. And then if you kill them, you feel really good. So I don't play Call of Duty enough to really have an opinion on it, honestly. I don't know if Battlefield has it, because it seems like it has persistent lobbies so far, just after playing the same matches over and over again. But I'm really enjoying Battlefield. My big thing with Call of Duty is the skins. I'm so sick of the movie skins, and like, I want to play a military shooter. Like it's like the monkey paw curling in. It's like, you want the popular military shooter that is always going to have a player base? Sweet. You're going to have to like kill Beavis and Butthead. Like, and I'm just waiting for Battlefield to be like, oh, we listened to you guys. Oh, we've only got military themed skins, blah, blah, blah. And then the store launches, and then they're like, oh, we're just trying it out. We're trying the Santa skin again. Yep. It's like, I'm just waiting for that. I know they said it's not going to happen, but like, are they going to give in to the greed, the potential money? Because people buy that stuff. That's the problem.
Yeah. Battlefield 6 is selling really well. Cog, you sent me the stats today. What was it, 7 million?
Oh, 7 million.
And on PC, the most by like a wide margin.
Jesus.
Is that how it usually shakes out? Like, I don't know. It's been so long since there was a good Battlefield.
That's true.
Yeah, true. I feel like Battlefield's player base has always been predominantly on PC since like the very start. I mean, I was definitely playing Bad Company 2 on consoles, on PS3. That was dark days.
I mean, I would feel so because a PC origin, because I remember playing it on console for the first time, and you could tell I had no PC sensibility, Jimmy, because I was like, "What's this server? I could buy my own server, and what's that?"
Like, I was like, had that. Back in the day,
I was like, this is so cool.
I played Bad Company 2 in Vietnam on PC. That was awesome. That Vietnam expansion was like the peak of Battlefield for me. I don't think it's matched the Vietnam expansion, honestly, but it's got close. Like one was pretty good.
There was also another smaller Battlefield that was really popular. It was 1943, I think it was.
Yeah, it was a World War II one.
Yeah.
And then there was 2042.
Yeah.
Or no. What's the newest one from last time is 2042.
Yeah.
But there's like 20. There's a far future one that had mechs you could only get on the Xbox arcade. That was really cool.
I never heard that one.
I don't remember what the number is after it, but it was cool.
What about Hardline?
I didn't play Hardline, but my buddy I play a lot of Battlefield with, Grayson, he loves Hardline. And a lot of people play the story on Steam Deck. Like it comes up a lot. Yeah. The campaign for that.
I kind of thought it was underrated. I get why people weren't crazy about it, but I kind of thought the whole cops and robbers gimmick was just really funny. Like I just enjoyed it. I'm like, this is cool. Another game like this. Like it's just fun.
I think there were a lot of first party Sony stuff that summer or something, and I had to be like picky and choosy about where I was spending money or something. I didn't skip it for any real reason. I thought it looked cool. I think I played the beta or something.
Well, gentlemen, let's move from one first person shooter to the next. This one, not such positive news, unfortunately. Now, we actually had this news break while we were recording the episode last week, but we chose to hold off because we wanted to see if the situation would develop. We gave it a little bit of time. Indeed, not much has happened since then, but here is the story. So Glenn Israel, he worked at originally Bungie as a senior concept artist for a couple of years before being moved into an art director position at 343. So he joined in 2008, if I'm remembering correctly. This was basically, he joined right when Halo Reach was getting ready to come out. So he's been through Halo Reach to Infinite and whatever they were working on next, which the leak and the rumor is Combat Evolved remake, right? He's been there for 17 years. So he's been through the highs, the lows, the transitions, the everything. He is out now, which isn't a really strange sight for 343, now Halo Studios. This shouldn't be super stunning, but it's more the message he left behind on his LinkedIn profile that paints a picture of, oh, this will probably be a problem later. Obviously, there's two sides to every story, but for those
so
who have,
ominous.
Yeah,
like,
it is extremely ominous.
Like, what?
Yeah, like you just read it and you're like, uh-oh. Just a little more backstory, and then I will read the message. Is simply this. 343 had a lot of issues with its work environment, as we had reported on Defining Duke many times. Like the development of Infinite was really troubled because the studio was siloed into factions who had all these different pitches and were quietly making prototypes of what direction the game should go in. And basically that's where we had Joe Staten come in and try to just land the plane, unify, ship the game, which is what happened. You know, he did his job. But obviously we know this team had undergone a lot of problems. They faced a lot of layoffs. Bonnie Ross got kicked out. Here comes Pierre Hintz, who is celebrated for saving the Master Chief Collection as the studio head. Seems like better days are ahead. Well, it appears, if we're going to believe what Glenn Israel put it on his LinkedIn, still leadership issues. He writes, quote, "As of today and after 17 long years, I am officially no longer contributing to the Halo universe. There's little more I can say for the moment, though I intend to share this particular story in its entirety when it is absolutely safe to do so next year. In the meantime, I have a message for anyone and everyone who needs to hear it. I know that the state of our industry seems dire, but never forget that you are free to choose." He puts that in asterisks, by the way. "No illusion of security, nor promise of wealth or fame or power is worth trading away your health, your dignity, your ethics, or values. And no one can force you to. Stay strong, take evidence when necessary, and find where you belong. As always, I'll be here if you need to talk." So, that does not sound good at all. Cog, let's hear your thoughts.
Yeah, we covered this on ILP, and this is very ominous. This is a 17-year veteran, worked on Destiny, worked on Infinite, this guy's been around for a while. And, again, we know the industry, people do move around. I'm not going to say that that's unusual, but when people move around and leave messages like this is, you don't see this kind of, this person can't wait to talk. This person can't wait to tell you what he endured. And again, when I see comments like, when it's safe, to do so, I'm going to assume some form of, NDA or,
yeah.
What project he's been working on that he can't talk about or whatever. And then, when you talk about ethics and values, and for whatever reason, man, the only thing I could think of, and I just think of Microsoft gaming and Microsoft as a whole. And we know the big push is AI, Copilot, to making, if you look at Satya's tweets, like it is the most pro AI, making it better for developers. And I just think of, again, I don't have any inside information. If I'm speculating on a 17-year veteran who is an artist, who is a creative, and they have these initiatives that may come from the top that say, hey, why don't you sprinkle a little AI on that right there? Why don't you use these development tools that are not really optional, but it'll make games better for you. And if you are creative, you may be resistant to that kind of stuff. Again, I'm speculating. I'm not saying that's exactly happened, but based on his statements, this is what I'm assuming. I am assuming this is a person fighting for ethics in his humanity. like someone trying to bring Skynet in here. He like, nah, fam, I'm not doing that. So that's how it reads. I hope I'm wrong, but I can only go by the things I see with the tea leaves from Microsoft proper versus an artist. And that would be very unfortunate, especially with the history with 343. Like, and we got the name change, and I don't know if y'all saw the Rebs Gaming report with leadership
issues.
and
Yep.
like, I don't want to hear anything about this anymore with this studio. I'm sorry, like between this, the biggest blemishes that I will never forget them is Halo Studio SAS 343, and I'm still going to smoke for the perfect dog. Again, when it comes to your own stuff, that you create, that you shepherd, there seems to always be issues, problems, infighting, and that's not a good look. I hope I'm, blowing this up and it's nothing, he just had some, clash with one director. Okay, fine. But this person can't wait to go to Jason Schreier next year. like come on,
book, bro?
He got the book ready, Jimmy. He ready. He like, I am going to let y'all know what's going on when the time is right.
Yeah.
So, look, last thing I'll say is, I'll see the new project. It seems that it feels like a slam dunk if you just go and redo Halo. So maybe it's the new joint. You know what I mean? He's working on, and I'm just curious what project now was it, and what was it he's kind of against doing. But hey, what you think, Jimmy? Am I blowing this up? Like, what
because you can kind of see where you could take your path farther and say like, like the biggest problem they have is the contractors, like with Forza Motorsport. That's why that took so long to come out, right? Like, and if you're in the art department, I mean, like training someone to draw in a certain art style or whatever, like, build out assets in a certain art style. I feel like by the time you train them, their contract is up, then Microsoft refuses to hire them full time. You start the cycle over. So then they come in and say, look, we invented this new tool, AI, to, you can just punch it in. You got 18 months, use AI as much as possible, blah, blah, blah. Like, you can see where that's going. I don't know anything either, but the thing that worries me about that freaking remake of Halo is that it's an Unreal Engine 5, which means Virtuous is probably working on it. And if you look at their last two remasters, Delta and Oblivion, they run horribly. And that's fine for, a third person, like slow paced shooter, or Oblivion, I guess. Like, I'd prefer it doesn't run like shit. But for if a first person shooter, you need that like rock solid, stutter free 60 FPS performance, especially it's Halo, it's like from 2001. Yeah. So that's what really worries me. Like, anytime I see Unreal Engine 5, whether it's because the developers leave optimization till the end or it's the engine itself, like, I don't care as the customer. I just have noticed a trend where every single Unreal Engine 5 game has massive performance issues for not that great trade-offs.
Yeah, I share the same kind of it's so funny when a lot of these companies were pushing to Unreal Engine, there was like makes sense. Right. Like, we saw CD Projekt Red do it. Halo, there were rumors for a while before they confirmed it. You're like, yeah, it makes sense. Like, these are companies, at least in the case of CD Projekt Red, I don't know how necessary it really was, because I think Cyberpunk Beneath the Mess was already a great game. Whereas with Halo, it's like, okay, yeah, if you're trying to like bring people in quickly to help make something, trying to introduce them to, this is the slip space engine, this is how everything works in here, and then having them help, it's like, you can't hire on that contracted help that so many teams need nowadays. So it's like, okay, this makes sense. But when I heard Unreal Engine 5 for this, I was like, oh, there's like the first kind of mark of what could be bad performance if the latest. Yeah, I mean, it is by Virtuos, this remake, apparently, Rebs Gaming said. So,
no way.
Yeah, so
like, that was a guess. I haven't looked into it at all, but it's like, look at their track record with specifically remakes.
Yeah, it's by a studio that they own, specifically. I forgot their exact name, but
they're
it's
like
one
the
of those
new Iron Galaxy for PC ports.
Yeah, like, and so I think if you're gonna remaster Oblivion and it's going to come out in the quality it did, which it looked really good, it was really exciting, but it was also like a situation where, I mean, I still didn't get to play as many hours of that game as I would have. I dreamt of playing. I thought I'd be hundreds of hours deep, but I barely scratched to like 30 or 40, dude. Like, that shit really, like, it ran horribly for me. It crashed constantly. Like, I was very kind of soured by that. I was like, wow, man, like, I haven't had this before where I'm like, because I read online all the time, like, BGS games run terribly and they crash a lot. And I'm like, okay, like, I'm not disavowing anyone's experience, but I don't have that happen often. This time I got hit with it bad, and it was like, oh, Jesus, dude, like, I can't even enjoy this.
And you can fine tune like Starfield and Fallout 76.
Yeah.
Like if you know your way around the NVIDIA control panel, you can like use if your monitor's 120, you use adaptive VSync, half refresh rate, and then it like kind of balances up. Like there's things you can do.
PC master race.
But when you're like with Unreal Engine 5, it's like, well, this game requires a CPU that hasn't been invented yet. Sorry. Like, what are we doing? Like,
so let me back up real quick, Jimmy, because it's good that we have you on in reference to PC ports on UE5. Because again, I can only speak from the console experience, and I will say there were some issues here, but it seems very extreme with a lot of ports based on what you're saying. Your experience with the games play, UE5 games tend to give that much trouble on PC.
Yeah, like I mean there's a couple that stand out like from the pack by being good, which Tokyo Extreme Racer runs flawlessly. You could play it on a Steam Deck without upscaling. That's crazy, right? Without upscaling. You don't need FSR cranked down to 540p. You can play it at medium settings, like locked 30 or 40 FPS, so like no stuttering.
Nice.
So like the vast majority of games, like Borderlands 4 is the most recent example. Yeah. I installed SteamOS or Bazite on a PC. I got like a 9070 XT GPU, and then I had a 7600X CPU. And like if I looked into any part of Borderlands map that had like a draw distance of more than 5 feet, the frame rate would drop and pin to like 55 FPS or like 51 FPS. So I'm like looking it up and it's like, oh, Unreal Engine 5 requires literally the like top of the line AMD CPU. So I like go to Micro Center for the third time that week, buy a 9800 X3D. I take this computer apart, put in the freaking CPU, and it's like magically the game runs at 60. It's just like the level. And I was setting it to low. I was using like every version of FSR, like
being conservative.
Performance. I have a 4K TV. I was running it at 1440p. Blah blah blah. It's a CPU, and like it's a Ryzen 5, so like it's not amazing, but it's better than what most people on PC are using. Like the Steam hardware survey comes out every few months. The vast majority of people are on a 4060 or 4060 Ti. That should be your benchmark. And most of these Unreal Engine 5 games are like, oh, you're on that? Good luck. You're not included. So it's not shocking when you see, games like Battlefield come out that run on pretty much any hardware you throw it at. It sells amazingly on PC. And then these Unreal Engine 5 games sell horribly. And then the developers are like blaming PC players for it. It's like,
you ain't like what Sweetie says?
Meet people where they're at. Like, but yeah, Tim Sweeney was like, and I kind of think he has a point, as proven by Tokyo Extreme Racer, that if the developers, optimize from the start and not at the very end of development, shockingly, you get a good product at the end of the day. But doesn't that kind of like show Tim Sweeney that there's a problem that needs to be solved with the optimization features? So it's like a lot of blame game going on. And then this happened with Unreal Engine 4, which no one, like I caught on to the stuttering issues. I feel like I was like the canary in the coal mine for this because I was talking to all my friends about it. I remember this
because you told me about the micro
I was talking to you about it with like Outriders, I think, and then Control, even though that's not Unreal. But Unreal Engine 4 was like notoriously bad for it. And Dead Space, I'll never forgive Motive for not going back and fixing Dead Space. But right when they figured it out, the next day it seemed like, oh, check out Unreal Engine 5, guys. It looks amazing. And it's like, oh, the cycle repeats. So by the time they figure any of this stuff out for 5, they're going to be talking about Unreal Engine 6, which is going to be a generation ahead of hardware, and the cycle is going to begin anew.
Oh man, tweaking and twerking, where it's about having the most highest performant card for it to be optimal, but not optimized for anything else, which is probably the majority of PC based. No, I hear you. This is very informative to hear this kind of stuff.
And I know some people, like when you talk about stuttering or frame drops, there's people who are blessed to not notice it. And then they go, well, my PC is running it fine. And then they tell you their specs and it's like a Steam Deck plugged into a monitor. And you're like,
yo,
yeah, dude, it's running it fine. You're right. You're right.
You're good.
You just have to like tap out of the conversation because you're not get anywhere.
I love it.
I'm like, man, I wish I had your PC.
How did Silent Hill F run for you? You played that, right?
I didn't play that yet, but that's another example of a good.
That's what I heard. Yeah, I heard. And I mean, what I played was really good, but I'm just curious for you as somebody who's more technically knowledgeable.
I got Dying Light. I'm like a huge Dying Light fan, like massive. So I was like,
oh, the new one?
Yeah.
Beast.
That one, good. I saw I didn't play that. Woo, it's nice.
So good.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk about that. Yeah, so just for some quick thoughts from me on the Halo message. Oh, man. So I think I'm most curious what project this points to, right? Because if we watch Rebs Gaming, who does great Halo reporting, he mentioned, as brought up, the leadership issues, but he's talked about Project Ecker, which has certain affinity involved, and he's like, this started as the Battle Royale spin-off Halo game. It's turned into what seems to be a Halo extraction shooter that we're not sure if it's coming out or not. Then there's the Combat Evolved remake. Presumably there's whatever comes after Infinite, right? Which we know now probably isn't a sequel because they put the sequel in a book. And I imagine it's funny because Infinite was supposed to be a soft reset, but now I imagine they want to just like soft reset again. So, I mean, in about a little bit over a week's time now, we'll know what they're doing with Halo because they're going to make a bunch of announcements at the championship series. No doubt one of them is going to be this Combat Evolved remake. I imagine that's going to be the thing they lead with, but I'm curious if they tease anything beyond that. But I'm just curious what project he would be talking about here. I think, Cog, your theory is, and Jimmy's, are incredibly sound on just AI and that like pushing of it. It seems very in line when he's talking values, and that no promise of wealth or anything like that is worth it. It seems like an uncompromising belief in something. We can only read into it so much, but I mean, I don't know how many times I've had to say it where I'm just like, yeah, you know, we had our opportunity to rip the Band-Aid off when Halo Infinite was up in flames to really just like, hey, this brand is not in a good spot. Paramount didn't help anymore. Let's tear it all down. Let's rebuild this thing. Obviously now with Perfect Dark, that probably would have been the bad choice for me to suggest because we now see when Xbox tries to build something, how it goes. But you know, you look at what happens with something like 343, where you're like, you know, hey, here's our most important IP, the reason that we are here and how it's being handled. If this ends up being, you know, between everything from the Infinite follow-up to the Halo remake, some type of disastrous situation, I hate that we're going to have this conversation again. I hope it doesn't get to that point, but I worry that we're going to get to that again where it's like, here's the the remake of Combat Evolved. By the way, the third time we're getting, really fourth time we're getting this game. And it looks prettier, but it's same thing with Oblivion. It looks prettier, runs like shit. And they're also, you know, the reports from Revs Gaming is to be believed, they're making creative changes that we'll see how that goes over as well.
Right, yeah.
That's definitely the game I think can be the most liberal with creative changes, but still it's a sensitive community, understandably so. But you know, like when it rains, it pours. And I just worry with how Xbox bad news has mounted that this is a great moment that I get why they want to announce it now, but like, can you get out of your own way? You know, like, is this, are you going to be creating more of a shitstorm for yourself? So hopefully it looks great. I still
look at how Battlefield's doing, like, back to basics, you know, like runs great, has a great map editor. Like, look how it's working out for them. Though the biggest complaint is that it plays it safe, but maybe Halo needs to play it safe for a game or two.
I agree. You know, I think it's funny because, again, I look at Infinite, which I like, but Infinite was playing it safe. It's like, here's the Pacific Northwest. This is literally the second mission in Halo Combat Evolved. And we made a whole fucking video game about it. We made a whole entire like 20-hour video game about it. I don't know how much more safe you get. Yeah. You know, like Halo 5 was the, let's get dangerous. Let's vilify the chief and let's have multiple playable characters. Like, let's make a sweaty multiplayer mode in a card game. Like, let's get really fucking risky with this thing. Throw it all at the wall. So I feel bad for them. I'm like, you're probably so trapped in your own head. Like, what do we do? And there's probably every reason to do something and to not do something. Yeah. So I think that the best choice they can make is to start remaking stuff, because maybe it's like, okay, get in touch with what made this series special. But the thing that, again, if I were to lop on a series of worries here, sorry, I don't mean to concern troll anyone here. Yeah. But, you know.
Are you concerned trolling, Manny? Well, you doom and glooming.
But what I think about is Halo 1, I think, is a safe remake in the terms of, like, you can take liberties. But, Cog, obviously, what's the question after that? What are you going to remake next? Yeah. 2? 3? 3. Ooh. I mean, dude, touching any of those 2 games might be scarier than any other challenge they could take on as a team. Because if you fuck that up, you think you will not hear about it forever, that people won't actively try to tear this thing down. These are beloved games. Halo 1 has a lot of history, but 2 and 3 are, like Rand talked about last week. You know, like, these are the games that I think brought a lot of people in. So it makes me sad because I have such love for this franchise, and I've become, because of the situation around it and the quality of the releases, very indifferent to it.
Right.
Which is, I think, of Chris when he talks about it. Like, this is like Chris's baby, and he's like, yeah, I kind of just am indifferent to it all. It's like, that's the worst thing you could have, because when you're angry, you give a fuck. Yeah. When you're apathetic to something, it's like, oh boy, you're really lost now because you just no fucks to give.
Yeah,
you know, that's where I'm at with like everything, from like Star Wars to Halo to like, you know, like
Star Wars is another one for me. So
much stuff. Yeah. It's just been totally ruined, and then they just leave it.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. That I hope is just for me, like to me, this is like the layup. This remake thing kind of reminds me of like when BioWare had to do the Mass Effect trilogy. It's like, you can't mess that up like that. Hopefully, right? Like, that's the layup, right? And then you get the feedback, like you said, Maddie, and then hopefully that inspires whatever post-Infinite story content or whatever it is that they're gonna do. That's what I hope, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm with you. It's just like, I just hate when their name is in the news. I just don't want to hear.
Isn't the idea too behind like a remake where, you know, you got rid of a lot of people, you probably hired a lot of people for a lower salary, you want to train them on how to make a Halo game? How does that not entirely conflict with the whole contractor thing? Like, what's the isn't that like what remakes are for in a lot of like game franchises? So yeah, like I want it to be good. I was like all in on Halo Infinite, dude. I was like, the multiplayer was fun. Yeah. I thought the story was cool. I like 100% of that map.
Oh wow.
You know, like I think it played it safe and it was fun, and it was cool that it was on PC at launch. That was kind of novel for the franchise.
Yes, that was big.
And then I went back to the multiplayer a lot. Like every time, like when they did the anniversary update or whatever a couple years ago, because I lived in this house, so it was like fairly recent. I was having fun with the multiplayer, but like, I wish they could figure it out. You know, like I want it to be good.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we won't have to wait long to find out what they're doing, what's going on, and then next year it seems like we're going to get this story. A couple of quick ones here. This next one is just what's going on with Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. They announced a anniversary update, came out last year, and they're just celebrating New Game Plus, the Cairo outfit, and some voice language selection options, and some patches, so you can get, you know, some fixes in there as well. Nothing too crazy, but New Game Plus, again, being there is really great. They say what will carry over here. Jump back into the adventure mode. You'll carry over your adventure books, any unspent adventure points, local currency, and medicine bottles from your previous playthrough. And then a new reward. They say complete the story on New Game Plus and unlock a brand new ending sequence after the credits. So,
sequel?
Yeah, probably my guess would be that, because I imagine what they're going to do is kind of what Deathloop did with the Golden Loop update, where they're like, hey, we're going to tease a sequel that, by the way, we're never going to do.
That game was awesome.
You don't get kicked off the show.
No.
You done said the wrong thing to Jimmy. Jimmy done said the wrong thing to him.
No, because Jimmy's got good taste. Jimmy loves Dishonored, right,
Jimmy?
The lever
action shotgun?
but you like Dishonored, right? You like it more, right?
I love Dishonored, by a lot.
See, Cocky's safe.
Runs great on Steam Deck.
You like it more, right? Yeah.
I mean, you see Deathloop in what, like 2 settings and then never touch it again, and it's like
how bad he had the gun to him. He's like, you like?
Yeah, I was definitely on my mob boss.
Did you like Death of the Outsider?
I was straight bombing.
Did you like Death of the Outsider?
Death of the Outsider is great. I think that one's
cool.
Yeah, that one. I think it's actually underrated, is what I would call it. Like the first two are amazing, but Death of the Outsider, like a lot of people didn't. I get it. They didn't like how, you know, the karma system kind of is not really like, if you kill people in your high chaos, it doesn't matter.
That's why I like it.
Yeah. But that's what I was saying. I spent 2 games being so like, I'm going to choke everyone out and go non-lethal, that when I was like, I can fucking kill everybody, fuck it all up, and like still get the same ending. Great. Like that sounds good to me. So I like Death of the Outsider, especially I think that game was like $20 when it came out. Yeah. It was really good for
no marketing at all. Same shit with Prey Mooncrash, which was awesome. That
was a really weird time for Bethesda. They had like really good standalone DLC that just didn't get marketed and was arguably better than some of their base games.
It's crazy.
Really fucking weird, but
they're operating on a different level.
Yeah. They like the secrecy almost a little too much, right? Because you have those big moments, like obviously with Oblivion, where it's like, oh yeah, like good choice. And then you have those moments where you're, again, Prey Mooncrash is unbelievably good.
Yeah.
It's so surprising that they just didn't do anything with that to push it. I get that Prey was kind of like dead by that point, but man, Everything from the base game to the DLC is amazing about that title. So it did get that little resurgence when Bethesda had added everything to Game Pass. I remember that was like a big conversation on social media.
Remember Ralph was like huge on it.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
Like,
oh, yeah. He was the one who brought my attention to it with Prey Moon Crash. Yeah. So that's an amazing DLC or expansion, really. Cog, are you gonna be checking out New Game Plus for indie? You already did the DLC.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna do New Game Plus, even though I'm tempted with the ending stuff. It's just too many games right now.
Yeah, I might just be YouTube in this one.
Yeah, I love, yeah, you're funny. I love indie though. Like I'm a huge indie fan. Like as far as the game, like I mean, the game is what got me into watching the series and stuff again. And because I would consider myself a casual Indiana Jones movie guy, but that game really, I love that game. The new DLC was cool, albeit short. But yeah, I like that, and I like the setup. It seems like they're setting up potentially maybe doing well. LucasArts may like the relationship. They're doing these last minute updates, and then hopefully a sequel will come through. And lastly, what I did notice is they got patch notes where this is my most promising thing. Optimizing for the Ally X. I was like, what?
I like that too, because that's optimization for Steam Deck. Like,
yes, that's what I'm talking. Like when they say in anticipation of the upcoming release of the ROG Ally X, we've added detection of those handhelds, and the game will automatically set suitable video quality settings for better performance. I want to see them get into this bag. I want to see, because one thing as Lord Steam Ready has here is that the greatest thing that the Steam Deck does, I love, is like the verification systems and like let you know if something is really 100% compatible with the device.
Where is that? There's two things that I didn't put in my video that I forgot. We'll talk about it, but like the Xbox ROG optimized whatever, and then the shader delivery. That was so important.
Yes. And these are the things I challenged King with as far as my questions to him.
Yeah, I watched your video. You reminded me.
Thanks. Yeah. Because I was like, bro, like I'm a raw guy. I need to know if they've improved this stuff. And this is what I want to see. Like you've got to have these kind of settings to let all these filters, right? So we could go, these games we know 100% are optimized and it work for it, and you should be okay. You should be safe, kind of thing. So yeah, that gives me a little hope. I hope I see more of it. And this is an older game. Hopefully, every new game moving forward, and then we'll talk about Play Anywhere stuff and all that later. Because I got thoughts when you talk on that.
All right. Well, another quick one here to bang out is Everwild. In case you were wondering what this game looked like, screenshots have leaked thanks to MP First. Very Breath of the Wild kind of UI. No real gameplay or idea of what you'd be doing in this game, but you can just see what some of the in-game environments looked a bit like, a little painterly kind of art style, similar to what you saw in the trailer. Again, a lot of the UI kind of reminiscent to me of Zelda. So if you want to take a look at that and see what could have been, you may. Surprisingly, though, nothing, because when I saw these screenshots, I went, oh yeah, interesting. Then I thought about how high profile the leaks for Blackbird were, and I'm like, we didn't really see anything for that at all, which is very surprising. But just a quick one there, gentlemen. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jeremy, if you was going to jump.
It doesn't. I don't know. Like everyone was like hyped for this game, and I was like, it doesn't look like it's for me. But I would forget about it, and then someone would bring it up. Like, oh yeah, and then it would get canceled. And I was like, I felt bad because people were like really looking forward to it.
Yeah.
It's hanging on to the past of what Rare once was, I think, right? And especially now Greg Mails he confirmed he's leaving now, so it's just like a whole new era for them, I think.
Yeah, so. Pretty much. And then they lost. Didn't Duncan get elevated to like
studio, like head of Xbox Studios? So he's out too.
Yeah, they definitely do a transformation. Yeah, I'm with you, man. Like this. It's funny, is like this game, the trailer was weird. I remember like it was like a seance-y kind of trailer. I was like, what is going on? I couldn't make sense of it. But I did like the art style. And I just can't the reason why I was sad about it is I was like, man, I just want them doing something different than just Sea of Thieves. And, what I'm saying? No disrespect, man. I know you love Sea of Thieves, and Sea of Thieves is great. And I get it. I just wanted, them to get back to Rare sensibilities where they have multiple projects and, they were creative. So, yeah, I was a little sad about that one because I know there were a lot of people that was super hyped for it. This is screaming Tears of the Kingdom, Zelda kind of energy. Like that art style and even the way the textures and the mosaics and stuff, it looks very Zelda to me.
Indeed. Yeah, I agree. I hope they do still, despite all the layoffs and changes at the studio, they get back to something not Sea of Thieves related, just because I think there's a lot of potential there still for them to tap into with whether it be their own IP or established ones. They have plenty to work with. Mm-hmm. Let's shift to PlayStation, gentlemen. Sucker Punch's future after Ghost of Yotei. There was an interview done by Video Games Chronicle. You may have seen me on Twitter popping off about it.
I saw that tweet.
I told you, bro. I put on a New Jersey. No,
I respect it.
IGN covers it. They say in an interview with VGC, Sucker Punch co-founder and studio head Brian Fleming said the studio will decide its next project once the multiplayer add-on for Ghost of Yotei Legends comes out in 2026. But he suggested don't expect a flurry of games from the relatively lean developer. It's one project at a time. Quote, the truth is, whatever we do next, whether it's continuing Ghost, wait for it, dramatic pause, or going back to Sly. That's right. He fucking said it, guys. He fucking said it. The decision is really more limited by, again, our cherishing of focus and time to iterate, which means we can really only do one thing at a time, end quote, he said. Quote, if we were good at juggling 4 projects, yeah, we'd have a remaster and let's go do one of those and do some fan request. That'd be really popular, but we only get to do one thing. So it kind of has to be your best idea, right? And that's really clarifying. It's not like there aren't 15 good ideas, but you only get to do one. And by the way, you only get to do one about every 5 years. So the choice is really important. I mean, that is choosing your college and your major every 5 years, end quote. So, gentlemen, I have not played Ghost of Yotei yet. I really want to get to it. I've heard amazing things about it. Sucker Punch, to me, is one of the few companies that has transitioned from IP to IP that I have loved and done them really well. Like, I obviously grow up as a Sly Cooper fan. That's my favorite IP from them. But like when they went to Infamous and they did it really well, it wasn't like I was deeply upset because Infamous was great. And when they went to Ghost, I'm like, okay. At first, I was a little skeptical. I went, this kind of looks like standard open world fare, but Tsushima was awesome. And I have no doubt Yotei is also amazing. So I'm very keen to see what they do next. I don't know if the story really ends with the Yotei or if there's more to be said for them, because it's definitely the most popular thing they've done. Or did they go back to Sly? Do they go back to their origins, right? They have 15 good ideas, but they need one great one.
Yeah.
So what do they pursue? What are you guys feeling? A lot of people were saying in my replies, they're like, they got to go back to Infamous. I'm like,
I like Infamous a lot.
Yeah.
But like, would a Sly game take 5 years? Would he be a sad dad who's going on a journey with his young raccoon and he has to learn how to be a
sad
better
dad Sly?
Sad dad
Whoa, that'd be amazing.
Boy.
With Old light combat in a slightly open world.
Yeah. Nothing. I mean, by that point, I'll be old that it'll be creepy. I'll be out of my seat freaking out about it. But bro, like nothing would get me more excited than like a semi-open Sly. I mean, look, Sly Thieves in Times was a little taste of what we could get, right? Like, the modernized graphics look great because of the style that Sanzaro did it in, but also the levels were bigger. They were kind of in hubs. And I'm like, okay, we've seen that Sucker Punch are like masters of the craft of the open world and keeping it seamless and interesting. It's like, Sly is perfect for that, bro. Sly is a whole universe, right? With all these villains scattered across the map. Like, they could totally do it. I would love nothing more than for them to go back because I think I do wonder how much of the business side of them holds back the idea. Like, oh man, I mean, is Sly really going to do the numbers that Ghost is doing? But I feel like they could make it to that point. Like, I really do. It's beyond the heritage. Of course, we'd be there to signal boost because we'd be like, oh, it's this thing I remember. But if they went back to Sly, I feel they could bring it to a level of popularity that, Ratchet and Clank is on as well. Especially because the ambition for Sly Cooper was beyond the gaming screen. It was like they were going to they had dozens upon dozens of episodes of the TV show greenlit. Yeah. We're talking like a movie. Like, I think Sly is very fit for all of that. So I think there's more commercial opportunities, I would say, if that's how they're looking at it, beyond just the game. But I also understand that these are creatives and what was that? Oh, Nate Fox. Man, you live in my head rent free, brother. What was that quote he said? He was like 90% of us don't want to work on it. I was like, bro, figure it out then. Figure it out then. It's their problem.
You go run down the studio?
Yeah. No, not that. But I'm just, like, if I were there, if I worked at Sucker Punch, I'd be like, all right, team meeting. Let's go. Round them all up. Get the projector down. We're doing a group playthrough of the entire series together. We're going to sit down. We're going to admire what we did so well, the beauty of the cell shaded art style, the subtle storytelling, the exploration, the characterization, the animation, all that. Let's do that again. Look how talented we all are. We can do this much better. All of a sudden that 90 turns into like 10. Like they flip the numbers. It's like everyone's on board. They're like, yeah, I can do that. I'm just saying, man, hear me out. Or make the sad dad Sly, making it like M for mature Sly Cooper. I know that sounds crazy, but like, let's do something crazy.
Sly Apocalypse.
Yeah.
Sly Apocalypse.
Yeah, man. We know where Sly 4 ends. Like there's
5, like, but with Sly Cooper.
In all seriousness, though, I feel like one of the reasons I do push for Sly is I liked Skillup's review of it a lot because I feel him and I's thoughts on Tsushima were largely the same of like, I don't think you do this formula better than this. Like the sort of quote checklist open world, as people call it. I don't think you do better than Tsushima. And if Yotei's more of the same, that's amazing. But it's not really moving ground much. So is going back to something tighter actually more appealing? A lot of these companies, though, and developers I've interviewed seem to just like to live in this pocket of like, one project only. There was a time where like multiple projects was the thing, but like Ken Levine, when I talked to him, he's like, yeah, working on one project. It's great. Brian Fargo, one project. I love doing that. Like everyone loves doing one project at a time. And so maybe even if Sly took 3 years instead of 5, is that really considered a win for them? Do they like that kind of long run with sitting with something for a while? I don't know. But 5 years for a Sly game, I can see a world where people are disappointed by that. That would have to be a quick turnaround. So that's why I say Sucker Punch don't want it. You give it to someone else. But I'm dominating the conversation here.
So we could kill on a Sly game.
Yeah. I mean, that Kane he's got, bro. That's just all they need to do is sharpen the end a little bit. You put like chalk on a pool cue, just sharpen the end of it and just stab a little bit, right?
Yeah. Or just give them like a AR-15 or something.
Why not run down on them?
Sly Thieves in Time. He just like he's just like a war vet in one of them.
Sly takes on the ATF.
I dominated the conversation though on Sucker Punch, so I want to hear if you guys have thoughts beyond Sly Cooper. So I'll shut up now. Is there any desire for Infamous or something else?
I got thoughts. Look, I'll be rich back. Like I didn't think you had a shot now. I sadly at first, right? I'm gonna be real with you. I was like, I know this boy love this franchise. I was like, they had that Ghost of Tsushima money. They feeling good, and I'm like, I don't think he getting it. Especially when we saw the Nate Fox. Salute. But I'm gonna give you some hope. I'm gonna give you some hope now.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they mentioned it my name, right? I think bodes positively. Now, here's the thing where I think you might be in good shape. Is that Yotei, from my understanding, the budget is way lower than Tsushima, right? So I think right now, with the gaming industry, Sony's pivot, that the climate of making these big bombastic games, I think is kind of getting smaller now. And I think to your point, they may want to pivot. Like I love Yotei. We'll get into, my experience with it as I continue. But I am starting to see like, okay, the Ghost Monarcher, like how many times you're going to keep doing this before it does run its course eventually and it does have fatigue, right? Yeah. So there's a part of me that's like, hey, maybe you do a little 3-year, 4-year development joint, give a nice little palate cleanse and say, and reintroduce Sly, and even if you're scared, maybe you remaster, you know what I'm saying? Like just to get a feel, right? Yeah. Do the remaster strategy, throw them out there. Hey, remember me? Remember? And then get the feel and work on the new joint. So I'm coming around. I do think you got a shot. What's the little GIF? So you see there's a chance.
Yeah.
To see there's a chance. I the fact that they said that, this is to me in contrast, and also the fact that Sony seems to be in a new lane right now. And I think maybe that you got some shots.
Yeah, well, they also are selling a shit ton of Sly merch lately. Like they did the anniversary stuff. U2's has seemingly found a fountain of wealth because they did the figure. I bought that. I have it up on my shelf. And then all of a sudden I get an email. They're like, we're doing plushies now. And I'm like, okay, let's take a look. And they're doing a Sly, Bentley, and Murray plushie. So of course, I bought all 3. I have not missed on a single piece of official Sly merchandise. You want to talk about making your voice heard? I use my platforms,
Facts,
Twitter, YouTube, stream, whatever it may be, to spread the good word of Sly Cooper. Do a lot of retro rebound for it. I buy everything Sly related. Like, bro, I will be leader of that damn army. The day when that day comes, I'll be right there. Jimmy, you said you like Infamous a little bit, though.
I do love Infamous.
How are you feeling?
I got Infamous when the PSN went down and you could pick games.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
For free. I was like, whoa, this is awesome. And then it was there day one for Infamous 2 right after I graduated high school.
Oh, yeah.
Loved Infamous Second Son and First Light. And I was like, man, I cannot wait to see where this goes next. And then I didn't get a game for like 6 years, and it was Ghost of Tsushima. I was like, what the fuck? This is so crazy. So like, I like Ghost of Tsushima. I've started it probably 6 times. I played it on PS5. I played it on PC. I always would get to the like second map, and then I'd be like, well, I'm going to keep going. And then I would just forget and then move on. And then I finally beat it. And I was like, that was pretty good. And then Ghost of Yotei, I started up at like, I don't know, that formula. I am so sick and tired of it. The like,
that's what keeps me away.
You could put the animations over with like the wind and everything, and like that's cute. But like at this, like I can see through the Matrix, and I'm like, I'm just over this. And yeah, I'd like them to go back to Infamous and come up. They just have a good knack for creating good characters, like good main characters. Like every game they make besides Sly is a new main character, and they've done.
Oh, okay. You scared me where you were going with that. I thought you were saying besides Sly, like they're all great.
No. Like they did
everything except him.
Infamous 2 or Cole McGrath, then you got Delson Rowe, and then you got the girl with the pink hair. I forgot her name. I was gonna say Quiet, but that's Metal Gear Solid. And then you get Jin, then you get Atsu. So like they're good at creating characters.
Yeah,
I'd like to see what they can do, and it helps them that their games cost less, because then they can afford to make a mid-selling game. And then it's like, whoa, it's like the horror movie approach, right? Like Blumhouse makes movies for $10 million, and they're like, wow, it got 5% of Rotten Tomatoes, but it made $100 million, so who gives a shit, baby? Like that's how you could kind of play that.
Well, we'll see. Hopefully 2026 we'll start to hear the murmurs that the raccoon is back. I feel they got to do something in some way, but the problem is they have such great IP.
Like, how perfect is that for a handheld?
Especially if you want to do it with a handheld.
Sony or Sly 4 was like Vita cross by with PS3.
Oh, it was. Yeah.
What was it? Project Caddis?
Yes.
That's the code name. A little handheld. Put it on that joint. Yeah. And then your man was he was an Astrobot, right? Wasn't your man an Astrobot?
Oh yeah. Everyone makes an appearance in Astrobot.
True, though, but I'm just saying the fact that some people,
Sly's not been forgotten, right? He's just been put on the shelf for a little too long. Like, I mean, for me, I granted this is my childhood bias, but like, I just think shelving anyone from that PS2 generation was a mistake. Like, Sly is definitely the one that I fight with the most, but Jak and Daxter also. Like, I get Naughty Dog, obviously, same thing. Went on to keep making Uncharted, and then The Last of Us. Like, okay, like you guys clearly did the right thing. But how do you no one's handling my man? No one's handling him. I get it, because then they tried to do that with whoever did Secret Agent Clank and Lost Frontier, and it went horribly wrong. But we're in a different day and age where like you nurture those relationships a little bit more. It could work out a lot better.
Frontier is so weird that happened.
Yeah. I know. I didn't know it existed until like a couple of years ago. I was like, what? So there's like a fourth Jak game. They're like, because people were like, oh, it's innocent that Maddie doesn't know about this because it's really that bad. Like that no one even talks about it. So yeah, I got to catch up on that one. But yeah, I just that whole PS2 gen. Ratchet was the only survivor. Ratchet kept getting games the whole way through, thanks to Insomniac, and now Ratchet's kind of on the shelf.
Sly Vampire Survivor style game, or like something like that, and then they're gonna be like, we're bringing him back, and then it's gonna be like a bullet heaven game. And
no, not like that.
Nothing would. Yeah, I was gonna say nothing would make me angrier than if it was Vampire Survivors.
You're gonna get Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. Sly Cooper.
Bro, that's painful. That's like when they be bringing Splinter Cell back in mobile and all this foolishness, and I'm like, bro, if y'all don't give me a Splinter Cell game, stop playing.
You go check out the Splinter Cell anime, Cog? Apparently it's good.
We'll see.
Did you go in the pool, get a little... They brought back the Splinter Cell games to Steam, I saw. But you still need to use Uplay, right?
Yeah, I would like to play Chaos Theory.
Yeah. It was cool that they brought them back, though. That was nice to see.
Some sand fishing, bro.
You could get that... This is off topic, kind of. but you could guess exactly what that trailer for that animated show is going to be without even looking at it. It's like, let me guess. He's old. He's kind of washed up, and there's a new hotshot protege coming in to replace him. And it's like,
Yep.
that's exactly what it is. It's like, oh my God, again with this shit, the same story over and over and over and everything. They're Cars 3-ing it.
Shout out to Cars. All right,
shout out to Cars.
Another PlayStation story here. What's Bluepoint up to? Big question. Well, it's been found online. Video Games Chronicles reports that following the cancellation of its live service God of War game, still unbelievable, Sony's Bluepoint is hiring for a third-person action game. Their last full release was Demon's Souls at the start of this generation in 2020. This was spotted by Tech4 Gamers. Studios hiring again. The ad listing for a senior combat designer role says applicants are expected to have a solid understanding of combat systems and mechanics for third-person melee action experiences, as well as at least 5 years of professional experience in combat design. So, I mean, my guess, I'm curious if you guys fall in the same pocket. I mean, I have a lot of hopes for what Bluepoint can do. My guess is you've built all these God of War assets. You probably want to make use of them after like a canceled game. You're probably just going to go remake a God of War game, right? Like one of the old ones, cool. You know? But what are you guys thinking for this? What would you want to see, Jimmy? What would you want to see Bluepoint tackle?
Dark Souls 2. No. Bloodborne. Is it gonna happen? Like, what the hell's going on? It'd be cool to see them do something original. Remember their Christmas card that had Castlevania on it? Remember that?
Oh yeah,
that'd be cool. We get Lords of Shadow spiritual successor because Lords of Shadow is underrated. I just want to see them make something. Like, how many Sony studios did we lose an entire generation to trying to force some live service game to happen? Right? Like, it's kind of a bummer, especially when you have a YouTube channel about PlayStation and everyone's apathetic towards the games that they've gotten this gen. But it seems like they're turning around. Ghost of Yotei, good. Death Stranding 2, good. And then next year we get Wolverine. So we're in the right direction. Finally. And knowing that like next gen, they're going to like on purpose keep the PS5 around for a long time, you know, try to grow the footprint of the PlayStation ecosystem. It seems like you're going to get good PS5 games eventually. It might also be on PS6 and a handheld, which is interesting. So yeah, like Bloodborne would be my wish.
Yeah. What about you, Cog? Bluepoint, working on a third-person action game. What's our guess? What's our feel? What's our hope?
Our hope is just like Jimmy said. I hope it's Bloodborne. I feel so bad for that community. I'm like, man, they've been suffering. Like, what is it? I don't know, Miyazaki, who got the rights? I don't know what the political red tape is, but man, that needs to come out. And I'm just whatever it is. I'm just happy they are out of the live service salt mines and just start to make some different style of games. So that's just being from the outside looking in. I do hope they get something like that. But yeah, I'm curious. If they do a remake, how would that be received? To your point, Maddie, kind of thing. But I would really like someone with them to get on this Bloodborne thing. That PlayStation needs that. I've been clamoring for that game for so long. Yeah,
I agree. That's my exact answer too. I feel like there was a time you could argue like, oh, it's, this genre is kind of niche, but like FromSoft games, like everything nowadays, there's so many copycats. And like, if you're PlayStation, as I've said before, you're like sitting on your own that like, you could just exclusively put on your platform and make a lot of money on. Like, seems like such an obvious choice. It as we all got angry when we learned that Bluepoint was working on a live service God of War game, right? Like, it was like then and there, you guys are doing Bloodborne still. So I get the feeling that this will be God of War just because of the assets that they made. But if it is Bloodborne remake, that would be great. But I imagine they want to get something out quick and they want to reuse everything they spent time making. So we'll see. We'll see. This next one's exciting. When I interviewed Guillaume Bro, she did say they were cooking. Now we know what they were cooking on. So we got a confirmation that Expedition 33 has sold 5 million copies in 5 months. Really good to see. They also mentioned, by the way, that their soundtrack has had 333 million streams, which is crazy. But they have some updates coming as a thank you. They say a new playable environment, taking the characters of Expedition 33 to a brand new location with new enemy encounters and surprises to discover, challenging new boss battles for late game players to overcome. new costumes for each member of the expedition, giving even more customization options, new text and UI game localizations in Czech, Ukrainian, Latin American, Spanish, and Turkish, Vietnamese, Thai, Indonesian, and bringing the total number of supported languages up to 19, and more to come. So they're teasing more down the road as well. Surprisingly, no mention of like a map, which I know was like, or a compass or anything like that, which is like the big ask from a lot of people. But yeah, just a lot of good shit on the way here from Sandfall Interactive. So I'm keen to see when this update hits, what exactly this new environment is. They don't have like a date for it or anything yet, but they said it's coming to all platforms. So gentlemen, how are we feeling about this one? We diving back into Clair Obscur?
I didn't play it, so they promised a Steam Deck focused update close to launch. I'll just wait. Here we are. How many months later? Where is it? Nowhere to be found. I'm gonna play it over Christmas. I need like time off because I know it's really good. I know I'm gonna like it. I don't want to play it for an hour a night.
Sure.
Just like what I got right now. I know I'm gonna like it.
Yeah.
I was going to buy Final Fantasy Tactics because I love that game. And I was like, well, then I won't want to play Expedition 33 after it. So I'm just like, I'm going to wait. Thanksgiving break, Christmas break, I'm going to roll through it because it's like, I know I'm going to like it.
Nice.
Good choice. I don't know why I'm weird. I like JRPGs on handhelds. I know it's a JRPG, it's an ERPG or whatever. But
I get it.
I would like to play that on the Steam Deck. And they said they're working on the update. So I'll give them the time that they need. Good.
Cog, are we going back? We're throwing on our Lune shirt and going back in.
For those who come after. Let's go. Yeah, man. I've been looking for an excuse to get back in there. Again, I saw your interview and stuff. I was surprised they're still working on content because initially they gave me the energy like, oh no, we're good. That's it. And it's like, that $5 million start rolling in, and soundtrack might win a Grammy, and it's different now.
Movie deal and like all
movie deal, like you're the talk of the town, you're the toast of the town. There's no way I felt they was gonna sit on that and just walk away. So good for them, man. Like I love that game. I love that world. It's still, I still got more games to play. And I played a lot of games and finished a lot of games this year. It's closer than I thought it would be. Before I had it as a runaway Goldie for me. It is closer, but it's still in the lead for me. I love that game. Every aspect of that game and what they tried to do. And there's still moments when I see it or I see people experience it for the first time. Yeah. It makes me feel good. So, yeah, man, shout out to Clair Obscur. I can't wait to get back in there.
Yeah, 5 million, 5 months. Very good. Very happy for them that the sales have sustained because a lot of people were like, well, it's probably going to fall off. But I'm very, very excited to see what they do next. But I'm keen on this update for sure.
Let's give Jimmy a Steam update. And then if you really want cake out, get that Nintendo Switch 2.
Coincide, right? Like,
obviously. There you go. That's what I think probably is going to happen. From an optimization standpoint, man, they about to do numbers over there.
Yeah, it's true. This next one.
That thing came out.
Oh, sorry.
The Switch 2. Every time someone mentions it, I'm like, oh, yeah. I bought one.
Listen, Steve Ready.
I bought one. I played it once. To do my short comparing Cyberpunk.
Jimmy, I even gonna hold you. Me and you in the same file. We played like a few times.
Really?
And I went back to my big boy.
I liked it. I thought it was cool. I got my 600,000 view short that made me very happy. And then I was like, there's nothing to play. And then I played, that's why I didn't play Expedition 33. I played Elden Ring. I finally beat it this summer after Night Rain. And then I did the DLC. So that like ate my whole summer. Nice. And then I was like, I can't get Donkey Kong because I didn't finish Elden Ring yet. It was like, I was being good.
Okay. A responsible gamer. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah. It's funny. I'm the opposite of you guys. I've been like really into my Switch too. I love my Switch too. Yeah. I mean, I've been playing a lot of Switch 1 games on it.
There's none of the PC crap to deal with. And then it runs games decently. Like, it's like everything, it's made for you.
Yes, 100%. Yeah. Just nice and simple, nice and easy. Can I play my games on it and just lay in bed? Great. That's what I like to do. This next one kind of veers into gaming and entertainment, but also out of it. I just wanted to talk about it because I thought it was an interesting subject matter. Have you guys seen the rise of these Sora 2 AI videos at all on social media?
Yeah.
Because, it's unbelievable, right? Like, I'll tell you a story because I'll probably laugh if I don't finish, if I do it before reading this. So basically, this is like a new update to AI where you put in a prompt and it can generate like a 20 second video. It's 1080p, like good quality, great sound. So a lot of sports fans have been using it. Now I'm an Oilers fan, right? And I'm on Instagram. I'm swiping. For those who are not into sports at all, let me just I keep it simple. Yes. They have a goalie, Stuart Skinner. Fundamentally, technically not a very sound goalie. I like Stu a lot, but just, like he has these games where he's unstoppable and there's other games where he's just not very good. So there's 2 videos that I get hit with on that's when I realized I'm like, this is crazy. Which is what will bring us to our topic. Mm-hmm. The first, actually I'll bring it to gaming after. The first is a guy getting arrested and he's wearing a Skinner jersey. And the cop's like, hey buddy, I got a question for you. Like, why are you wearing a Skinner jersey while you're out here? And he's like, this is really not, the guy who's getting arrested, he's like, it's not really the time, dude. And like the cop, you can tell it's like someone typing into a prompt because the cop's like, he's like, bro, you're getting arrested right now and this dude can't stop a beach ball. Like, it's just like, but it looks and sounds so real. There was another one of like the coach in the locker room screaming at Skinner. I'm just like, he's like, this loss is on you, Skinner. What the fuck is wrong with you? Man. Yeah, like AI is kind of balling out on this level. The gaming thing I saw was cops in a bedroom arresting people who were bad at League of Legends. Like they're like you went 0-11, Yasuo, you stole your jungler's blue, that's griefing, I'm taking you in. And the guy's like, well, it was just a bad game though. And he's like getting taken out in handcuffs. It's unbelievable how great it looks. Now, naturally, people have started to make characters that they know do things that they shouldn't be doing. One Piece, Demon Slayer, Pokemon, Mario, the list goes on, right? SpongeBob's the one I've seen a decent amount of, because it's the point now where I didn't give a fuck about these AI videos because they obviously are fake. This is getting close to that point where you're like, this looks kind of like, you can still tell, but like we're on the cusp of, is that real or not? Because the audio is good. And like, that's all that's kind of needed. Mm-hmm. So the Japanese government made a formal request, and this is covered by IGN, asking OpenAI to refrain from copyright infringement. This comes as a response to Sora 2's ability to generate videos featuring the likenesses of copywritten characters. Sora 2, which AI launched on October 1st, is capable of, as I said earlier, generating 20-second long videos at 1080p, complete with sound. Soon after its release, social media was flooded with these. Speaking at the Japanese Government Cabinet Office press conference on Friday, Minoru Kiuchi informed attendees about the government's request, which called on the American organization to refrain from infringing on Japanese IPs. The request was reportedly made online by the Cabinet Office's Intellectual Property Strategy headquarters. Kiuchi went on to describe manga and anime as irreplaceable treasures that Japan boasts to the world. Other Japanese politicians like Digital Minister Masaki Taira have expressed hopes that OpenAI will take voluntary action to comply with this request, indicating that measures upon Japan's AI Promotion Act may be invoked if the issue remains unresolved. So this obviously gets like knee deep into politics. We could have a whole podcast about this, but
it's the whole section.
Yeah, I thought it was just interesting because it was the first time with AI videos where I saw it and went like, there might need to be laws about this, bro, like with using people's likenesses and stuff, because we're getting to that point where, again, like I'm laughing about the Skinner thing because none of these people look like the actual people. Like the coach was obviously not the coach of the Oilers. Like the guy getting yelled at was not anywhere close to looking like it clearly wasn't the players. But the fact that we can close that gap and eventually you could use likenesses and make things up, like it is a little dangerous. And I'm like, I can see a world where like laws are going to be put down on this shit fast. Like it's a crime to do this sort of stuff. But I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts on this, and if you saw any of these AI videos. I'll message you some of the sports ones just so you can see what I'm looking at.
You gotta send it to me. I haven't seen a lot of them, but ones that come across my line, I'm like, all right, we're getting to that point where the gap is closing, and you're like, damn, it looked close enough, right?
Yeah.
Look, I'm just back from Japan. Japan does not play about their anime and manga. Like listen, that country. Again, when I go there, I'm used to seeing advertising for, liquor and clothes and stuff. Advertising in the biggest places will have video games, anime, and manga all over the place. Like they don't play. So when they said irreplaceable treasures, I believe it. Now the question is, again, it's more of a whole question, is like the litigation aspect of with an American company doing this stuff, and obviously, trademarks and property and stuff like that. But it's going to get interesting because I can see them try to really rise up. The question comes down to how much of a case do they literally have? And again, I defer to Hogo, that kind of stuff. But we're going to get to this point. We're at that point where the gap is closing and things are really looking real. Now, don't get me wrong. some of the joint be wild funny. I ain't gonna hold you, dude. But I can see companies getting really threatened by a lot of this stuff, and it's going to be some cease and desist or else energy coming out. So we'll see what happens. But I'm probably holler at Hogue on this because I'm very curious where that might be going in the legal world.
What about you, Jimmy? How are you feeling about the things you've seen online, how it affects entertainment?
I saw a guy who made a White Monster shower head attachment that converts the water to White Monster, and it was like made with Sora, and it was funny as hell. I was like, that's awesome. I want that in real life. Yeah, I don't know. Like, what do they get? It's going to be so hard to litigate that. It's so, like, they should have done it 10 years ago. You know, like when this was tech that wasn't public or something. I think it's just going to get too hard at a certain point, because that's how they're all trained, is by watching endless amounts of content or like scrolling Twitter, you know?
Yeah. I definitely think, I wonder about like public domain IP. Yeah. Like Winnie the Pooh and stuff. Like,
I'm shocked there's not a Steamboat Willie AI movie or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like they're going to be the first to have like the full productions, because you can just use them and commercialize them and it's no problem.
Yeah.
So we'll see where it goes. But I just thought it was interesting. Cog, you see the videos I sent you?
Oh, bro, this is wild stuff, bro. Yo. The coach joint is killing me right now.
It's unbelievable. It really is. Just the cop one is funny because the cop is so happy to be arresting this guy.
He's excited.
He's like, I'm locking you up. He's like, bro can't stop a beach ball. It's unbelievable. Yeah, like I said, and so I'm just putting people on alert so they can look into it a little bit, and no doubt it'll affect gaming sooner rather than later. All right. This next one, let's talk a bit about Ubisoft. Two big stories lately. One is that Ubisoft's franchise lead quit after Vantage Studios was revealed, and this kind of goes wide beyond just this initial story. This gentleman, Mark Alexis Cote, has been with Ubisoft since 2005. Started as a programmer, rose up to a franchise lead, was there up until obviously the release of Assassin's Creed Shadows. With the inclusion of Vantage Studios, which is by the way funded by Tencent, he's out.
What?
So the exact comments here, I have them screenshotted because I was recording a video on it, so I'll grab those instead of this article because there's a lot of additional context here. It came from gamesindustry.biz. According to IGN, Cote declined a position at Vantage. Staff were informed of his departure via an email sent out this afternoon, informing staff that Vantage's leadership team needed to be, quote, aligned with its goals. Vantage Studios co-CEO Christophe Dorenes reportedly told staff he was disappointed by Cote's decision. Quote, following the organizational restructuring announced in March 2025, Mark Alexis Cote has chosen to pursue a new path elsewhere outside of Ubisoft, end quote, Ubisoft told GamesIndustry.biz in a statement. While we are sad to see him go, we are confident that our talented teams will carry forward the strong foundation he helped build. We are deeply grateful for the impact Mark Alexis has had over the years, particularly in shaping the Assassin's Creed brand into what it is today. His leadership, creativity, and dedication have left a lasting mark on our teams and our players. We thank him sincerely for his many contributions and wish him continued success in all his future endeavors. So you look at that and you're like, okay, Tencent has stepped in. They kind of spun off this subsidiary because this is happening because Ubisoft stock was declining heavily. So they come in, they're like, hey, we got you. Here's some money. Here comes Vantage Studios because Ubisoft didn't want to give up control. They didn't want to sell off completely to Tencent. So this was, I think, the compromise. So before this, there were reports from IGN with the Saudi Arabia deal that was made to fund the Assassin's Creed Mirage DLC, that staff at Ubisoft was asking if they would be able to maintain creative control with like the funding source there. So I look at these two stories and sort of the concern internally about creative control, and now the reactions that we're seeing. Like when you're at something for 20 years, I mean, you can read it into a couple ways, right? Like you're at something for 20 years and you're like, hey, I've done this for a while, I'm out. but also you've done it for 20 years. You know this, you love this, you're comfortable with this. You've been through the highs and lows, everything from like Assassin's Creed 3's kind of controversial launch because of how the first 6 sequences were handled, all the way to you stuck through Shadows, right? Like all that. But now this has been enough for you. You combine that with a canceled Civil War Assassin's Creed game. I'll jump into that. We'll kind of combine these two subjects because on our script they're split up. But Stephen Totillo covered that Ubisoft canceled a post-Civil War Assassin's Creed game last year. And the write-up says that this is during the Reconstruction period, followed in the 1860s and 1870s, where you'd play as a black man who had been formerly enslaved in the South and moved west to start a new life. Recruited by the series Assassins, he would start to return to the South to fight for justice in a conflict that would, among other things, see him confront the emergence of the KKK. 3 sources told GameFile that the word throughout the company that was filtered was bowing to controversy. This is last July, where management had stopped the development of the game for 2 reasons. One, the online backlash that sprang to the reveal of Yasuke, a historically inspired black samurai, as a protagonist in the company's then upcoming Assassin's Creed Shadows. And 2, concern that the political climate in the United States was becoming increasingly tense. So we're at that point now with the conversation around video games and sort of how the public outrage affects these companies' decisions, where you see these kind of 3 things and how they coagulate into something whole. I think if you're someone listening, you're like, I was an Assassin's Creed fan and I thought that it went through a lot of massive changes with the RPG direction, and you're worried about more changes. I think more changes are coming. Like, I think they're going to milk this thing dry again. I think that's what they're kind of switching into. If you paid attention to Tom Henderson's reporting, you saw the whole like timeline of just how many Assassin's Creed things we're getting, like Fall Guys clones all the way to like RPG games. It's going to be a lot of Assassin's Creed. So that's the setup. Jimmy, let's hear from you. How are you feeling about everything shared here about Ubisoft?
It's crazy. It's really crazy, honestly. Tencent, I obviously don't love them being so invested in everything. Like, they bought Techland. And I was like kind of, back and forth on how much that would affect that studio. And then they fixed Dying Light 2 since then. They released The Beast, which is awesome. So like, I don't know. It's it seems like a wait and see situation. I'm kind of out on Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
It seems like a lot happening all at once, and it's weird to see like Saudi Arabia coming in and China at the same time. I don't know how conflicting or synergized their viewpoints are on like game development, or how hands-on they want to be with everything. But it's crazy to see the big investment, but no big shift into what was coming out, because what Tom Henderson was saying, those games have been in the works for a long time. You'd think they'd want to kind of do a creative reset.
Yeah.
And start over.
Yeah.
Go back to basics. Let Virtuous handle a remake of Assassin's Creed 1. Like
probably, honestly.
Like that.
They had 3 remakes on that timeline. Obviously, we know one of them is the Black Flag remake, but beyond that, I'm like, one's got to be Assassin's Creed 2. You think that's just free money, but Assassin's Creed 1 makes a lot of sense for many reasons. Whether it's like the Middle East setting, you already have the pieces made with Mirage, and just what they could do with that. Assassin's Creed 1 also feels very limited and old nowadays. Like, I think that'd be a good candidate.
Yeah.
But I feel like Ubisoft's just trying to make a lot of money quickly, because they their stock was so low, we thought they were going to close their doors before they could even sell off, right? So,
did you play Mirage?
Yeah.
Is it worth going back to for a new expansion? From their perspective, or is that just something Saudi Arabia wanted? And
it definitely. I mean, for the expansion, I can't really speak to it because I didn't play it. I do think the new gameplay mechanics are a bit of a sort of mask for what's happening there, to kind of distract people, like what's not in my closed hand, but in the open one. Mm-hmm. But I think for the game itself, Mirage, I don't know, man. Like I was one of the people that I remember, that was one of my reviews that I did where people didn't like it. And I was like, okay, if you guys want to go get this, then go ahead. But I thought the game was not like, for Assassin's Creed game that was like, we're going back to stealth. I didn't think the stealth was good.
Yeah. Jake felt the same way too.
I didn't think the stealth was good. And so it's like, I would like to recommend it. The story's terrible too, but like, I don't remember the last Ubisoft game I played where it was like, yeah, that story cooked, but like the story wasn't great. So there was nothing really pulling you along. And to me, I can get over a bad story, especially if it's a great stealth game. Like, we need more great stealth games. I was excited for it, but I wouldn't say it's super worth going back to. I will say, though, the new gameplay mechanics that they did add, like the free eject, the free jumps, instead of being kind of on this line.
It's just so weird, like this many years after.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. It is really weird, but it does look like the closest we've got to like pure free running like we got in Unity. So
Ubisoft kept Splinter Cell, right? Like,
yeah.
So do they have any, like, are they involved in the franchises they sold anymore, or is?
Yeah. They're like, I mean, they have like Yves Guillemot's son who made.
Oh, so he's like a board member or whatever.
Yeah, they did like a AI NFT anime blockchain fucking thing, and so he's looking over these franchises. So yeah, that's another reason why I think like this guy was like, I'm out, dude. Like this is about to be a shit show. I don't blame him. Cog, what do you think about the recent Assassin's Creed news? Of course, I'm especially curious about what you think about the canceled Assassin's Creed game post Civil War. But what do you think about the whole situation surrounding Ubisoft right now?
Yeah, they're in a transitionary period, right? And was this Mark Alexis Cote? Definitely one of those guys that's been there, them OGs that's been there. And always, my main concern with any type of acquisition has always been creative control. And being able to make the games you want to make and stuff like that. So, I don't know what his specific reason. I don't know if he's publicly come out and said anything just yet, but, it would lead to believe that organizationally he doesn't like what's going on. Maybe he wants to move forward and separate himself from what's going on, whether it be Tencent or what have you. As far as the second thing, as far as the cancel game, I don't know if you saw Ralph Ineson's comments. He went in. Like, he was like, and I like Ralph Ineson a lot. He's one of my favorite voice actors. He was just like, F off. Like, what the hell? Like, off, you're spineless, kind of energy, kind of thing. And I get it. And again, as a person who is pro creative, just being allowed to make the game you want to make, I'm always going to be on the side of that. But at the same time, we have to be real about the political climate and what Assassin's Creed's been going through. You know what I'm saying? So I get it. I'm conflicted because the creative part of me is like, bro, make the game you want to make. Corporate Cog says, you saw how much smoke they gave you when you do things wrong and you don't do research and you mess up and you we're in a climate where people are like, yo, you just try to, I ain't going to use the W word, but what people going to say on certain things, right? So they going to be like, yo, like, or you just try to cash in or something. So I think based on their financial situation, they don't want to take unnecessary risks that would bring attention to the game in a negative light and want to maximize sales. Yeah. So I think that's where they're going on the corporate side. Thus, they are forgoing a little bit of the creative stuff. And also, their new bosses may not like that direction that you going in. So that's a factor too. So they're in a situation.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. No. So, say what you're gonna say, Jimmy. Yeah.
No, I'm just trying to think about it. Obviously, this is so political, but would China and Saudi Arabia really care all that much if there was a politically inflammatory game that centered in the United States? Like,
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. That's a question for, to be tested.
Ubisoft does not want to test it because they want to be around in 5 years.
I will say this is going to be funny because I thought it was hilarious that Mirage got a DLC and is now Saudi. Like, you go, like, again, I know I'm speculating. I don't have any.
You got any of these set in the Middle East recently? Yeah. Oh,
it's funny that came out. Again, look, I don't know anything. It could have been in development a long time ago, and God, you just speculate. But it seems funny that as soon as they got down, yo, where's that DLC? I'm speculating.
I'm just like so out. Like, I really like Ghost Recon. They fucked that up pretty bad, and apparently they're working on a new one.
They are, aren't they? Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Splinter Cell. Like, did Ubisoft keep Ghost Recon?
Yeah, they have all their IP still, but they're kind of I think they're like splitting them off into this new development house, and so they're going to work. Yeah, they're going to work at it from here. They're doing the Tencent strategy where they're getting their branding off of things, I think. Like Tencent did that with Level Infinite. Like when people saw Tencent at the Game Awards, they're like, fuck this thing. And then they did Level Infinite. Everyone's like, that looks pretty good because you didn't know who Level Infinite was. And you realized it was Tencent the whole time, right?
Or what's that game, Delta Force?
Yeah. Yeah, like they know how to hide well. Tencent's very good at that. They sneak up on all of us at some point.
Sucks for them. I know how to use Google.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like a little conflicted on the canceled game because on one end, I'm like, as Cog said, like you want to create the thing you want to create. My other point is like, if you're going to make something like that, you have to do it well. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Like you have to. And that's beyond obvious. I don't think Ubisoft has great writers at all. So to me, I'm like, this is a smart choice. I'm not advocating for the silencing of them, but I'm like, look, man, if I'm looking at how you handled things and all of that, you just get rid of Shadows for a moment here. Like, I get that's like a very inflammatory game. Like, just look at their past games where there wasn't controversy around it. Look at the writing quality. It's bad, dude. It's like you want them to go handle a post-Civil War game about like racism, like a deep, sensitive topic like that. You think they're going to handle that with delicacy and care?
So funny.
When what we saw happen with the fucking Tory Gates and Shadows, like you think they're going to do their that's I don't know, man. I think it's a good choice to stay away and know your talent. You know, be like, what's up?
Like the conversation writing dialogue level that they go with.
Yeah. Like you've seen, like they clearly had AI doing some of their voiceovers for some of their characters and Shadows. Like we really think, I mean, I get the frustration because a lot of Assassin's Creed games, I've said this before, sound amazing on paper because it's a setting driven series. So when you hear the setting and you think of how the setting drives the mechanics in the game, you're like, oh man, this is like a more modern Assassin's Creed game. Like this could be really interesting. I get it. Like, yeah, on paper, this sounds really good. I would want to play this. But do I think Ubisoft's going to handle it really well? I don't mean to count them out before the match starts, but like their history of writing and character development and my lack of care for any of their narratives tells me no, they would have done a horrible job with this. And they were probably smart to not, it's not even about not kicking the hornet's nest. That's a whole other conversation. It's just like, I don't think they're up for it. There's only certain teams that I think could handle writing something that's time sensitive like this. Because even when I think you are, you know, Cog and I, we've talked about, say, Mafia 3, where you do it in a way that we consider is like well done. Like it's authentic. It's like, damn, they really went there. That was powerful. But when you go there, even then, like I did a retrospective on Mafia 3 and I talked about that a little bit. And some of the comments were just like, yeah, like I agree. Like some of it's good, but then they start to lean into that element, that expletive a little too much because it makes people instantly evil, which makes sense. But in entertainment, like, I look at Sinners as an example of they give it more, right? They give it beyond that. Like they make the story more personal. I don't think Ubisoft's capable of that. So that's why I'm like, yeah, I don't want them to cancel these types of things, especially in response to like backlash. But I also get if you assessed your talent level and like how you've executed things in the past that weren't controversial and how that turned out, that you'd be like, dude, like we can't do this, you know? So it's a shame. It's a shame, but
it's also crazy. Like they always go for the most inflammatory political setting possible. And then they'll put it in a game, like, you know, a 100-hour open world game.
Yeah.
And it's like where you really need that finely crafted narrative aspect
That's such
to
a good
it.
point. Yeah.
Where, you know, you can script and have great set pieces and X, Y, and Z. You do all that, and then you got to fill out the rest. So then you got like 100 people writing a bunch of dialogue. And then, you know, it doesn't matter. Just human nature, like it doesn't matter the breadth of what you're working on topic wise. If you have to repeatedly do something over and over again, it could be the most like sacrosanct thing in the entire world. But then you're just going to like get into that, you know, flow state where you're just like, oh, I get to write another racist dialogue piece. And then like, it's just going to keep going and going and going. And then it's diluted of quality. I feel like you just got to lock in, like have your team that did the Lost Crown handle this game and make it like a small, poignant, narrative driven, heavy, tight gameplay, like no fat on the bone type deal.
That's a really good point about the open world affecting it, because that's what people brought up in Mafia 3. They're like, you just hear the open world barks and you hear the certain expletives and you hear the certain phrases that when you first heard them in the first like 10 to 15 hours, you're like, damn, holy shit, bro. Like they really went in. And then you get to like hour 30, 40 and you're like, you know? So what do you think?
Yeah, just the artistry, right? Because that's where, I don't say open world, you can't have artistry, but it's just the way they tend to make their open world games are very formulaic.
Like Sucker Punch could handle it.
Right. You know what I'm saying? There's because like when I play that, when I get into like Yotei screams culture, it screams research, it screams a lot of care, right? And I worry about, like I said, unfortunately, with Ubisoft, they just don't, I would have give you that. They just don't seem equipped. And as much as certain things about Shadows I like, there were things that were just egregious from a research standpoint that even me and you, Maddie, was like, yo, what are they doing? So again, is it a situation you try to catch the wave of an inflammatory thing and get shock value? But it showed Shadows, I think, scared them. They on some level, because I think they had a bigger like view of what they expected. If in my opinion, they thought they had something, and then obviously all the controversies and stuff that came behind it. So yeah, I see what Jimmy's saying. Jimmy, you're right. I just feel that they know that type of game, which is maybe smaller narrative based.
Yeah,
like, doesn't fit what the money that they try to make, you know what I'm saying, kind of thing. And I think that's why they tend to shy away from that kind of stuff. And now just we're in blockbuster mode only energy, you know, kind of thing. So I get what you say. It's a good point.
Yeah, I feel like, man, that's such a tough concept to make a blockbuster. Like, you know, Sinners is great. Yeah, everyone loves it. I didn't love Sinners. I'll be the guy who says it. Baby's first horror movie didn't do it for me, but like the film quality, the setting, the location, the set pieces, all awesome. Soundtrack.
King agrees with you 100%. He's like, it.
Oh yeah, he answered me on Twitter. I was like, nice.
Oh, bro, he loved what you said, because he's like he's been fighting against the uphill, because he's just like, look, I'm not saying the movie's bad. I'm just saying as a horror movie, I'm not. Yeah. He's like, I'm not there. It's not there. But everything else is cool.
I think that's what I said. I don't remember, but
he was lockstep with you on that, because his comics boys was coming at him. he stood on his square with that one.
I just feel like you're navigating a minefield from so many different angles. You got to have everybody on board.
Yes.
Careful. Paying attention.
Yeah.
Can't have the Tory gate again.
Oh. Yeah. That was really bad. So that's what's going on with Assassin's Creed. I get why the franchise lead is out. Not a good sign, but makes sense with all the different changing pieces and cancellations. All right, gentlemen, let's look at Nintendo. let's code switch a little bit here. There was a new Terra leak. Did you guys catch this? It was massive leak. So there was a data breach last year for Game Freak. And this is another one now that gives you like the roadmap of Pokemon up until like 2030. Just on the day that Pokemon Legends EA is about to launch. The too long didn't read is that Gen 10 is next year. I believe I read online somewhere that Gen 10's like Wind and Waves are the two. There is a Pokemon MMO project that's multiple regions that you'll be able to play online with your friends. Gen 11 will be 2030. There will be a new Legends game in 2027. I think it's Galar. Like that's the region that they're focusing on. And there's, by the way, I'll leave this to the punching up crew because we're already deep in the show, but there's so much from like rumors of people reading like there's memos, emails. There's so much shit that is leaked. Like one of them was saying that like Matsuda, who is like the director of many of the popular Pokemon games, was like banned, in quote, from directing games because of like internal back and forth. Yeah, like it was like, you know, a particular style of game development that just wasn't working out anymore. And so he was like no longer allowed to direct these games. So yeah, you got the whole Pokemon roadmap right now. With that, a lot of screenshots leaked as well. Concepts leaked as well. You can see in one of the next ones that they're doing, you know, the foliage is a lot more dense. Like they're clearly using maybe the power of the Switch 2, but it still looks kind of like shit, bro. Like, I don't know. It's kind of unbelievable. They actually had the budgets leak for some of the recent Pokemon games. And if you pay attention to the video game development environment, the how low these numbers are will shock you. The leaked budgets are Pokemon Legends EA, the one that's coming out today, is $13 million. That's how much it cost them to make that.
Ooh,
and
Gen 10. You can tell.
Yeah. and Gen 10 is $20 million, right? So think of how many copies these games sell, right?
Jesus.
Let's use that $30 to $20 million range for a second here. And think about your full price games, by the way. These aren't like little indie, like, oh, we're selling $30 pop. Full price, 60, now 70 with Legends EA dollar games that sell 30 plus million. Scarlet and Violet was broken. It was a disaster. It sold 30 plus million copies. Plus its DLC that we learned through this leak sold, I think, over 6 million copies. Like the attachment rate was insane for it. So Pokemon just sells, bro. It just sells. And the fact that they keep their budgets this low, the profit margins, that'd be so stupid. So stupid. I'm like, what are the people who are working on this exactly making? Because like they should be making a lot more. Like, I hope the bonus payouts are crazy if they're even doing that. But yeah, this Terra leak was fascinating because it not only gives you the roadmap, but it also lets you see like, wow, they're spending very little and it's the number one highest grossing IP on planet Earth. So Jimmy, kick it to you, sir. Your thoughts on this massive Pokemon leak and the money that's barely spent and the money that's made.
Yeah, it's great. Like, they're not being encouraged at all to finish the performance, add voice acting, like high quality, really evolve the formula at all. Like, I don't know. I waited so long to play Scarlet and Violet, and that was like, this will run okay on Switch too, and it runs great. And the tutorialization in the opening, like 6 or 7 hours of that game just ruined it for me. It's like,
really,
you can push the A button to advance, and it's like, but I walked to you. I did that already. Like, that's the level. I'm like barely joking. It'll be like, you can use a Pokeball to catch Pokemon. Like, after it taught you how to do that, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
they need to have. I've played Pokemon since the 90s mode. Especially when you see the breakdowns of demographics of people who play Nintendo games, like it's people our age.
Yeah.
So like, I get that you got to have, baby mode for babies, but like make adult mode for man babies. Like,
I like that.
It can't be that difficult, especially when you have no voice acting and it's all text based. Like, just to have a different script. That's like, I agree.
Yeah, it's funny. I was watching a Legends EA review because I was curious, like, just what people were saying about the game when it came out. Because Gene was texting me. He was like, "Bro, this shit's so fucking boring." I was like, "Oh, I'm curious what everyone else is saying." And I was watching one review, and the review was positive about the game, but they're like, "If there's one thing I have to complain about," they said it's the side quests. They were like, the side quests in this game are terrible, not because like I don't like that there's content here, but he's like, I was like 30 hours into the game and I was getting side quests about like, here's how you use an item in combat. And dude was like,
oh, no way.
Yeah, I was like, what? I got to see this for myself. I was like, there's no fucking way. But that adds up because, what I experienced with Scarlet and Violet, I did the same thing, Jimmy. I was like, all right, cool. Like, Switch 2, it's finally time. And I played it. I was like, honestly, I just found the update lazy too. I get it was free, but like, the game just looks so fucking terrible.
Bad. It runs really well now. But like, it should have ran this well on the Switch 1 based on how it looks.
Yeah.
And normally I'm not a graphics guy, as many of our listeners know, but it's distractingly bad. Like, I always remember, because you did the tutorial, Jimmy, so you'll know, there's this opening part of the game where they're like, look at the vast, beautiful world. And they show these like muddy textures on like terrain that I'm it's like 720p. I'm like, are they fucking high, dude? Like, what are you doing?
Too. They did that in Arceus, and it's like the mud swamp, and you're like,
and I'm like, you guys have you gotta be trolling at this point, right? Like, any marketing's good marketing. Like, that's the vibe I get from it. It's like, there's no way you actually put that in the game. I'm like, cut that scene. Like, we don't look that good.
I don't like the motorcycle guy either. I'm like, this is like,
the motorcycle. Well, because there's the motorcycle. I think I made the mistake because I got Scarlet. So I got the legendary that you ride on its back and it runs on all fours.
That's what I got.
I was so disappointed.
He has wheels, but he moves his legs.
That's what I hate. And I saw the Violet one. You actually ride the motorcycle. Like, the wheels work. And I'm like, bro, why is my dude running? It's like Sonic Riders, bro. Like, I'm running.
No, I looked at it. I was like, red is for guys, purple's for girls. Like, that's just, I got to buy the red one. Like, that's just what we're doing. And then, I get the freaking running guy. I don't know. It's like, I don't need that thing to be alive. You could just give me a bike like every other Pokemon game.
Yes, that too.
I don't like that thing is breathing. I don't know. It's weird. There's something off about that one. I used to love Pokemon. I played like every single one, and then I got to what was the one on the one that everyone hated on Switch because it didn't do enough?
Oh, Sword and Shield.
Sword and Shield.
Yeah,
I
that
beat
radicalized the shit out
I was
of me,
like,
bro.
I'm done. I'm closing the book. And then
Yeah.
people are like, the expansion's great. And I'm like, I don't care. I'm over it.
I don't know how people even touch the expansion. I genuinely think Sword and Shield is like one of the worst Pokemon games I've ever played. Like I think you cannot overcome, because people are like, well, if you go back to it now away from the noise, I'm like, no, you cannot get over the fact that this was like after Breath of the Wild, the first big Pokemon game on Switch, coming in late.
That with 60-hour games, dude. Like I'm not like, oh, I'm gonna go give it another shot after I beat it. Like,
yeah. Oh, you beat that one? Props to you. I couldn't do it. Yeah, like I found that open region, the wildlands that they did, I found that so disappointing. And then Scarlet and Violet was like a step in the right direction, but like the pop in too, like or just like you're running and like 5 steps from you, it's like, oh, there's a Pokemon suddenly appearing in front of you. Like, you know, until they take advantage of the Switch 2 hardware, which apparently Legends EA does do a decent job of. It doesn't look great, but like in the terms of just like things in the distance, not just like loading in magically before your eyes, but actually like maintaining the simulation, if you will. Apparently they do a better job of it, but like it's the only series where I'm like very hard on how it looks, because I like the fact that I could say, all right, Pokemon Company, triple your budgets for your games, and they would still make so much money, hundreds of millions of dollars. If I'm like, hey, instead of spending 13 million, what if you spent 39? And like they are like, that would barely put a dent in our profits. That's unfucking real to me.
Maybe take an extra 6 months.
Yeah. Like, you know, there's so many things that they could do with how much they make.
Go on Fiverr, get some voice acting.
Yeah. Fiverr. I saw a video online, and it was a guy who is voicing over like parts of Legends Arceus, and I was watching it, and like all these cutscenes are silent, as every Pokemon game is, but he voiced it over, and bro, the way it changes the scene, obviously, because we know how an actor's performance or actress's performance can bring a scene to life. The way though it made it instantly, like just this guy voicing it over, way more epic. I was like, holy fuck, man, this is crazy. And I don't know why, again, like that, especially depending on like the budget of your game with SAG-AFTRA, like the voice acting doesn't really lop on this crazy amount of budget. Even when you localize it, I mean, it's money, it's a lot of money, but it's comparatively speaking, not your whole budget. Where you could, if you're Pokemon, put on voice acting and not dramatically inflate what you do, but they keep those costs low, bro. I mean, they keep them really low. It's sad because I think the 2D era of Pokemon was really special. I think the 3D era has been like, they have not leveled up in the right ways. You know, they got the pass with the 3DS games because they were 3D with still like a 2D spirit.
I liked X and Y.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed X and Y. I didn't like Sun and Moon.
Oh, really? I love Sun and Moon. Yeah, that was like
I don't know.
Those are the last Pokemon games I did enjoy a lot because they felt different in a lot of ways. Well, they still felt Pokemon, but like they had the island challenges instead of the gym battles, and they're a little more open and free, and the music was just beautiful. So like, there's moments where Pokemon does hit. It's a little bit like Call of Duty for me, but it's so infrequent that when it misses, it's like, oh great, I got to wait like 4 years to see
for the next
one. You know, Legends though was really great. Arceus kicked ass, so I'm looking forward to ZA. But
did you like Brilliant Diamond and Pearl? I like those.
Not fully. I didn't like the art style. Like that was like, it looked better, but that was just like more of a choice, like the kind of chibi look to it. Yeah, it's the same with like the Let's Go games. I was like, I
wish they'd do more of those, because I'd buy all of those, like the like 16-bit but in 3D or whatever.
Oh, dude, like Octopath Traveler.
Yeah. The old Pokemon. So
like, they did Octopath Traveler for these games. I mean, they did say part of this leak was that it's so interesting to see like the self-admittance in these documents. They're like, future remakes need to be handled with more care. And I'm like, oh,
I like that verbiage.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, as in what exactly?
What was happening before?
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, I don't got too much to add to it. You guys are Pokemon guys, but I will say my perspective has updated since I was in Japan, because that Pokemon Cafe was fire. I ain't gonna hold you.
That's cool.
There's it was the children and the man babies. He was all in there, and I had my Gengar drink. It was Snorlax meal. I was living it. I'm not going front. I had so much fun in that thing. I came in there angry that Addict was wanting me to go to that thing. I'm like, oh man, I gotta go to this damn Pokemon thing. Oh my god, I ain't gonna hold you. You see my pictures, I was having the most fun.
Your pictures were, you were having a good time.
Yeah, the last thing I'll just say is that I know they get a lot of smoke, and I always give them smoke for not having modern sensibilities and not, running things with bad performance. I get it. They get all the smoke for that. But I have to say, like, we have to admit, Nintendo kind of, they won the war in the sense of keeping the budgets down.
They get away with a lot.
They get away with a lot, but as far as like being pure profitability, when you compare them now versus what like Xbox and PlayStation is doing, I have a newfound respect for just how much they are getting profit and maintaining a healthy business. Now that doesn't always bode well for the gamer.
Oh, dude, they're master bullies, bro.
Oh yeah. Straight bullies. Like they because they're making head over fist money. But yeah, just from a business standpoint, I get it. You just wish that they would just lighten up a little bit and just
they're like
some stable performance.
Every one of us in our lives knows of like the bully that picks on a kid too much, and then you see the stories where the kid like finally fights back, but he gets knocked the fuck out anyway, and then like he keeps getting bullied afterwards. That's like Nintendo with their audience. Like it's like you fight back. You're like, I'm standing up for myself, and they knock you out. They're like, get back in your place.
Get back in your place. You know you're gonna buy. You're gonna spend this $500. You're gonna pay this $80.
Yep.
And you're gonna shut up. And all that's nice. We're gonna drop a new Pokemon. You in or you out? All right, I'm in. That's what they do. But I will say I'm happy as an Xbox fan that they got some leaks though. Shout out to knowing their business. I like knowing their business. For the first time, it's not us. Someone else. We know the dirt. This one don't like that one. Yes, I need this type of energy.
And it's getting as much coverage. There you go. There we go. PlayStation, you're up next. All right. This next one's just a quick one. What's going on with the Switch 2 sales? According to Video Game Chronicles, Switch 2 is the best-selling console in the United States in the terms of the first 3 months of sale. Market research company Circana Senior Director Matt Piscatella posted findings from the company's August 2025 market data, including the news that Nintendo's new console had sold more in the first 3 months than any other console in the U.S. to date. Piscatella pointed out that the Switch 2 sold 2.4 million units in the first 3 months in the U.S., putting it 5% ahead of the previous record holder, which was the PlayStation 4. Quote, with 2.4 million units sold over the first 3 months in market, Nintendo Switch 2 is now 5% ahead of the record-setting pace of the PlayStation 4, which sold 2.2 million units during the first 3 months ending January 2014. He also pointed out that Switch 2 units are currently trending 77% ahead of the time-aligned sales of the Switch 1.
Wow.
The original Switch, or the continued Switch 2 sales led to a 32% increase in hardware spending for August 2025 compared to 2024, although year-on-year August sales have declined by double-digit percentages on PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and Switch 1, while the sales of Switch 2 have ensured that the overall hardware spend this year was notably higher. So, yeah, this thing's selling really well, bro. When you're in PS4 company, that's pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
So, just wanted to shout that one out. If you guys have any other thoughts on it, by all means.
Yeah, they're keeping it alive, brother. Like this is tremendous. The outpacing the base Nintendo Switch at this point was kind of surprising to me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I was like, wow, that trending 77% ahead. That I didn't expect that. You know, that's impressive.
Yeah.
You know, as much as I give them the slander, they got the formula, man, and it works.
What are they buying it for? Like, no, I genuinely want to know. Like,
I'm
what?
about to run out of here. What are they doing?
Like, or
I agree. I mean, Mario Kart, Donkey Kong, and without Pokemon. All right, but
like I bought one for my little short, and I was like, should I return it? And then I was like out of the window. But then I was like, oh, I've saved up a library of Switch games. But like you hear normal average gamers don't care about performance all that much, but yeah, maybe people were like noticing that they were playing a PowerPoint and then like wanted a game with motion graphics.
I'm telling you, Jimmy, we're the minority, man. I'm telling you.
I know.
We the dinosaurs. They running it, man. I've told you when I went to Japan, bro. I saw how much they dominate. Well, I never got off a flight, and it was a Nintendo airport welcome community at the airport. I'm like, they dominate everything.
Yeah, well,
like
that's Japan. Japan's like a relatively small population compared to U.S., Europe. I don't know anyone outside of Kelsey's, my wife's brother, who got a Switch 2, and that's weird. Because I know a lot of people who bought PS5s, right? Like immediately, like they were going for the scalper prices. So it's like, what I would love to actually know what is spurring this on, other than like, oh, I like the Switch. They have a Switch 2. I'm going to buy it.
Mhm.
But it shows that the 2 paid off instead of a U. So the Switch 2.
Or the Super Switch, yeah.
Yeah, Super Switch.
Mm-hmm. Well, gentlemen, a couple more. We'll talk about what we're playing. Avatar Legends, the fighting game, was revealed. And it's going to be an interesting year for fighting games next year between this, which looks pretty good. For those who are Avatar Last Airbender fans, we rarely get to eat like this, so this looks solid. But next year, you also have Invincible Versus, which looks fucking kick-ass. What else is coming next year? Marvel Tokon. There's one more I think I'm forgetting. But yeah, just a lot of great fighting games coming out. And for those who are Avatar Last Airbender fans, I think you should check this one out if you haven't seen it already. The animation, the character stuff looks quality. Somehow, I mean, I always scour Reddit gaming leaks and rumors before the show just to see if anything pops up. I have not read it, but apparently the full story for this game just completely leaked. Which,
oh, damn.
And it's like an original story. Like they're actually going for an original story with it. So I was very surprised by that, which is, it's unfortunate to see it did leak, if true. But yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and call this one out because it was a surprise Sunday afternoon reveal. But the game looks pretty solid. Cog, with your fighting game sensibilities, did this one catch your attention at all?
Yeah, I go front. Obviously, I'm not the anime guy, but this look good. The art style look fire. I'm watching this trailer. This looks really good. So yeah, I mean, I know I'm assuming fans are satiated. Fans are really happy about this because I don't really rock with it. But I'm like, damn, that's like amazing. I don't know anybody here, but it looks great.
What about you, Jimmy?
Not for me.
Okay, no problem.
On any metric, fighting game, Avatar.
No problem.
Wow.
I understand. Yeah, there's a nice little Avatar. Also, by the way, Avatar getting, I think this December, I want to say, getting a crossover in Magic the Gathering. So
they're just coming for you.
Yeah,
they're gonna take
kind of crazy. Yeah, I'm skipping out on that one because I was like, I can't do all these, bro. But they're doing a crossover for that. Obviously, there's the new movie next year, which a lot of people have kind of gone cold on because they replaced the actors from the original show with other actors. And so it's just like a lot of people are like, well, now the excitement for it's gone, but it's exciting as a movie idea because it's like after the Airbender storyline, like everyone's a little bit older. What did they do next after the story? But when they got rid of the original voice talent, everyone, and so that combined with the Netflix show that was live action that apparently was also pretty bad. And so Avatar's attempt to have a renaissance has been a little bit stagnated. One of the most popular videos that we did on Retro Rebound was that Avatar game that I forgot the fucking name of it. Avatar Way of the Something. It was a Game Mill game. And as everyone knows, Game Mill is like the modern LJN. They're fucking terrible.
They live up to their name.
Yes. They really do. They are like a Game Mill. They just churn shit out. It's really bad. They put out last month like Nicktoons Dice of Destiny. It's just like crappy Diablo mobile looking game that it has Nicktoons in it. It's just like the only game they've ever spared budget for has been Nick All-Star Brawl 2. It's the only time I've seen them splash. And it's because Nick All-Star Brawl 1 did a lot with a little. So Nickelodeon games still trapped under Game Mill, but this one does not have the Game Mill logo in sight, which is awesome to see. All right. This last one of the lowest profile or highest profile, depending on how you want to look at it, releases of the year. Mindseye had an update.
Whoa.
This is from IGN, who writes, after 250 job losses and disastrous management, Mindseye staff past and present unite in open call for better conditions as further layoffs are feared. More than 90 of the staff who worked on this year's blockbuster flop, Mindseye, have sent a searing open letter to the company's management for change after one of the worst video game launches of the decade. The letter states that between 250 and 300 staff have now lost their job, something which is squarely blamed on the decisions of the company's bosses. There's criticism, too, of the way layoffs were handled, with the suggestion that misinformation may have led to the wrongful dismissal of dozens of staff members. Today's letter, published through the UK development worker union IWGB, calls on the Mindseye developer to build the Rocket Boy, and specifically its founder, Leslie Benzies, and co-CEO, Mark Gerard, to apologize for the mistreatment of the staff and to provide proper compensation for laid-off employees, as well as improvements to layoff processes ahead of what sounds like some expected future redundancies. Quote, for years, you have expected employees to adapt to your every whim, with those in disagreement being shut down or cast aside, the letter reads. These layoffs happen because you repeatedly refuse to listen to your workforce's years of experience, resulting in one of the worst video game launches of this decade. Examples of issues faced due to management failures include radical changes to work practices with little explanation, confusion and distress for all staff as redundancies began, including various errors in the dismissal process, and 4 months of mandatory overtime ahead of Mindseye launch, for which staff said they have not been fully compensated for. These and many other issues, the letter continues, have caused pain and stress for your employees over the experience. Our experience at the company has been one of burnout, job insecurity, health issues, and the failure of a game that many of us put years of our lives into. So, yeah, not looking too hot for Mindseye. I had the displeasure of playing it. Gene Park had the worst displeasure of platinuming it, I believe, for whatever reason. I don't know. I still don't get why he did.
For whatever reason.
I still don't get why Gene. I was like, bro, what are you doing? Like, what are you? That's the only time I saw Gene spending his free time with something. I was like, I'm pocket watching. What are you doing, bro? I was like, why are we doing this?
Why are we doing this?
It was either platinuming it or Gene's listens to the show. Gene, you let me know if it was platinuming it or if it was beating it. Either way, bro, you're out of pocket for that one. But Gene put the time in. Don't say that man's bad at his job. He put the time in, put the work in. So what do we make of this, boys? Obviously, it was the disastrous launch. Now we're seeing there was mandatory overtime for 4 months, and the game launched in the state it did launch in, which was still horrendous. So any thoughts as what the end result is here? I'm surprised they're still in business. I kind of thought this was going to be it.
It's like asking for a raise when you're a waiter on the Titanic. Like, like just try your best to find a new job. I mean, like, how do they have any money left?
Yeah. Especially because no one's like buying the game. Like, oh, you know, it's not like a Cyberpunk, right? Where it's like, this game, we know there's still something here, right? I don't want to sugarcoat what was a disastrous launch, but we knew something was there. It sold like 8 million copies before it even get, like, I think CD Projekt Red's like investor relations put out a tweet. They were like 7 million copies sold before it even came out. So that game was like destined for success, but this one was like way more skeptical. And I just don't know. I mean, they've, to their credit, have continued to update it. I don't know if there's really any redeeming it, but they're trying at least. But Kyle, what are your thoughts on this?
Very, very unusual situation. Because again, like I thought they'd be out of here. Let's just be real. Like I didn't think we'd still be hearing from them after such a disastrous flop. And you know, like at least kudos to them for, you know, I mean, basically holding the bosses accountable and saying what you guys did, you know, that led, all your decisions led to this terrible launch, and then we're overworked and we're stressed. It's just that, I guess my thing is, what is this attempting to accomplish? Because I don't know. I can understand voice of displeasure with the. I'm trying to figure out what the end game is. What's the goal? You know what I'm saying, kind of thing. Because like Jimmy said, like you would think that they're gone, they're out of here. I hope they land on their feet. I hope they can get moved to other projects or something like that. But this generally doesn't bode well when you have a flop of this nature. So, you know, salute to all the people on the team. Obviously, I hate devs, you know, losing their jobs and people put their life on the line for. It reminds me of, again, another my favorite game, Destiny, when people were upset. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, you know, people having car collections and doing all type of foolish decisions, and you know, the people who actually blood, sweat, and tears on the ground that's trying to save the game and make the decisions that's best for community are being ignored. That's one of my pet peeves. So salute to them. Hopefully they can, you know, get on the feet. But I would be surprised that they would still even have a home at that studio.
Yeah, so agreed. Yeah. All right, gentlemen. Let's move into what games we're playing. I have very little to say this week, so I'll just get myself out of the way. I'm reviewing The Outer Worlds 2 under embargo, so can't talk about that. Ninja Gaiden 4 is done, but we're under embargo for that one. Both of these you can look out for if the timing works out well. Let me check, because we're allowed to talk about both the embargo dates. Yes, we'll talk about both next week, actually.
Yes.
So we'll get on both of them. And then there's another game I'm reviewing. Really, it's going to be Impressions, but that's under embargo as well. So if I looked sleepy this whole time, it's because I've been burning the midnight candle, reviewing a lot of shit, man. It's been I don't want to say what time. It's been a time. I can't say what time it is. It's been a time. So yeah, I've been playing a lot of stuff. So I just want to get myself out of the way. Jimmy, we brought you on obviously to talk about the Xbox Ally and your experience thus far with it. So I'd love to hear from you on just like what you've been playing and obviously like how that device has been for you.
Well, I've had it for around a week, and I'm glad that if you bought it today, right? Like you went to the store and bought it. I'm glad that even though everyone was complaining that it gives you the Windows setup, but like it still runs Windows. Like
yeah.
I'm fine with it installing the Xbox full screen experience right out of the gate. I think that's good. My big thing, my whole approach was I cared less about the performance of the device because there are other Z2 Extreme devices out there, and like every metric shows that it's a very minor bump, right? Like you might get a little better battery life and like 2 to 3 FPS gain. That's cool. But like I was really interested in full screen experience because that was made very quickly, and it was all kind of spurred on by the Legion Go S debacle where, you know, they put out 2 of the exact same handheld. One ran Windows, one ran SteamOS, and we got it in plain daylight how much more performant SteamOS is. And I think for how quickly this came together, they did a good job. I like that it like the whole operating system is navigatable by a controller. There are instances where you have to use the touch screen, which is a bummer, but like you kind of sometimes, I'd say it's not equal, but you sometimes can get away with the touchscreen on the Steam Deck. Like you'd prefer to not use it, but then sometimes you're just like, screw it, I'm touching the screen.
Yeah.
The biggest sticking point for me is the performance monitoring. I was hoping this would be a real competitor to SteamOS, where like on the Steam Deck, you hit the Steam button, you get home, library, store, media, downloads, it's all right there. You hit the 3 dots button, the quick access menu button, you've got all of your performance things right there. It's all unified with SteamOS. You have performance monitoring within the Xbox app. It's in the game bar. You can't pin it to the screen. So if you want to see your frame time, you have to use Asus's built-in tool, which is terrible. It like even their frame limiter, it's not even a frame limiter. You put in 30 FPS and it'll give you 27 to 32 FPS within that range. And they're like, well, it's a VRR screen. And it's like, the A, 30 FPS is below the VRR window, and B, how do you like give me a better option than a window? Like I want a frame limiter that's on par with SteamOS. And then using Armory Crate in addition to the Xbox app, it's 2 conflicting art styles. You'd think that like if Xbox wants this to be the platform for the future, knowing that they are going to have third-party devices from Asus, from Lenovo, the first thing you'd want to get handled is being able to control your PC's performance from within that flavor of the operating system instead of leaving it up to Lenovo or leaving it up to Asus. So that disappointed me. But like from a bug standpoint, it works fine. Like I can launch games. Steam kind of gets in the way if you're not in the full screen experience. Like if you're just running the Xbox app and using the controller to navigate Windows, the Xbox button gets overridden by Steam. And I've seen people saying like Steam should take that functionality out. And it's like, no, they've had 10 years of building on this, and they've been totally left in their own corner of Windows, kind of fixing all these problems. And then Microsoft decides 3 months ago they want to have an Xbox button on Windows that controls the operating system. Microsoft, it's their job to work around that at that point. Like you can't come in 10 years late and, you know, shake things up and then complain about it. So that's where I disagree with a lot of the reviews. Game performance wise, I didn't notice, you know, a big difference between using full screen experience with the full restart or just flipping into it from the desktop, because the Windows screen recorder does not allow you to record the frame overlay monitor or any operating system stuff. So what I did is I put it in a desktop mode. I installed OBS. I started running a recording of the screen and then did the quick switch into full screen mode, and it like Forza Horizon and the Crew Motorfest performed exactly the same. So like killing the taskbar probably gives you a couple of gigs of RAM back or whatever, but it's not going to be super noticeable. So I just want Xbox to like kind of get the source code to Windows and then rebuild it as like a different flavor that's shipped for gaming line hardware. Like anything that has the Xbox name gets the gaming version of Windows, and anything that's for productivity gets the Windows version of Windows. Because like I'm getting OneDrive pop-ups, I'm getting Teams installed on this thing. Like I don't need that. That should have been removed. So like there needs to be like I like that they're working together for once, but I also want Xbox to be able to actually do what it should be doing if they are going to work on Windows together. So yeah, and like from a hardware perspective, best the Ally's ever been, I think. Right? Like we have the same screen, which is a good screen. The controls still feel really good. The vibration in the triggers feels cool. The grips are cool. It's a lot thicker and I think heavier than the ROG Ally X. But like,
I don't got those nice little ergonomic grips you got.
yeah. So like, if I didn't have the YouTube channel where I wanted to make a video about it and I wasn't offered one, I would have just like, I think still the better option, knowing how minimal the performance upgrade is, go find an open box ROG Ally X. I think the ergonomics are cool, but I don't think they're worth $500 because you can get used or open box ROG Ally X's for around $450, $500, and you're getting basically the same performance, the same screen, same battery life. You're going to get the operating system at some point. You can install it right now.
OS came today.
Actually. Yeah, on the regular.
Yeah, on the regular. I noticed. I was like, oh, I got the, pretty much the joint today. Today, I was like,
oh, like you have it. Like, yeah. And that thing's great. I really liked that thing, but
because now, like, we never used to have that like game bar functionality when you press, like, it's mimicking.
That does look like the Xbox One.
Yeah. It's mimicking.
Yeah, now it's opening Steam.
Now it's opening Steam, which I didn't want to do. But sorry about that.
And I wish you could import your own apps to the Xbox app. Like it gives you the tray, right? With like Steam, Battle.net, Epic Game Store. When I installed OBS, like if I was on my Steam Deck, I could just add it to Steam. And then when I'm in game mode, I can launch it. I can add any app I want to Steam. But there's a whole app section that has no app store and has no like ability to add apps to it. It's just like whatever Microsoft wants you to see. But it's cool that Steam is already installed.
Yes.
But like Epic Game Store and Ubisoft, you have to install yourself.
Interesting. Little sign of the future, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that caught me off guard when we were talking about it a little bit, Jimmy. Because I remember you mentioning that to me, and I was like, "Oh, interesting!" Like about the UI being available for other devices now because they caved on that. Because I remember Cog and I saying like, "Oh, they're trying to use this as like a selling point. Like you're only going to get that type of UI and that experience, that unified Windows approach on the Xbox Ally, at least for a time." But the fact that it's here day and date makes you wonder how many people actually bought this thing.
When you're on the app. In the top right corner, does it say switch to full screen mode?
As far as you talking about the Armory crate, or are you talking about
the Xbox app?
All right, so I'm in like the Xbox app. Hold on a second.
Is there like a toggle?
I don't see a toggle.
Yeah, so like the app is cool. The app upgrade's cool. It'll work like that on PC, but the Xbox full screen experience is a full restart that goes full screen, and then the app switching works really well. Like when you hold the Xbox button, it like lets you switch between the apps. So it's like almost there. It's just like everything I come back to is like they did not need a hardware revision this fast for the ROG Ally after the ROG Ally X, and this would have benefited from another year when it's a fully featured thing. Like right now, it feels like here's what you get now, but it's going to be great later, and like I just like
that was
for the price they're charging. I feel like you just keep the original ROG Ally X, advertise it as getting an Xbox OS upgrade, and then drop the price of it. That's where you're competing with the Steam Deck, because the Steam Deck was just on sale for $300, and you get a much nicer operating system experience. And then you can't use Game Pass, you can't play Battlefield 6, but like
don't have native games.
So like it's cool if you are a Game Pass user, like. The new Xbox full screen thing is good for you, bar none, right? Like it's a better experience. But like if you're someone who's like, I could buy a Steam Deck or I could invest in the Windows side, I think Steam Deck is still a much safer investment.
So I had a question, Jimmy. The first was about this UI, this OS. The way you're describing it to me sounds like, we're getting a peek at the future. It's not really all the way there. Xbox already started talking, as I'm sure you saw, like pre-launch, kind of like this level of, with like the AI upgrades and everything, like this thing's going to progressively get better. It's great out of the box. It's going to improve more. So what, I guess, do you look at that you see in, right now, as we'll talk about with our news stories in a few, 2027 is like the next gen year. Okay. What do you see them trying to upgrade by that point in time with this, UI, this interface, or the performance? Is there anything you think they could target in the meantime to make it a better system to you?
They need to figure out how to make this full screen experience allow you to do everything without ever seeing the Windows 11 desktop. Because if you buy a Steam Deck right now, you can do everything on that device from starting it up, doing the 5-second update instead of literally 4 to 5 hours of Windows updates that I had to do. You could get away with not even knowing the Steam Deck had a desktop. But there's no way around the fact that on the Xbox ROG Ally, you will at some point have to interact with the Windows desktop. And if Armory Crate doesn't know to switch into desktop control mode, then you're using the touchscreen, or you're like going to have to plug in a keyboard and mouse. It's just like they need to unify the controls of the operating system and the performance and the frame limiting and like all that stuff that you get on the Steam Deck into the Xbox app, and not leave it up to Asus or Lenovo to figure out for them. Like they need to fully invest into it and not cut corners like they did here. Like it just feels so like for Microsoft to allow Asus to handle all of the performance monitoring on this thing feels kind of budget. Like I don't like that. And like not to like denigrate against what Asus has built with Armory Crate. Like it's fine, but it's not it's an Asus device. It's not an Xbox device. You know, like the Legion Go is going to be a totally different experience, which is crazy because they run the same chip, blah, blah, blah. And like, if you're trying to get people to switch over from the Xbox console, you got to remove all of the speed bumps because like that stuff's hard to learn. I think for the average person.
Yeah, sorry, I agree. No, I see what you're saying in that respect, because it still feels like they're transitionary. They've improved considerably, but they're still what you said is key in reference to like when you play a Steam Deck, you don't know that Linux background is there. Like you don't have to deal with that. It's every option is within that OS, and that's what runs smooth. And I think to your point, in reference to like this is my opinion. I feel like when they saw what the Steam OS was doing, and they were like, "Yeah, we're not ready yet," kind of thing, and thus we are going to now let Asus handle this, what they've been doing so far, take our learnings from that. To me, this is still a learning device and the first iteration of something that hopefully gets better. But yeah, you're making valid points as far as what you said in terms of full functionality from an OS where you don't even see it. You don't have to, even for a second, go to a Windows desktop. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. I think, they've improved, but they're not 100% there yet. I agree.
Like you have to run 3 different apps of updates on this thing. Like if Windows gets an update, you have to go to settings, Windows update. If the Xbox app gets an update, there will be a banner at the top of the Xbox app that says click here to update the app. And then if Armory Crate gets an update or any of the firmware, you do that through Armory Crate. So you've got to then monitor 3 different apps to make sure your device is up to date. That's crazy. In SteamOS, you go to Steam, settings, apply update 5-minute process. It does the AMD drivers. It does all the Steam client upgrades. It does the Steam Deck upgrades. You never have to go to the desktop. Like that's like all those pain points are going to, like, they're basically putting it on you guys, the Xbox creators, to like be a tutorial teacher for your Xbox community to be like, it's not that bad. Like you just have to learn all this stuff. And like, there's no website for the full screen experience with the tutorial. That's like Steam has a website that shows you shortcuts, X, Y, and Z. Like they're just throwing it out there and saying like, we hope people adopt it. And I think that's crazy because like it builds goodwill too. If you make it simple and easy for people to get a better experience out of Game Pass. And like the timing on everything's weird too, with like the Game Pass price increase. You'd think you'd save that for after you're launching $1,000 device that's supposed to be the cream of the crop PC handheld, Yeah. It's just like weird. And I think they would have gained a lot of goodwill where if they came out and said, instead of tying it to a new piece of hardware, being like, we're Xbox, we're making the operating system that's going to run well on no matter what PC handheld you install it on. It's a free upgrade. Go get it now on your desktop PC, your laptop, your ROG Ally, Ally X, your Legion Go S. Like you are now an Xbox gamer. Like that feeds into their this is an Xbox thing a lot better than we made a brand new operating system that's for gaming. Pay us $1,000 for it. Or pay Asus $1,000 for it.
Yeah.
Also, they marketed the last two Asus ROG devices as pseudo Xbox handhelds, and they're like, "You'll get it in January." It's like, be there for the people who supported you from the start, man. Like, ROG Ally had a like kind of uphill battle at the launch, and it's still, I think, the best Steam Deck competitor.
I would agree. I would definitely agree. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I think your points are valid. I think it comes down to them not. In fairness, this is still not a dedicated Xbox
Right.
handheld. This is an Asus device with Xbox flavoring and some Xbox sensibilities, right? But to your point, I think it's one of those things where it's like, this is the transitionary step before they get to where they get. And we may see firmware update, OS update, whatever, right? And then that's when the gap is bridged. But for the very beginning, from an OS standpoint, yeah, it's improved, but it ain't stay that. It definitely not that.
And
but
you can see like that it works. That's the kind of frustrating thing. Like if they just gave it a little more time and made it an operating system upgrade, it came out strong and like said, this is the gaming Windows. Like
that's why, in my opinion, they didn't throw their name behind it and make the dedicated one. This is still the learning process.
Oh,
to me, it's just like ultimately when you get past the messing around, right? It's like the playing of video games, though. Oh, I thought the performance was great. Now, granted, I'm coming from an Ally X standpoint where
you have good performance,
right? Which I have good performance. So it's going to be minimal for someone like me, but for someone brand new, when it's like, okay, you're going to play this game versus playing this game anywhere, the playing of games is amazing to me. I was just like, wow, this is really impressive.
Yeah, the controls are great.
And the control is great. The ergonomic features are great. It feels great in the hand. And I think that's what they're hoping, that people will, not look at what stuff as much, even though that's a core part of the system, and say, hey, well, it plays the games great, kind of thing. They still got learnings, man. They still got a little while.
It kind of makes me nervous, the optimized for ROG Ally thing, or optimized for Xbox handhelds, because the Doom settings they were using at preview events were upscaling from like 540p and using frame generation, which I don't want any device banking on frame generation for decent performance. That's scary.
What was the strobe light out of the box, right? Me and Cog talk about how our ROG allies, when we first got them, were waking us up in the middle of the night because you just see the laser light show happening in your room. Did you have to turn that off on this one?
No, when it goes to sleep, it turns it off.
Nice. Yeah. That's great to hear. I'm glad they got it figured out.
With the lights, with the club?
No.
Like the club popping off with the jersey, like the lights.
Oh, you keep yours on. Interesting. I thought that affected the battery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Legion Go S. This one, they did a good job with this, but I think both the Xbox ROG Ally X and the regular ROG Ally X, they feel a little more premium than what Lenovo's got.
What do you talked a bit about battery life? That was a big one for me. I love my Steam Deck OLED because I feel like I can get a lot of mileage out of it when I play it. Like I feel like I can get up to 5 hours with some games, like really depending on what you're playing. But I mean, I love that device so much, and I know the Ally, as it always has been, its kind of selling point is like, well, you're going to get less battery life, but the shit's going to look really good. Like the screen's amazing, the performance usually kicks ass. What was your battery life like compared to other handhelds that you mess around with?
If you're playing in turbo, you're going to get like 2 hours, I would say, which is, I think, fine. Like if you're on a plane, most of them have outlets now you can plug in and get even more wattage in turbo mode. If you're in 17 watt mode, you'll get like 2 to 3 hours. So like I'd say on par with the Steam Deck OLED. It's never really been a problem for me because like I know that if I'm in a long extended playing session, I'm usually going to plug it in, right? Like I do that on the deck. I do that on this thing, the Legion Go. So at 17 watts, you're going to want to be at like 720p if you want higher frame rates, which will increase battery life. I still think it's weird that they're using 1080p panels. Like if they were, like, especially considering the white one has literally the Steam Deck's chip in it, just renamed. Asking that I saw Tom Warren tweeted a video that out of the box, that one defaults to 720p. which is smart because that's like where it's meant to be. But like if you're going to default it to 720, why use a 1080p panel instead of an 800p or 720?
Got it.
Then you can reduce the cost. If you want a good 1080p 30 FPS machine, I think that's where it comes into play. But if you want higher than that, you're just going to have to wait longer.
Okay.
For a better chip.
Got you. What were some of the games that you played around on it with?
The Crew Motorfest, which is underrated festival racer. Tried Dying Light the Beast. That was pretty good. Forza Horizon 5. That is like the showcase of these handhelds. It's just like gorgeous. 1080p with medium ray tracing. That's crazy that it gets locked 60. I downloaded one more. Oh, the Crew 2 ran pretty well.
2 Crew games.
That is racing games in. I like that.
Well, those, because like those are great for Windows because the Crew Motorfest works on Steam Deck now, but it didn't for a long time, and the Crew 2 still doesn't. I didn't try Call of Duty. I tried a little Battlefield. Battlefield's good if you can handle playing at like
smaller screen
40 50 FPS. If you're like pretty competitive, like losing the 10 frames doesn't hurt, then I think it's solid. Like you have to drop it to low, but that game looks good on low. Call of Duty on the last ROG Ally X was great. I played a ton of Modern Warfare 3 multiplayer on it in Warzone and got like 60 FPS even at 1080p. So like if you're in the Game Pass ecosystem, I don't think there's going to be much you can throw at this thing that you're not at least going to be able to do like 1080p, low, medium, 30 FPS lock.
Did you run any other, I know you're Steam guy, but do you like run any other multiple storefronts? Like did you try any Epic Games?
I don't use Epic Games.
Got it. Yeah,
same.
I guess I tried Ubisoft because their launcher, even through Steam, you have to install their launcher for the Crew. That worked fine.
Okay.
Offline mode's going to break anything with Ubisoft, though.
Yes, everything with them is on. Oh my God.
And EA.
Yes. Now let me ask you this, because this was a point in our review that I was asking King. One of my biggest critiques for them is the way they handle offline mode that are from the Xbox app per se.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of experience with that. How does that?
Yeah, so this is my major frustration.
I guess the whole walkthrough. This man helped eat Death Stranding one on a vacation.
That you already know. I got you. But like I'm trying to signal boost this because this is a major pain point. Like with Steam, as long as I've launched a game one time in the history of me owning it, Steam is intelligent enough to say, hey, you're in airplane mode. You are offline. Do you want to play it and jump into offline and go straight to, provided that game is not an online only kind of a game.
Right, if you ran the installer.
If you ran the installer one time on Steam, that's it. With Xbox in the past, if the Xbox app was not open when you were online, I'm assuming to get some form of a handshake, right? This is past allies. It would not launch. Like nothing's more frustrating than basically taking your ally from home, jumping on a plane. You didn't power it up once. You power it up on a plane, and it don't launch when you on that plane for 6 hours. Bro, you gonna fight somebody, right?
So if you bought a game versus playing it through Game Pass, is it any different, or is it
now native? What I've noticed is, again, I gotta go put through thorough testing because what I asked King one time, hey, take it offline, and I want to see if you can launch, a specific game. And he was struggling with some of the Xbox app games to launch them versus the Steam counterpart, which would launch them in offload. Now I saw in the Xbox marketing, they are saying, hey, offline is a thing. So I just need to know if you tested it or you got to check. I want more confirmation.
I saw people complaining about it, but I didn't have any experience.
Right. Because in the past, there would be two things you had to do. You'd have to go into the Xbox app, go to settings and say, hey, put it in offline, allow me to play offline games. And then you'd have to go to the Windows Store and say, hey, this device is my offline device and I'm allowed one of those.
Dude, it's crazy how good Steam is about that, because like you could buy a game, install it, play it, refund it on Steam, and as long as you keep your Steam Deck offline, you'll still be able to play that game until you go back online again.
Yeah,
which I've seen people do, and they'll ban you if you do it too many times, I'm sure. But like, I've seen people do that.
Yeah, so my workaround would be
Sounds like the Bradley Ellis special for Steam, by the way. I just want to throw out that.
Oh, bro, Steam
this guy had to have exploited that too, right? A little highway robbery.
Oh yeah, you know Brad.
Yeah, he's snatching games from everyone.
Brad Hustler, you know how you do it. Yeah, so my workaround just to ensure that I didn't have any issue would I'd fire up the Ally, launch the Xbox app, and then, I wouldn't even have to launch the executable sometimes. Just launch the Xbox app one time, put it in hibernate, and then I'm good for the day once I get to the play. That's what was my workaround.
Oh, and that was weird that when the Ally came out, I remember this was a big problem where it went into hibernate mode, or when in sleep mode was bad, so people would tell it to hibernate instead.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I'm a hibernate guy. Hey, don't put sleep. Hibernate and you good. You jump out of hibernate, you go right back to where you go, and you can continue your offline situation or the Xbox game.
And another thing they got to work on is the save syncing with the Xbox app. It's so slow.
Oh, it still is.
And
God,
it bugged out on me with Forza Horizon 4. Ooh. Like it sat there for 5 minutes and it canceled, and I was like, what? So I relaunched the game. I was like, if I lost like 500 hours worth of shit in this game, I'm gonna be so mad. And then it worked, but it was slow. Okay. It was slow. Steam, if you quit a game and it starts downloading stuff in the background, it'll force everything to the bottom to get that save into the cloud. So that if you're on your PC in 5 minutes, that save will be there. And like the Steam will know. It'll force download that save for you.
Right. Now, one thing a quick question. One thing that I did notice too that King tell me if this still applies is that like with the original Ally, going back and forth between games was a little not clunky. It wasn't clunky if you were within the same app or storefront, but if you went to another one, it not necessarily like now it's like telling you almost like a built-in task manager. Hey, this is open. You want to close it? Are you seeing these prompts kind of thing?
Yeah, you see the prompts, and also the app switcher is fast. It's so fast. You know, like when you're on a Windows computer and like you want to get into a Discord call while like Destiny is running and you hit the Windows and it like freaks the fuck out. It doesn't do that on the Ally. Like you hold the Xbox button, you can flip really fast between apps and it's instant. Like
nice.
It feels more like an Xbox. I shouted that out in my videos. Like that is impressive. Like it's a little bit quicker than the Steam Deck does it.
Nice. There we go.
So like I think that's where the Z2 Extreme kind of comes into play.
Kind of kicks in. Yeah.
Like I'd love to see it on the white one because I'd imagine it'd be a little bit slower.
Yeah, that's memory.
It's like it's almost a lot of people are making it seem like it's way worse than it is. Like I don't know if I got lucky, but I didn't have any major bugs with it other than I tried to use the Windows Game Bar recording and then it just didn't work. It like wouldn't start, and then it like shut down and reopened the game bar, and then it was fine. But I don't really consider that like that's just like a PC blip, like an Xbox console can do the same thing. So like I didn't really have many bugs with it, but I'm also like when I've gone through so many handhelds and computers, I'm like I know exactly what to do. Right, like
super knowledgeable. That's what I'm saying. Like
update Armory Crate, update
power user,
update Windows. And then I got stuck on how do I get the full screen experience? And then they're like, get this KB 50-digit update. Like, what the fuck? So then I go into the Windows Update and it's like 0.1 font blue text. Like, click here to get the preview upgrade. I was like, this better not do this when people buy this thing. And then
that's a fact.
So I was like going through everyone's videos this morning. I'm like, oh, okay. The store-bought ones know how to open up into Windows full screen experience. That's Xbox full screen experience.
Okay, we're getting there. We got some growing pains, but we're getting there. We almost there.
It's funny. It feels like they want the Xbox. They want everything that comes along with it being called the Xbox ROG Ally. But if anything goes wrong, they want to be able to blame Asus for it. It's like
dudes working on it.
But I love PC handhelds. It's just the biggest bummer is unless it's the Steam Deck, they price themselves out of growth. I think. Like they're so luxury at this point. Like the Legion Go 2 costs $1,300.
Bro.
That's insane. They're like, well, people ask for an OLED screen, and it's like, I'm sure if you told them it would be cheaper without the OLED screen by a couple $100, they'd be like, okay, you guys can use LCD.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it's the OLED with one because one thing I do like on this screen is it's the 120 hertz.
Yeah,
I love that. Now, is it 120 with them too as well with the OLED?
With the Legion Go 2, I don't know. I didn't get one of those.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah, I would assume so, probably too.
Right on. Well, Jimmy, we appreciate the thoughts, dude. Is there anything else you want to talk about with the handheld, or do you want to talk about just the games you've been playing lately?
Oh, I don't know. I just am curious if have you guys like gotten responses from people? Like, I saw it sold out immediately, but then it showed up on eBay quick. So like, are people like excited or like?
It's hard to say if anything's exciting in Xbox land right now. I think for those, okay, I'll look at it this way. In all seriousness, I think where we're at right now is like, okay, they're still transitioning hard into a new direction where, we'll get into the Moore's Law is Dead leaks about what Project Magnus is. And it's like, this feels like step one into, instead of like step one into the business and multi-platform, this is step one into like, okay, what is the future of Xbox? Like, what is that UI? What is that experience? What are they targeting? Because we know that they delayed their official handheld for this little experiment.
Right.
At least that's how they're wording it, right? Originally, the dedicated handheld was apparently sometime closer, but SteamOS scared the shit out of them. So I wouldn't say it's excitement. It did sell out, but I think there's just a lot of like you and I and COG, like PC handheld enthusiasts or just handheld enthusiasts in general who buy these things. I think with this one, though, it's just a lot of like, okay, we're still trying to figure out where the hell Xbox is going because they seem to be here to stay. So what are they doing? It's like, what are they doing to make their platform competitive if they're not doing exclusives? So that's where I think the interest in this one picks up. But as you and I were talking about earlier, it seems like nobody's videos on the handheld are doing well at all. So
no,
so I'm like, I don't know if interest is super high.
Yeah. And this happened with the first ROG Ally where like it kind of got astroturfed by like games media, right? On Twitter, everyone's like, this is a game changer. And then you make the video and like, no one cares.
Yeah.
So, like,
yeah.
So
yeah,
I don't know.
I remember
it's cool. It is cool. I just like, I'm kind of cheap. So like if I was like, save my money up for a handheld and I saw the state that this thing was in, like performance wise and X, Y, and Z, I'd buy the last ROG Ally X open box.
Yeah.
You're going to get the update.
Yeah.
You get basically the same performance and a lot of the same hardware.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right when it turned into less of an Xbox and more of a PC handheld, not that that's a bad thing, it's a strong PC handheld, but when it was less of an Xbox based on like what was being marketed, that's when COG knows I was kind of like,
Yeah, that's when you kind of cooled.
Yeah, I was like, I went from like, okay, cool, like I'm excited to see what this is to like, well, I'm not spending $1,000 to buy some UI. And again, kudos to Xbox, they did send me one, so I will be checking it out. But as I've said many times before, I would not have spent my own money on it. Like, right. If anything, now that you guys told me the update was available for free, I would have just updated my old ROG Ally and just seen how that went. But definitely the form factor felt really good in my like.
Yeah, those grips are awesome.
Those grips are amazing. Yeah. My thing is just right now the playing of games. It's still good, but it's a tough. It's still it's a big price to ask someone to commit, right? And Jimmy's making good points as far as especially me coming from an Ally X. If you came from that, your returns. But if you came from like base Ally, like with the original white one, the first one, you know what I'm saying, that to me is more of a significant jump. Or you just haven't been a part of these handhelds at all, right?
You can use an SD card without it frying.
Without frying, remember that?
Battery life's going to be more than 45 minutes. Like that's a big upgrade, but
huge upgrade.
They really did a good job with the Ally X, the original black one.
Yes. That's this right here. Like I said, I get yours tomorrow, but I'm still rocking Old Faithful.
I wish that like Xbox made a trailer of like Destiny, Battlefield 6, Call of Duty.
All those games,
and it's like this is the handheld you can play those games on. You can't play those on the Steam Deck.
They got to push Silk Song instead.
Yeah, it's like that's not a
which has been out for a month. Like
I get it.
Yeah, because I remember that was when they announced this device on the stage this summer. They were like, "This will be the device that you can play on Silk Song on." I'm like, I am not playing Silk Song on a fucking like handheld gaming PC, dude. Like,
I thought that would be for you though. I thought you'd like your little 2D.
Okay, to me, the beauty of the Ally, it was really like I could play these console games with literally like, or I should say more demanding games like no real drop off,
no compromise.
Yeah, none.
That's me. You did the same.
Yeah, like premium handheld. Like it's the device where it's like this shit runs beautifully. It looks beautiful. Like I remember playing the Mass Effect Legendary Edition on there.
So good.
I was like, dude, this is awesome. Like
they got to figure out the shader thing.
Yeah,
they got to figure that out because that would fix so many problems with Unreal games. Because like when I play Borderlands on my SteamOS PC, no stutters because it downloads the shaders from other people who have my graphics card who have played the game versus letting the game compile them, which it does like an okay job at every time.
Yeah, every time I fire up, or I meant to DM you about that, Jimmy, because every time I fire up Borderlands 4, I'm sorry if I'm like showing my ass here. I'm asking a stupid question. Every time I fire up, it's like compiling shaders. I'm like, okay, yeah, usually like a first time thing. Then I load into the game and it's like compiling shaders and it's like a multi-minute process. I'm like, what the fuck?
Anytime they patch it or you update your graphics drivers, it clears the shaders. But on SteamOS, on SteamOS, it works great with Steam Deck because if someone bought Borderlands 4 5 days before me and beat it, all of their shaders are uploaded to Steam's server. So when I boot it up, it downloads their shaders. So then it never has to run that step in the actual game because the shaders are on your device and they don't clear out when you update it because they're stored on the device and not in the GPU's driver folder.
Got it. Yeah, because
that's why it's so cool that Microsoft is doing that finally. Yeah. I wish they did it during the Unreal Engine 4 era when people started noticing this stuff. But like that's just what sucks. It takes Valve beating you for you to be consumer friendly.
Listen, competition's good. Get in there and steal it and mimic what they're doing.
Get into the secret Sarah Bond hardware lab. Did you see that on Good Morning America?
Yeah.
The secret prototype.
And dude, she's the one saying you can play all of your Xbox games on this thing. I'm like,
I did detect that lie. I did detect
that. You're not streaming. You're not streaming on the plane.
Yeah,
you're not playing your dedicated Xbox game on the plane streaming. You know,
they got that news lady. She's like, "Whoa, it feels like a game controller." It's like,
yeah, I watched that. I was like, man, this is a fucking very very special broadcast. Like just like they clearly cherry picked them. They're like, let's get some non gamers in here and like just have them be marveled at everything. They're like, you could take your save from one place to the other. I'm like, bro.
And it's like the marketing point is right there with this thing. Yeah. The only handheld that plays Call of Duty. Yeah. There you go. Black Ops 7. They should have included Black Ops 7. They could have been so much more ruthless with this.
Yeah.
That it's kind of crazy. And I want them to make their own handheld because can you imagine the Surface team making a handheld?
Hell yeah.
And then they can subsidize the cost of it because they own this main storefront. Like,
yes. I'm with all that.
Well, give them a couple of years.
Yeah,
seems like
hopefully.
Yeah, it seems like that's what we'll be getting. Is they did all the R&D. It's time to collect the data and make the handheld next year, or I guess I should say 2027. Yeah, Jimmy, do you want to talk about any games you're playing?
No, I like dominated that. So
okay,
I'm playing Dying Light 1.
Shit! I was playing that the other week. That's really good still.
I saw your video. Yeah. No, I beat the main story and then I wanted to play the following, but it's much harder. So I wanted a fully leveled guy. And the following is incredible. I can't believe I've never played it. It's like,
yeah, that's the one with the buggy, right? Or it adds like some vehicle or some kind. Yeah.
Yeah. And that runs great on Steam Deck. So I'm playing it there. And then I'm playing the Beast on my Bazite PC.
Nice. Very
nice.
Beast
is awesome. If you miss the gore and the nights where you can't see in Dying Light 2, like that's what it offers.
Yeah, I have not. It was one I chose to skip out on because I want to play it at some point, but I don't know when I'll get to it. Especially because they brought back Kyle Crane. I was like, they brought back
he's
the OG.
Awesome.
Yeah,
he's so cool.
Yeah. Would you? Is it like a full game? Dying Light the Beast or?
They've been talking about it like Dying Light 3 and I was like, pump the brakes. And then now that I've played it, I'm like, oh no, this is like a new game. Like it reuses some assets.
Sure.
But then I noticed in the Old Town section of Dying Light 1, it's the same type of buildings as Dying Light 2. So they reuse assets throughout the whole series.
Yeah.
The story's a little shorter, but a little shorter at like 30 hours.
Oh man. No.
Yeah.
Rip off.
Tons of side content. They improved on a lot of the complaints with Dying Light 2.
Oh, good.
I'd be fine if they just started updating this one with events, and I think that's what their plan is.
Kind of like they did with the first one, where they just jam that sucker full. I was so stunned when I signed on there because I hadn't played it really, I guess, in the modern era to see like how much they'd thrown into the first game. But then I remember how like big that community is.
Was really good too.
Yeah, they do a really good job over there. Good move getting away from Dead Island too. Like that's like one of the most underrated moves. Like they walked away after Riptide and just went on to make Dying Light as great as it is. But Dead Island 2 did find a way. It seems like we're getting Dead Island 3 sometime soon.
Yeah,
that's cool.
I'll play that.
Yeah. All right, Jimmy. Well, I appreciate your thoughts
Yes, sir.
Cog.
Wait, what is Cog playing?
Yeah. Let's hear.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in the same boat as you, kind of, Eddie. It says that, like, we got 2, embargo games that obviously I can talk. I'm playing it, and then we'll give you more information as far as the Ninja Gaiden 4 and Outer Worlds 2. Like I said, next week, Dukes will be crazy. We got a lot to talk about, say on that one. But in the interim prior to that, and I had stuck in Ghost of Yotei, still was playing that. About 20 plus hours in. I've only killed 2 of the Yotei 6, and I've been running around this world having a ball. And I know Jimmy said some comments earlier.
What did I say?
He sees through the matrix, but I'm going to tell you something, man. Like, I get what you said, Jimmy, but like for me, I'm going to say something very sacrilegious. I know it's not the best open world game of all time, but to me, this game makes me stay in their world. I'm a person who I cannot stand the Ubisoft icon vomit of open worlds because it's very intimidating. It feels checklisty, and then I don't want to do it. This thing with this natural wind and, hey, there's a smokestack going up in the distance. What's over there? When you jump on the horse and you see another pack of horses with you and wildlife, or there's a traveling merchant, or hell, there's this little shiesty little rodent standing over there. What's going on? Like, it's something about this game. And even when you go in the caverns and the mysteries and the tale, it's just natural exploration that it encourages it out of me. I don't know what it is that this game makes me not overwhelmed or intimidated. And it's Yotei. I can't call it. I just love it's addicting. And then I end up, and this is rare for me because I've played GTA, I play other games, and I'm just like, it's just overwhelming. I end up doing nothing, and I'm gonna quit the game. But it's something, and maybe I'm biased because it's Japanese culture. I just came back from Japan.
But it seems like it's the best version of that Japanese culture style game.
Bro, it is just like I said, that wind hits, and I'm like, all right, man, let's go. Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. So yeah, I'm still rocking, man. And then, man, they did it. They did it, bro. Remember, I had one request because remember, I'm a Jin Sakai fan. I'm a Ghost of Tsushima guy. That's my favorite character out of all the PlayStation. I'm like, that's my guy. So when I first saw the announcement with Adson, I was just like, I ain't gonna front. I got a little chauvinistic at first. I was like, you see? Here they go with the beat. I ain't gonna front. That creeped in.
Yeah.
And I said, all right, 300 years after, okay, he definitely dead. My man definitely dead. All right, cool. So I was holding it. I was keeping it. I was like, but let me see. I will say Atsu is a character, though. I really enjoy. She's raw passion. She's very dirty. She'll do whatever it takes to get the win. She'll throw dirt in your face. She'll and then without spoiling, there is the on-roll spiritual part. And I'm like, okay, I like that. And the wolf. Okay, you selling me now. All right. But they did something for me. And they're like, Cog, we got you. We know you're the ghost guy. Oh, they did something so special. Such homage. Such respect. I'm like, okay. Because if y'all didn't do this sucker punch, I was going to be on your bumper. Like, you don't just get rid of the ghost and you act like, oh, they did something so special, bro. I don't want to spoil it for people when they get to that quest line, but I'm telling y'all right now, Ghost of Tsushima fans, Jin Sakai fans, you will be satiated. They did that. So that, as long as they did, now I'm good. Now I can move forward. I can go, I can go into it. Yeah, but so far so good. Look, it's the age-old revenge story, Kill Billy kind of story, no doubt. But they got enough emotion and enough flashbacks where they tell it well. And I ain't gonna lie, the one thing I will say though, and Rand called me out for it, the more I play with Atsu, the more I feel she's has more emotional depth than the Jin character. I will give that right now. I still have to see how they let it play because I like the ending of Ghost of Tsushima without spoiling.
Yeah, really
a family / moral choice on how you intend to move forward with your culture and the way you do things, right? Whereas I want to see where they go with this and the on-roll in this thing. So yeah, still like I gotta put it down for a little bit right now. Which I actually was mad to put this. I'm like, I want to keep playing this. Like it's my crack. It's my open world crack, bro. Like I can't stop. Like
you got to make sure you keep going back to it, like for an hour or something.
Yes.
So you don't put it down for like 6 months and then have to start over.
And then you start, and then you lose your whole
Yeah.
sensibility. Yeah, and they're definitely paper, scissors, rocks with the weapon. You got the dual katana. You got they got little things going on. But I love the little mythic tales. Certain things it's really cool. So that, and then the same thing. Like, so basically, I'm a replay of last week, Maddie, which is that, and then Battle Mark. Like I said, Demio. I go hard for Demio. Please, y'all. All I ask y'all. I know y'all never rock with this game. For my pancake brothers who don't want to do VR, please, the Steam Next Fest is up right now. It is free $99. Download this game. And it's even fun single player. I know it's the 4-player co-op.
It is fun single player.
Bro, it is so, and they leveled up. Bro, if you're intimidated by D&D, if you feel Baldur's Gate is a little too much, this is the game for you. And they got a narrative, and they take in the Baldur's Gate queue with the skill checks and the narrator, but then they got a little story. They gave you 2 missions to really get your head in. Now, if you play with friends, next level. You'll see things that you won't see before, more random events. Bro, I think Demio, Battle Mark, Dungeons and Dragons Battle, they've got something special. I'm telling y'all, this is going to be the one that I think takes them out of here, as long as people give it a chance. And like I said, PS5 has it. You can wishlist it there. Steam Next, it's out right now on the Steam Next thing, and eventually, obviously, will come to VR. And then there's some platform that I'm still waiting for the console version, because everyone else has a pancake version except one platform. I'm on your head, Xbox. Y'all better call up Resolution Studio. I don't want to hear it. Bro. Where's my Demio at, B? If Maddie's gonna be his advocate for Sly, I'm the advocate for Demio. Where the hell is the Xbox version? Somebody better pull up with a Game Pass. Something. This is the game. I'm telling y'all missing out.
Demio is awesome.
Ran over. Demio's so much, bro. Demio. We gotta play. I didn't even know you was a Demio guy like that.
Yeah, I played it on my Oculus Quest 2 back in the day.
Oh, okay.
And then I just saw that D&D crossover thing, and I was like, oh man. And then I saw that you can play without VR now, and I was like, oh man.
Yes, it's so good. Cross play, cross progression. Let's go. All right, I'm done. Ran over.
Beautiful. I'm glad you have your own Sly.
Yes.
All right, gentlemen. Time for the news to wrap up the show. 2 headlines here. Both have to do with Xbox hardware, both from leakers. First one, Xbox's Project Magnus, rumored to release in 2027. This is the code name right now for the next generation console PC hybrid, is what we'll call it for now. This is thanks to friend of Last Stand Media, Moore's Law is Dead. It's funny, I was actually just covering some of this news, and I randomly clicked on one of his videos, and Dustin was on it. So I was like, oh, there we go.
Oh, so yeah, I saw him put the tweet out. Yeah.
It was right there while the news was breaking. But Moore's Law is Dead has been on the ground level for a lot of hardware-related leaks. This time is for Xbox. Before this was the PlayStation 6 handheld. He also talked about when PlayStation 6 production is beginning, which he said is mid to late 2027 in preparation for a 2027 release. AMD leaker Kepler L2 said the plan for the PS6 is to release 2027. So I guess mark it on your calendar. Fall holiday 2027 is when you're getting some of the next generation of.
If those two agree, you can bet on it.
Yeah. Yeah, because they both are like very hardware sourced, right? So on the Xbox front, it's a bit interesting what Moore's Law is Dead shared about Project Magnus. There were a number of things that he said, and I think it's easy to miss because there was like a fine line between when he was like, I'm speculating versus, this is what's happening. Like the 2027 thing was like a report. He did speculate some interesting things, though. For example, that kind of like what I discussed a lot is that Xbox's console will find itself in a much more expensive area. He said it'll probably combat against mid-tier PCs and pre-builts. He said probably the lowest is 800. The highest is 1500. That's the range he's kind of working with, which I know, Cog, you're nodding your head with a smile. So I'm very excited to get your thoughts on that.
What bag I'm in.
Yeah. But he really talked about how this will be a push for sort of what Jimmy had laid out for us in the what we're playing section, right? This kind of unified Windows, Xbox ecosystem. Obviously, this would get rid of outliers such as Gears, which right now, like Gears of War 2 and 3 and so on, are these games that are like console only, and you can only stream them on PC. So making it where if you made a SKU for PC, you make it for Xbox essentially. So it's easy to keep supporting their hardware, right? But that was kind of like the long and short of it. There was a lot more technical information that he had shared, in particular suggesting that Project Magnus should actually be the strongest console on the market. But obviously, you're going to have to pay for it. That's the difference. Is I think Xbox has taken the whole, we don't back up our talk about being the strongest console on the market marketing slogan. So now they're really going for it, but you have to pay more to get there. So we'll see where that ends up. But ultimately, that's the Too Long Didn't Read from Moore's Law is Dead's 30-minute video. It was a really interesting watch. I highly recommend people check it out. But 2027 looks like the window for next generation. Project Magnus, this console PC hybrid coming around that time. Obviously, the handheld will be there as the counterpart. Cog, you were smiling and nodding along, so I would love to get some early thoughts from you before we kick it to Jimmy. And how, you smiling there in the price. What's going on? Why were we so glowing so much to be spending over $1,000? What's going on?
I tell people, I said, first, like I said, they every action that they've been doing, and I know economic conditions and tariffs and so on and so forth, but they, to me, have been begrudgingly staying in the hardware business, and they really want to pivot, like I said, to being the biggest publisher kind of thing. But again, you can't walk away necessarily from 30, 35 million users or whatever it is that is currently in the Xbox Series ecosystem. And obviously, when we look at something like the ROG Xbox Ally X, the days of subsidization is kind of over to me. I'm saying? Like, if they're going to remain, you're going to pay. This is the high-end niche experience, and that's what they're going for. And look, as a person who wants this hardware to be around, do I want to pay that price? No. But as a person who loves the hardware, loves the ecosystem, what my ecosystem continue, give me all the powers, the bells and whistles, the FSRs, and do your RDNA 6s, whatever you go and do, and give me the most powerful box, right? That allows me to have, here's the key though, the console Xbox experience. Like me and Jimmy were talking about, like, this handheld is cute, that's nice, but we can't play all our console games on it. And that's the key. Now, like we said, what's critical for me is going to be this OS and how they nail it, because now you're going to have a console that also is going to have multiple storefronts, allegedly, right? How does that work in a world where we're talking about things like Steam verified? And, I'm very curious about the iterations, because again, as a person, no disrespect to Jimmy, I don't like tweaking and twerking and doing settings as a console user. When I'm in front of my OLED, I expect it to work. I don't want any type of issue.
We feel the same.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because I take you as the high end guy. Like, you're the guy that's playing on the biggest cards. You know all the settings. You're the guy. You know what I'm saying?
My buddy Felix from Deck Filter and I, the greatest iPhone app ever for Steam Deck users, we just teamed up on Deck Settings, which is an app to find your settings so you don't have to do that shit.
That's what I'm talking about. And they need an equivalent. They need something for a console guy that it's like, and again, where it's not using frame gen, or it's like a best settings if I'm playing on these other storefronts, right? Because you most likely, you're going to have your console stuff, you're going to have your hypervisor stuff, so you don't see a window.
Wait, wouldn't you want it to, wouldn't you want the Xbox app to have that preset, like, exclusive to that app?
Yes.
You don't want it on Steam.
For the Xbox app, but remember, if the goal is going to be a multiple storefront device, right? And it's like, okay, I can buy Steam games on this, right?
Wow. They're not going to do that.
Oh, you don't think so? See, this is the question.
No, they hate Steam.
So talk to me. So your prediction.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, this is great. I love this. Because I'm glad you're here. But my question is, like, do you think they don't do the hybrid multi-store approach?
No, they will. They will.
Okay, so how do you think they handle it?
If they're coming up with, like, so what I'd imagine they'll do is they'll talk to the developers and say, like, whatever, because, like, if you get a game on console, you can line up the settings that it uses perfectly with PC. Like, when Digital Foundry does their optimized game settings videos, Alex will usually do the console optimized settings, which are the exact settings the, like, PS5 and Xbox version of the game are using, but on PC. I would imagine they'll say, whatever you dial in for PS5, ship that as the Magnus preset. Because like Cyberpunk, when you boot it up on Steam Deck, it has a Steam Deck preset. It'll be like whatever they end up calling it, preset.
Right.
And I would guess they'll make that exclusive to the Xbox app. Be like, hey, you want to jump in? Give us $30 a month. You download the game. It's all set up for you and ready to go. If you want to buy the game through Steam, we have that supported, but you're going to have to tweak the settings. You're going to have to like go to Digital Foundry and figure out what the like, you know, like that's a good marketing
smart delivery pro
tool for them.
So you in the Xbox app, I get that. I know I see that you help you selling me on that.
Yeah.
I was just curious again for the console guy that's now going to be flirting in a world that he's not used to. So you're saying they're still going to be left to their devices to tinker.
They want to use Steam, yeah.
That's going to be interesting.
Microsoft does not want you on Steam. Like Microsoft, the whole reason SteamOS exists is because when Windows 8 came around, Microsoft was working on the idea that their app store would replace you being able to go to a website and download an EXE. You'd have to get everything from the Microsoft store, which means Steam as well. So like if you had to download Steam from the Microsoft App Store, Microsoft could wake up tomorrow and say, oh, it breaks one of our rules, that's off the App Store, and then Steam's effectively dead. You know, like, so
be interesting.
I mean, it was like, fuck that. And then they made the Steam machines.
Right.
That failed a long time ago. That's where Linux gaming came from. So like they don't like each other all that much. So I would assume like Microsoft wants your money for games. They're going to do everything they can to like artificially influence you to use Game Pass and the Xbox store.
But why entertain having the storefront even on the device if that's the case? That's my concern.
Because if it's going to run Windows, can you imagine the PR shitstorm they would get if you got a special flavor of Windows that locked you from installing Steam?
Censorship.
Like it's like you're buying a computer that you can't install whatever
I
app
get
you
it.
want.
I get it, but I just feel the obligation.
I feel like there's a lawsuit there too
for someone to have a an optimal experience.
They're gonna be like, well, you can use Steam, but like Wild West for you. Or
got you. Okay,
a nice safe option is download Forza Horizon 6 on Xbox app, and it's like, oh, and you want it for $30 a month? It's right there. It comes with all the DLC and blah blah blah.
So basically, try at your own risk kind of energy, but you're safe with us if you get our thing.
It's the same way it works on the Steam Deck, right? Like if you want to use Epic Game Store games, you have to go to the desktop mode and use Heroic Launcher and like figure that out. And then you know what I do? I go, I'm not doing that. I'm going to buy the game on Steam because
true. But I got to push back, Jimmy, because in Steam's case, they make you go out of your way, like almost outside of the UI to do these things. And from a power user standpoint, if I get this new Magnus Xbox and there's like a storefront and it's just like, I see that icon, the way we open up the Ally, and I see that icon to download Steam or whatever, like I get what you're saying from the standpoint of, it's at your own risk to do it. But I feel like there's people that's going to want to utilize it because there's going to be a ton of Steam games that you can't get on Xbox.
Right. So the way it works right now is if you want those Steam games to populate within the Xbox app, you have to open up Steam, buy them, download them, and then the Xbox app will scrape and pull them. So you'll be able to launch the games from Steam within the Xbox app, but you'll still have to interact with Steam
to
do it.
Right. And then you're saying at that point, they say, hey, you're at your old devices. You go through them or learn their settings or whatever. Because the appeal is, like I said, let's be honest, for a lot of Xbox guys, it's going to say, hey, I can play PlayStation games on this. Right. I can boot up Spider-Man and God of War.
Realistically, they're not going to tell the developers like, hey, if you make a Magnus preset, don't ship it on the Steam version, only ship it on the Xbox one. If they go through that effort, they'll put it in both versions, but they'll obviously want you to buy it through the Xbox app if you're going to buy it at all instead of using Game Pass, because they'll get 100% of the revenue versus 70%.
Yeah, no, you preach your facts. It just to me, it's an interesting flirt for it to be there. That's the new territory for the console user. For us that are not, we're so closed ecosystem, to see this hybrid design is kind of interesting.
It's going to be cool. I think it's going to make a lot more, objectively, it's going to make a lot more PC gamers because it's going to be a PC. But yeah, I think they could get there with it, right?
Okay.
Like with what they currently have, it's a good first step. As long as they commit to it and don't
Yeah.
get scared by the low sales of this handheld and back, like, you know, like
Right.
if it
No,
doesn't
fair
sell
enough.
well.
Fair enough. And yeah,
But it
and
seems like they're locked in. And then, but the other scary thing is it's an AMD chip.
yeah.
So you know how easy it'd be to install SteamOS on that thing and just wipe out the Xbox thing entirely.
That part's going to be interesting how they handle that.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some things they got to worry about from a technical lift and, you know, preserving their ecosystem, so to speak. Because, you know, once people get a hold of it, they're going to be doing exactly what you said. But then again, you know, I mean, maybe, again, it's just this high-end enthusiast device that, you know, people that are part of the Xbox ecosystem. You know, it's not going to be a mass market device. I agree with Manny. Like, I don't think it's going to be mass market in that sense. But, you know, if you're part of the ecosystem, fine. But maybe, like you said, a PC guy says, okay, you know, maybe, you know, this is something I'd be interested in as well. I'm very curious. I don't mind the direction. I'm curious. I will say my final thing as I'm going along. 2027 is fast, man. 2027 is fast.
Feels a
man.
little weird, doesn't it?
Yeah, it feels like, man, we just about to get rolling. You know what I'm saying? It took us so long with these consoles, the Series X and the PlayStation 5 console, especially PlayStation. Like, I feel like now like Jimmy said, like, Death Stranding, Ghost of Yotei, like they're finally the games that are not remastered remakes and like, you know what I mean? Like, we're getting to cook. And now it's like, okay, I like the final thing. I like PlayStation's, what is it? The Canis is the one that's theirs, and they have a handheld version of it. So they look like they might do a 2 SKU approach. We'll see. I think I'm very curious to see if PlayStation does any subsidization themselves. I'm very curious about that with next gen. And yeah, we'll see. But as for this, not surprised at the price point. And I look at what's going on now with the Ally as the test bed for hybrid ecosystem Xbox and how that kind of plays out for them. And yeah, we'll see. But I'll be there.
Yeah,
buy $1,000 or whatever it's going to be, $1,300.
Yeah. But the cool thing is going to be if you like this ecosystem and you're like, I want more, you'll be able to just build a better PC and get the same operating system and experience from it. That's the real benefit.
Yeah.
That part.
I worry for them a little bit if the pricing Moore's Law is dead is suggesting is true, because I can already tell you what will happen. It's not just like, oh, it's more expensive, right? It's going to be, let's say, PlayStation 6, $850. I mean, that's a very optimistic price point, by the way. Let's just say $850. Next Xbox, $1,200 or something like that. It's like, it's, you know, lower thousands. I can see a world where it's like, yeah, you can buy this and you'll get like maybe 4K 60 or whatever it is. Like you'll get good performance, but you can buy a PlayStation 6 and then like all of the launch games for the same price. What would you rather have? And I think a lot of people who just value, I mean, we've seen it happen so many generations. I'm almost surprised Xbox is going to attempt fate again by like being the higher price console, especially after how, you know, no Xbox One flashbacks here, right? Like none, where it's like, yeah, we're going higher than our competition when people are against us. No alarm bells are going off. Like I look at that and I'm like, I get it. You're offering something more premium. You've probably already counted yourself out. You're going against the PC side of the market, but I still think you cannot get away from these two getting sized up because they have for 25 years next year. Like it's impossible to get away from. So I look at that and think to myself, like, okay, it's exciting because all three are going in completely different directions, right? The only similarity is all three are going to have a handheld. That's kind of the other interesting part is like one of them is returning to handhelds after being scared out of it. Mm-hmm. The other's doing it for the first time, you know, flirting right now, doing it for the first time. And obviously Nintendo's always been handheld in some way, shape or form. But I do see a world where just the pricing point, if these games are like, if there's no exclusive games over on Magnus, which I imagine based on how Xbox has set things up, there won't be. So if it's just we run things better over here, I don't know if that really is enough for people. If the games run, the games run. And I know we have conversations around performance and stuff, but as we talked about earlier, like most casuals don't care. And if the games run and you have the brand familiarity of PlayStation, I think the choice just gets easier for people, which I don't know if Xbox really cares or not, but I certainly on the outside looking in care. Like, you know, you want this to be very appealing, no? But I'm curious for you, Jimmy, because you've kind of assessed the PC market more deeply than I. You know, when Moore's Law is Dead said like, oh, right now pre-builts are a little out of control, prices are way higher than they need to be.
Mm-hmm.
You see a world where Xbox does something here to sort of bring these retailers into check, because while it sounds good, I feel like these companies will see the leaked information and likely start planning to see like, okay, how do we just undercut Xbox when the time comes?
Yeah, I'm really curious if that Magnus chip is going to be the entire chip, right? Like if that's going like, or if they're going to say, hey, Asus, if you want the Xbox branding, use the Magnus chip as a CPU and a pre-built and include a GPU or whatever. Like you could scale up from what it is really easily. Like even if it does have the good GPU built into it, you could sell it in a pre-built and just like use it entirely as a CPU and put like a 5090 or whatever on it because it's a PC. Like it's just interesting. It's like just it's obvious that their goal is to sell a lot of games, and what they're really going to have to do is come up with like a competitor to Valve's Proton that allows them to emulate Xbox platform games. So like you guys don't lose all these games you bought since 2001 or like whenever you could download them.
Yeah, that's the thing that I feel like there's too much movement on the back end with licensing right now, with particularly Activision games, for Xbox to not be testing something on like emulation. I always wonder, I think because this was when like there was a lot of positivity, excitement around Xbox, and there were different reasons to buy the console. Some people may have forgotten, but like there was a time where people were buying Xbox Series S to emulate stuff. It was like a cheap emulation device for people. You go into developer mode, and I don't know how you do it. I didn't look into it too much. I remember like Modern Vintage Gamer covering it and stuff. Like it was a big deal. Like people were just getting Xbox Series S and even X's to be like, oh, I'm going to like just go use this as like my RetroArch machine. And I do wonder if like Xbox took something away from that, because then they kind of tightened it up like, hey, you can't use this on retail accounts, only developer accounts, that sort of thing. But I do wonder if there's a world where they've learned through like the back compat drops and that sort of experience there, and people buying units for it. It's like, well, if you have the freedom of Windows, you know, kind of, I mean, Valve doesn't even like go like this with it. Valve literally had this, what Yuzu or whatever, they had it in their trailer. Like they had the Switch emulator
that was so
right
funny.
there and like a show. So Valve knows, they're like, yeah, it's right here, you know, go ahead. I think knowing Microsoft and Xbox will be a little more litigious about it, but I'm sure it's a little bit of like, you could do that, and maybe that's a selling point. I don't know if you spend like $1,000 on something like that, but could it be an added bonus? Maybe. You could do the same on the Steam Deck as well, though. So
yeah, it kind of is what the Steam Deck does. Like when you download a Windows game on the Steam Deck, every time you install a game, it makes a mini Windows install and then uses a translation layer to run that through Windows. So that's what they'd kind of have to do to make it so you're not playing a new copy of Halo 2. You're playing your digital Xbox copy of Halo 2 on your Xbox device. And I'm sure that there'd still be some weird licensing stuff there, but way less than like saying, hey, developers, we're going to make Windows ports of all your games so you can sell them on Steam too. Like that will never happen, but
yeah,
your library should be accessible. Like that's I think that's the biggest hurdle, right? Like, especially if you own a lot of games.
That's the key.
Yeah.
That's the key.
I mean, from the outside looking in, you hear like, if Sarah Bond's on stage and she's like, every Xbox game will be available. I mean, I know that's idealistic, but like, what does that do? How does that make you feel? For me, I'd be like, oh, every? No asterisk? Like,
you'd walk out of there and build a PC. Like, you should be like, oh, well, I'm going to get that upgrade eventually. Like,
Speaking of upgrades, you know, it's funny. I was thinking about that as well, is that, you know, there's part of what scares off the console brothers and sisters is the upgrading process. Like you can't just buy it and kind of, okay, I'll buy a new one in like 7-8 years, whatever it is. I wonder if they make upgradable parts, if this is more PC, like, is there opening this thing up and plugging something in, unplugging something to make it better? We've seen a little bit of tinkering with that on like how you upgrade your memory on these devices, but I wonder if they're going to try to find a simple way to sort of give you that upgrade your PC feeling, so that as the generation progresses, because it seems like we're set up for another half step, right? Like if that's what you want.
I'm sure like it'll come with like Thunderbolt 4 or whatever, like what the our Xbox Ally has. So you'll be able to just buy an eGPU at the very least. But like I think if they are going for everything on a chip that runs a PC, they're going to want it in a console-sized chassis, so that there's not going to be a lot of room to add a
upgrade
GPU.
or anything.
But like the ROG Ally, the first one, I got the 4090 eGPU from Asus. That was sick. Like it uses the Z1 Extreme as the CPU, and then you plug in the GPU, and it's like a dock. It had like USB ports and everything. So you just drop in your ROG Ally, plug it in, and then you've got a desktop PC. You could effectively do the same thing with the Xbox console. Like if you needed a graphics card upgrade or whatever. But it sounds like it's going to be pretty powerful. And then if you run into the situation where you're like, oh, I want 4K 60, go buy a pre-build and install Windows, and then it's the same situation.
Yeah, I mean, just my only last thoughts on this all is just the feeling of being mildly, ever so slightly jaded that we're talking next gen. It lines up with the timetable. It's just the feeling of the generation, right? The real leaders, it feels, has been the indies, the double A's, the smaller games. In a generation that felt like as we ended the PS4 and Xbox One, it was like, okay, fidelity's there, visuals are there, resolution's there. Like we're not, when we were hearing about like 8K compatible, we're like, we don't care about that, right? It was like, but 30 frames, thing of the past. Like we were getting 60 with PS4 Pro and stuff. Like, okay, we got it. So when this generation started, it was kind of out the gate, like, okay, this is what we expected. Like I still do remember, if I could think of a modern game that I played where I went, oh wow, Demon's Souls Remake was that for me. I remember playing that and like switching between performance and fidelity mode and being like, wow, they like fucking hit a home run. This game looks amazing no matter how you play it. That was like one of those moments. But otherwise, by like 2022, when we started to get like Plague Tale Requiem, Gotham Knights, then 2023, like Starfield, like it became more prevalent. 30 frames was back. And like, even some cases like PCs were getting bottlenecked and we're not able to push the frames. And it feels like a generation where we almost like reset. And that's before getting into obviously the business hullabaloo. You get into like the whole layoffs, studio closures, terrible business decisions, chasing trends. Like it's been a generation to forget. And maybe that's why it's good to turn the page. But I also am hoping in these next 2 years, I see signs that the page has been turned for the companies as well. Because I, as a consumer, am happy to. I'm happy to be like, all right, it's 5 years of my life I won't get back. That's fine. But like, hopefully they are like, all right, we made a lot of mistakes. All of them have, by the way. I'm not talking about just Xbox. Like PlayStation, I feel, at least in my mind share, has been dormant. I know they had the big ones, Ragnarok, Yotei, but like they didn't do what I love PlayStation does, which is like, here's the new IP, here's the new mascots. That sort of shit excites me.
I think PlayStation fans feel that way too. Like,
a
lot of sequels, a lot lot
safe.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. It's very safe.
Yeah, Xbox, to their credit,
comment, and I agree. I like,
especially they kill me when I say it. I'm like that's how I feel.
Like the games have been good.
Been good.
But like, I mean, I got in during the PS3 era, and I was getting like Uncharted, Infamous, Resistance, Gran Turismo, like MotorStorm
was great.
Like so many different things. And then even in the PS4, you got Last of Us, you got Uncharted, like a couple sequels, but then you get new stuff. And then this one is like Ragnarok, Spider-Man 2, Ghost of Yotei, Death Stranding 2. And then PS fans did not show up for Returnal, which sucks, but maybe they'll be there for Saros.
Yeah.
Supposed to look good.
Yeah, it shows how costly those third-party investments can be, right? Like you get great ones, obviously, like Final Fantasy speaks for itself, but you see how costly their live service investment was, which you get. And I think Colin's right when he says like, it makes sense to keep going for it, but you see how costly a Concord, a Fair Games, I know Fair Games isn't out yet, but we kind of can see the writing on the wall. You see how costly, like, what was that bubble shooter? I forgot what it was called that Square Enix did. Like they also had that
Foam Stars.
Oh, yeah, Foam Stars.
Yeah, like they put their money in a lot of weird things. Like there were a lot of, as there always are, PlayStation exclusives, but they just really put their money in, I think, bad spots for some of this generation.
And then buying Bungie, I love to know. I'd love to have like a way to see if they didn't buy Bungie, if they would have bought Arrowhead, because like letting them go multi-plat for their next game is like, and not just buying them after Helldivers 2 is like generationally stupid.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's just lot of blunders. And then, we talked about PlayStation feeling a little safe. I mean, to Xbox's credit, I mean, they to say they've thrown the kitchen sink at you and been risky would be a light statement. They've definitely kept it interesting, not always in the best ways, but a lot of new IP, a lot of new interesting things, a lot of games that I do remember fondly. I do think of games like Indiana Jones. I do think of Psychonauts 2 comes to mind. Of course, Hi-Fi Rush. There's a lot of exciting ones. Pentiment. I know these are smaller games, but I do think of Starfield. Like, I know it's not like as good as it should have been, but I did like Starfield a lot. I think that Xbox had an interesting gen, and then Switch is just terribly safe. The most risky thing I think they did, if my conversation with Brad was anything to go by, is like they actually made a dedicated Donkey Kong game, and they made a great one. But otherwise, like, the Switch 2 was just hardware. As much as I've enjoyed it, it's like it was exciting to go out and buy a new console to kind of get one back, because at least I couldn't do it during the pandemic. Like, I had to wait for it to get shipped, and it's like kind of killed some of the excitement. So it was just nice to go out to a store and buy something. But after that week where you're like, okay, everything's kind of like settled in now, this is it. It's like, oh, it's just a more powerful Switch, and that's what I wanted. But it's also not like when Switch 1 came around, you're like, whoa, this is like a new way to play games. Like, I dock it, I pick it up. So I'm hoping with this next generation, I mean, with everyone going in the direction of handhelds and Xbox going for more premium PC, and who knows what PlayStation's doing, it might be status quo. They're all in different directions, and I think it should at the very least be a more interesting generation offering varied experiences. I just hope the software part of things, it looks like, I wonder if it's funny. I wonder if the rubber band's going to happen. Like, I feel PlayStation's coming off the ropes, and I feel they need to come out a lot more risky in interesting ways, because now they've kind of done double dips on all of their popular IP from the PS4 generation. Whereas Xbox, I kind of look at it as like they might turtle a little bit, like we've read. Like, they might be like, okay, Call of Duty, Minecraft, Fallout, like
Horizon
hits only business, right? So I'm just going to be interested to see how the software is handled and what that launch lineup looks like. That's going to be everything. I've always said I thought Elder Scrolls 6 would be a great launch lineup addition if you're Xbox, but I get you can't really force it into that position. But ramble over. I feel I have a lot of mixed emotions on this next generation.
No, I get it. I think I get where you're coming from. As far as safety, who's going to do what. I think you made a good point as far as like potential shifting of both of them, because I do think with your point with PlayStation, now with the course correcting, right? Where it's like, okay, we overcommitted to live service. We overspent, we may do one or two, but now we got to get back to cheaper games, smaller games, more interesting games. Maybe that's a pivot. Whereas Xbox, you can make the argument, hey, Microsoft Gaming is here. We're in the business of hits. Yeah. And, we not, necessarily going to be looking at, was it a Hellblade 2 or, Midnights anymore, and it's just COD, Fallout, I mean, not that it's only going to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, I get that. I think, like I said, the only thing I would differ is just that, like, I just don't think, at first, normally we'd be like, yo, it's a mistake for Xbox to come out at the same time as PlayStation 2027, whatever. They're not competing anymore now. They are not. The minute you put out $1,000 or $1,200 device, you have told me that you are here for the software and the games. You're not in that part. So they will concede that to PlayStation, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? This is just more so about, okay, when we drop a game, it's going to be everywhere. Everywhere is going to, have a chance to buy, so we can get the maximum exposure with this thing. And if you happen to still like our ecosystem, you're going to pay for that. And you can pay a premium price. And we're going for the enthusiasts in this different crowd. Like, they always seem to always reinvent the wheel, or, kind of trailblaze their own little path we'll see if it works for them, kind of long term. That's how I kind of see it. But I agree with you wholeheartedly, Betty, that, like, there's still a part of me like, should I come out in 2028, 2020? Like now? Like, I don't know. I'm not, I don't know. I feel like, is it the what is it? The Moore's Law, in the sense of, diminishing returns, and how much more of a jump are we going to see? I'm all about power and tech, of course, but there is a part of me that's just like, is it ready? Are we ready yet? You know,
yeah, because a lot of people are like, oh, well, that's 2 years from now. And I'm like, yeah, fair. But like before you know, you're going to blink, it's 2026. Then you're going to blink again. It's going to be the summer showcase and Xbox is going to step out and be like, to celebrate our 25th anniversary, we'd like to introduce to you like kind of what they did with Scorpio, right?
Yeah.
Like, here's a glimpse at what's next. Like, no doubt Xbox knows. I think even if it wasn't part of the plans, it has to be now is like, you saw with the Good Morning America thing, they clearly want to start like nudging more and more like hardware, hardware. Like we're not out.
Yeah.
Okay. I hear you. I see you. I think they're accelerating their plans a little bit in the terms of just like showing it off. And I think next summer will be that. So when you blink and you see that, then you're like, damn, bro, like this time next year, that shit's in like full marketing. We're getting games shown off that are going to run on that thing. Like, what's that look like? Like, it's going to sneak up on y'all fast. That's all I'm saying. So
you're right.
They sound far out, but we're going to blink and it's going to be 26 or maybe new consoles next year. That's a crazy thought.
No, what the interesting thing is, and I know we're going along with this, but it's like, I don't want to get too excited again because it's like, you know how you get with them and it's like, hey, it's our year, bro. Like, I'm not doing that, right? There's no, this is our year, bro energy. All I will say is that if the stars align and if they happen to have things ready, you could potentially have a next gen console. Not saying it's going to compete with PlayStation. I'll sell PlayStation. Not saying any of that. I'm just saying on a console that could have an Elder Scrolls 6 debut, a new Halo debut, a potential Fallout debut.
Oh man.
In a relatively short window for 1 to 2 years from a 2027 launch potentially, because we have to admit, do we think now like Elder Scrolls is going to come out for this current? You know what I mean? Like, I'm starting to think that maybe that was the play.
Starfield,
exactly.
I was talking to one of my patrons about it, and he was kind of saying like, I think you need to turn around Starfield's public image as best you can first.
For sure.
Because I think
are they like working on anything? Like,
it's all like top of next year for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, with
PS5.
I don't think we get anything this year outside of maybe a look at it. They already teased the Terran Armada thing, but yeah, I think that's no doubt top of next year. And I mean, they do have to kind of nail it because I think a lot of Elder Scrolls 6's like initial reception, like you got to shift it from where it is right now. Where if you saw Elder Scrolls 6, you'd be like, get the fuck out of my face, to kind of like this level of like, okay, like if Starfield's repaired and you listen and you target the right things and people are in like this area of like, okay, Starfield found a way and like this is a starting point. And then you show Elder Scrolls 6, it's like, okay, it gets back to kind of where Starfield was at after 76, right? If Bethesda listens, then and then Bethesda started marketing the right way, which they're really good at, right? They start going like, here's your silent protagonist. Remember that? You haven't had this since before Fallout 4. You haven't got to talk to anybody in our games in almost a decade, like that sort of shit is what they're good at. So I think, they turn around Starfield first, but I don't know. I could argue with myself all day about Elder Scrolls 6 and when they reveal it. I think they have every reason to do it sooner rather than later. But I get why they might have Starfield looming over them and they want to. The fact that they're taking extra time and they've completely shut down all conversations on the game says everything that they're like, okay, we need to.
And maybe things did get pushed to a next generation timeline, a Magnus timeline.
Yeah.
It's possible is what I'm trying to say based on how long it's been taking so far.
I just hope they have a launch lineup,
That's what I like. That's what I care. I just want games at launch.
As far as I'm concerned, Xbox One still won that part of the generation, right? Yes. When the launch lineup out the gate, I was a huge fan of what Xbox One put up. The first year of Xbox One, as you say, was great. So I'm hoping Xbox Magnus, or whatever it is, puts up with some great games to that first year. That's the one thing is like, if there's anything I would be optimistic about to close the topic out, at least on my end, if any of you guys have anything else to say, for me, it's just like, I do get a desire from Xbox, and I think it's fair. They want to turn the page. It sucks for us.
Yeah.
But I also understand I would totally, if I'm working there and I'm in their shoes, I would desperately I'd want to reset next year if I could. I bet they do. There were rumors in the middle of this gen that they were going to reset by 26. Right. And remember, I was like for it. I was like, you guys should do it sooner rather than later. Yeah. But they're going to go head to head with PlayStation again, same year. So we'll see.
The only difference, like last time, I'm going, hold on, is the only thing I feel actually confident about is they got games. They actually have games now. Right? They do. Like that part I'm not worried about. It's just a matter of everything else. And
Yeah.
if you exist.
Yeah,
making
to be fair, since 2023, it has been steady stream of games. We have not that conversation has been put to rest, and I think that's good. And so yeah, that shouldn't be a concern with how many studios they own. That shouldn't be a concern.
Exactly.
Well, gentlemen, that was a nice optimistic conversation. I want to bring you down a level now. Let's talk another week of Xbox hardware drama, shall we? So, this is kind of more of a conversation that I'll circle around to with our write-in at the end of it all. Basically, Xbox hardware had another rough weekend. This time, it was a Reddit post user just saying like, "Hey, my Target is done carrying Xbox stock." This resulted in a string of posts from other people saying, my Target's done, my Walmart's done, and so on and so on. This pulled out Xbox's Major Nelson, who said, hey, I swung by Target. I swung by GameStop. They had Xbox stock. Destin Legary picked up the phone. He's like, my place has Xbox stock. I checked my stock. There is no Xbox stock. So I'm like, well, what's going on here, right? So a lot of people were wondering, based on what happened with Costco and then reportedly Sam's Club, are two more major retailers, two more, I think, prominent ones to a lot of people in their kind of week-to-week shopping, pulling out their Xbox stock for the series generation. So Windows Central Gaming reaches out to Microsoft, and they say that Walmart and Target, among others, are still major retailers for Xbox consoles and accessories. Target also submitted an official comment after I'd written this part of the script, saying that they are a major retailer as well, and they're going to continue to carry Xbox stock. So nothing's really happening there, but James Dutton has the right in, I think, puts this topic in a nutshell. He says, hi, Dukes. After another weekend of the future of Xbox being called into question, the only response was a weak PR statement. Xbox surely needs to get on top of this soon, otherwise their reputation will completely tank. If you were given the keys to Xbox today, what would you do to help rebuild the trust with the fans and turn this ship around? Thank you, James, for writing in. So, I have a lot of thoughts on this one, naturally, but let's kick it to you, Cog. Curious how you think. Another weekend of hardware drama. Mm-hmm. Where's our head right now? Where kind of we went this full circle. Like there was, oh my God, it's over. Maybe not as much. Okay, they're keeping it in stock. We'll keep an eye on it. That's where it ends.
Yeah.
What's your feeling?
I don't know. It's just with all the news, you kind of hard to separate what's real and what's not. And, because they always are in a firestorm of bad news generally, unfortunately, they don't get the benefit of the doubt, and we tend to believe whatever's the negative news is actually the truth. Unfortunately, that's just when you raise your console up prices, right? Two price hikes. You raise Game Pass up a price hike. No one's going to necessarily gravitate towards the positive news as fact. So they're going to be like, yo, you look like you're going out of, the hardware business. So I get it. Even when I first heard the report, I'm like, oh man, is that true? Like, is, retailers, remember my thought process was like, oh, they are probably going to be out of hardware. This is their exit now. And, we'll eventually get the news later, but this is how it starts. Right. And then, we started getting reports. Okay, no, that's not the case. Hey, we make a statement to Destin, we make a statement to Jez and Windows Central and these guys and say, hey, we're still committed, and I guess, where I'm at right now is, look, the retailers are saying, I think I saw today, Walmart Canada just put up a thing and was kind of like, they're $2.5 in 2025. Someone tell Xbox to chill. Look at all these games coming. Like they're doing all this promo, like, hey, things are okay. But, I will say this. I know people, my Xbox brothers are going to be like, yo, dudes just spreading FUD. That's all this is. They try to pounce on the bad news. It's what they doing, kind of, and I get that. But it's also the scenario that Xbox has created, right? So you can't give them the benefit of the doubt until, the actions show otherwise. So to answer the question, it's consistency. It's consistency and messaging and being on top of stuff so that things don't spiral out of control. Now, I get it. You can't jump in front of every random rumor that, Twitter user X is saying just to pop off engagement, right? I get that part too. Like you can't run your business like that, sure. But it is important if someone is saying, hey, we don't think you're going to exist anymore, that maybe, just maybe, you clarify. So it looked like in their way, that's how they handle it. But yeah, I'll be honest with you. At first, I believed it. I was like, oh, this might be a wrap. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, they okay. You know, this is how they soft killing it, you know, get my Dreamcast energy ready. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
just hanging with you.
it's always going to be with me. I remember that day like it was, you know what I'm saying, yesterday. So I'm like, all right. But, you know, like I said, I'm just thankful with the Magnus news especially is what really helped. When I see the Moore's laws and those, bro, they coming out, all right, cool. I ain't paying nothing no mind now. Like that, these are more trusted source. And then in conjunction with Xbox saying, yeah, that, you know, the retailers are doing. So that's it. Ramble over, you know, but I get it. I get it. If people like, bro, until it's in my hand, I don't believe you. Who am I to argue with that person based on how Xbox has been moving?
We've got new hardware. We just talked about it for 3 hours.
I know, but it's like, but here's the thing, Jimmy.
No, I know. I'm just fucking.
Yeah, I know. In fairness to the guys that's skeptical, there's like, bro, it's just 4 games. We're not putting our games anywhere.
Yeah.
So I know how the cycle go with Xbox. It's just, you know, you gotta wait sometimes to see it play out.
Yeah, I think for me, it's more like I trust my eyes over my ears in this situation. I don't view it. I think people are missing what I think is actually happening here. Is I don't think this is indicative of what's happening with their hardware in the future. Like this to me is a reaction to where it is at currently, right? Like we have 2 years of declining hardware sales in their quarterly earnings reports to look at and just be like, okay, this thing isn't selling well. We have 2 price hikes now. So the demand's definitely going to lower in today's economy. They're trying to make money off these things. But more than anything, with what we just talked about with next generation, I'm like, dude, they're fucking punting it. Like they look at what happened with the 360. They were a year out from what they were doing with the Xbox One. I think even more than that. What did they do? They slowed down the production and outright stopped it at one point for the 360. Right? They slowed it down so much that there were not as many units out there. And PS3, which to its credit, Sony put a ton of great fucking games on it at the end of the generation, caught up. It was like 87, 84 by the end, but Xbox had a massive lead at one point. Sorry, go ahead.
Not to cut you real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt. But even prior generation, right? They punted OG Xbox at one point and was like, all right, that's it. We're taking too many losses. We got to start getting ready for 360. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I see what your point is on punt.
Yeah, and they went a year early, right? That 05. So you know, with
I'm sorry, Jimmy.
Jimmy was talking.
If they are going to get rid of the Xbox as we know it, running games as it does, and they don't have a plan to emulate those games on Windows in the future, they should stop selling it like yesterday and stop letting people buy games for it if they're not going to support it in 2 years.
Yeah, exactly. And so I just kind of look at it as more a sign of where series hardware is at. Like, it's not selling. You're going to make money on whatever is sold of it. You know, especially if the price hike is coming, you know, in the holiday season. You're not even trying to like, let's see if we can get some holiday stock out there or anything like that. They've kind of just punted it. I think they've accepted the L is how I take it. That was my read of the news. Like, I trust my eyes. There is less stock overall. There are, if you ignore Walmart and Target, you look at Costco, Sam's Club, there are stores that are saying like, we don't need to sell as many of these. Or in Costco's case, straight up saying like, it's a business decision to not carry this. So for them, it's probably like, why are we buying stock of this if we're not moving many units? It's that simple. It's a signal of what we see statistically as well. Like, it's not just this up in the air thing. So while I understand the Xbox fan base saying like, oh, it's just doom and gloom. It's like, no, man, look, like this is a lost generation. We knew that Xbox got outsold more than 2-1 again. And this has been a generation for this whole leadership core to forget. There's like, man, like, you know, you just got to take those lumps, learn those lessons. And, you know, because like, keep in mind, they inherited the Xbox One. This was the first generation they led, right? So I imagine there is a desire of like, let's, again, as I'm not saying it's with complete sympathy, but like, let's turn the fucking page, dude. Like, we need to start gearing up and not get our ass kicked, because we thought going into this generation after the Xbox One, if Xbox really fucked up this gen, they're out, right? Because they were almost out after Xbox One. Phil has a talk with Satya, keeps them in business. Might have had that talk again at this point, right? To be like, hey, one more. So this is the time to get into gear. And if I'm them and I know like it's either this or it's never, ever again, or the brand goes, I would 10 out of 10 times be like, okay, I'm done producing this series units. Let's put all our effort and attention into making the next generation of Xbox the absolute best you can experience as a gamer. and see where it goes from there. At least go out. The way I look at it is this: if you're dying anyway, go out with your head held high. But if you go out there and you swing hard and you catch the momentum and the games are sick and you're offering good value proposition, if you're doing all of that and you win, beautiful. All the more reason to support what you decide to do here. Because then it's just like, like people remember when you win the World Series, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're quick to forget if you go to the World Series back-to-back years, you lose that one year and you're like, man, it's going to sting for a while, but you win that following year. Suddenly, that loss doesn't matter too much, right? So I'm building up a little optimism for y'all. But if I was at Xbox and that's the state I saw the brand in, I think I would agree with the decision to kind of wind down series console production if that's what's happening here, and just kind of like start setting my sights to the future, especially because next year looks like it should be just like we talked about this year, and it was not for all the right reasons, but next year should be a massive year for Xbox, as it has been these last couple of years, because next year you of course got your Call of Duty, but Halo remake, Forza, Fable, New Gears, like that's Xbox through and through, not accounting for whatever the hell else is coming out.
Yeah.
So it should be a really great year. Should. Yeah. Don't bury me on my statement. Should.
For games.
Should.
Should.
Anyway, gentlemen, that's everything we got this week. It's time to wrap this one up. I know it was a long show. Jimmy, I appreciate you being here for the whole thing, man.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah,
always happy to. I made up for like not being on in like what 2 years.
We got you.
I know. I realized
episodes on this.
I realized, Jimmy, when you sat down and we were talking, I was like, the last time we podcast together, I was getting canceled. We were on Summon Sign together.
What show was that?
That was Summon Sign. Yeah, I was on Summon Sign while it was happening. I was like, that was the last time Jimmy and I podcast together. Funny enough, in October. So here we are a year later. Yeah.
Full circle. Full circle.
But Jimmy, you've been on Summon Sign since. But yeah, it has been a while. So I appreciate you being here. I want you to plug your shit, brother. All right, where can everyone find you?
Deck Ready.
Yeah.
Deck Ready is the main focus right now.
You sure you don't want anyone who's changing jerseys, Jimmy, to go to PS Ready? Any of that?
Yeah.
Yo, his face.
I love talking about PlayStation. I just like I like the games, right? Like I love Death Stranding too. I really like Ghost of Yotei. I just need time to sit down with it. It's not an hour and I just need a game that's like for me, like the Uncharted, the God of War.
I feel like you haven't got one for you yet.
Yeah, not since Ragnarok. Ragnarok was huge for me. I was like, I'm a guy and I kill people. That's awesome. That's great. More of that. Like Death Stranding 2 was a good step in the right direction. And then Wolverine, I think, is going to be it for me. Like once I saw the claws go through that guy's head.
Baby, what do you ain't want to rock that throat, baby, to sleep.
Yeah. I like Death Stranding. I like Metal Gear more. Like I'm with movies, I'm very like interested in directors, right?
Right.
Like what I'll be like, oh, I see what they're doing here, and I like get a lot out of rewatches. With games, there's so many more people working on a game that I care less about like prolific game directors. Like I won't suffer through something I'm not loving just because I'm a fan of like whoever,
Bars, I like that.
Yeah. But I really like Death Stranding 2. It fixed every problem I had with the first game. I was like, this is sick. It's got combat. But I like my racing games. Gran Turismo's still great. But I just need one hyper violent like guy game, Like,
I feel that.
Just straight up 4 dudes. That's
for the dude killing that.
I really loved Uncharted. And I like The Last of Us 1 a lot. And I like that type of violence.
When do you think Intergalactic's coming? Are you excited for that at all?
I'm excited about the vibe.
Oh yeah, right. Not a dude. Sorry.
But I don't know. That character doesn't look compelling to me at all. But like everything else about the game is so fucking cool and like up my alley that like I'm not like going to those people who's like, I don't want to play as a girl. It's just like I know. I
was trying to create a narrative.
I'm one of those people who's like, if I just get bored of the same thing.
Right.
With horror movies, if I had 5 slashers in a row, I'd be bored of it.
I'll feel you.
Third person open world action game starring a woman. Like even though they're all different,
right?
They just like blend together. Man, I need the palette cleansing once in a while.
Right.
It's like
like shadows and I see
It's like that IGN article that came out about how like they were saying like all PlayStation games are the same. Like I didn't agree with like what
Yeah,
the
I
article
don't
was saying,
know.
but I get where they were. I think it was spawned from the thought you're having of sort of like these all kind of
Yeah.
they're cohesive. They all blend together. They're kind
And
of
I
all
always get
drawn
mad
by
when
the same person.
people are like, when you were talking about Yotei, and you're like, I know it's a revenge story. It's not necessarily how often you see a story; it's how well it's told. So if it's telling a revenge story really well, then that's going to stand out, right? Like, I'm fine with revenge stories. I like the revenge stories where they don't go at the end. My two biggest gripes are revenge story where at the end they're like, I'm winning by not finishing my mission here. I'm like,
by not killing you. They had the moral conscience. I'm gonna let you live now after all this vengeance.
yeah, okay. I'm like that. And then the other big gripe I have is zombie media that's like, what if we're the monsters?
Yeah.
And the best thing is Left 4 Dead 2 made fun of that. Like, there's a wall in like the first level that's like, we are the real monsters, and there's like a bunch of notes around it being like, look at this dumbass. Like, no, it's the zombies. And it's like, yeah, it's the fucking zombies who can't think. They're the monsters. Like,
oh man.
So I'm just sick of that. And like, you know what? There could be a really great piece of zombie media that comes out that is that story, and I'd be like, that was really good.
Speaking of which, how'd you feel about 28 years later?
What was that ending, dude?
Bro, you guys saw it? I didn't check it out.
Bro.
Oh my God. And
like,
okay. I know we got to go.
It's not horror, bro.
I'm going to
I know.
about this really quick. The level at which they treat the dad like Satan crawled out of hell for doing a very, very extremely minor, not nice thing. Bullshit. And also the bait and switch on that movie being a really cool road trip movie for about a third of it, and then being the exact same road trip again with the different characters. I was like, what are we doing? There's like cool shots with like red light, zombie killing. It's a dad and a son running through the woods. You're like, I'm on board for this. And then it's like, my dad's bad because he cheated on my mom. So I'm going to abandon him. And I'm never going to speak to him again. Okay. You know, he was only the best dad on earth to specifically you. He didn't do anything wrong to you. But like,
bro,
fucking movie, dude.
Movie's terrible.
And then there's 3 of them, so now I'm locked in. I've got to see the where We Are the Real Monsters story goes, even though I know exactly where it's going because like nothing's new anymore. But like, oh man, but yeah,
I saw people making fun of this. I was totally out on it though. What happened? Like, this is like a 3-part story. I know Ice Cube is in this, right?
They filmed 2 of them together. So there's guaranteed 2 of them, but it was written as a trilogy. So if the second one doesn't do well, they're not going to make the third one. So if you had that scenario predetermined for you, would you make the first one end in the most bizarre, fucking dumb left field twist you could think of off the top of your head? Because I wouldn't, but that's exactly what they did. So I guarantee you it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. We waited that long for that. And then Maddie, you got it.
Does this have hype to it? Did this have, like, I saw people talking about it.
Yeah.
Was there?
Yeah. Big hype. Cause like Danny Boyle came back after, you know, like a long time. Just look up the ending and what, like, it's so crazy.
Horrible.
28,
was it
28? Not 28 days later. It's 28
years later. And I used to like the original George too. The first one?
Yeah, the first one's awesome. And I like months later too.
Yeah, it was not that bad. Yeah,
it's like a solid zombie.
32 million views in 10 months. Wow, this really did have a. Okay. All right, I will look into this. I like when
you'll probably love it because
in like a bad way, right? Like,
yeah, maybe like the first half of it's genuinely good, but yeah, the reason I'm like about PlayStation is because everyone's upset about everything all the time, and I get it. It's like
now I see in the description of this ending scene the it says "Let's be pals." Does that ring any bells to you guys?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's be friends.
Yeah. So I don't know, but yeah, hope Black Phones 2 is good this week. I'm seeing that, and hope Chris Tuckman's movie's good. But yeah, subscribe to Deck Ready. There's just a lot going on. There's just more going on. We're in that like cooling off period of the PlayStation generation, obviously, and it seems like we're in a rise on Steam Deck, and it's such a fun thing to mess around with.
Gotcha.
Still doing the horror, right? You ain't gonna plug the horror?
Real ones, REEL once.
Let's go.
But I just figured no one would really care because it's a gaming podcast.
That's a good lane you got, man. This guy's the king of horror, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
Sir.
Trying to be.
All right. Well, please check out our man, Jimmy. Everyone should go subscribe. Deck Ready, PS Ready, Real Ones, everywhere this man is. Please.
For sure.
Cog, it's been fantastic doing this with you as always.
Yes.
Any closing thoughts?
Oh, man, got Jimmy in the building. Fun show. You know,
Yeah, that was great.
A lot to talk about. But
I love talking to Cog and Maddie. You guys are awesome.
Yeah.
It's my guy right here, man. Every time it's weird now that I'm used to you being in LA.
Yeah, I know.
So now it's weird when I go out there, like, oh, Jimmy, they here all the time, but he's
that's
in a
what
better
bummed me
place.
out. It's like seeing you and Jake in person. I'm like, damn.
That's the crew right there, man. I love hanging with these guys for sure.
Hell yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you got this deep hashtag,
oh yeah, what we doing?
Gotta give it to Jimmy.
Jimmy, what's the hashtag? Hashtag Jimmy.
This is new? What is it?
We've been doing it for a while, but it's always at the tail end of the episode, so we get like 10 people who do it, but it's still fun for those 10 people. So we just pick like hashtag DD, fill in the blank.
Hashtag DD 28 years.
There you go. For those who stayed this long. Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, you got this far. You can tag us on Twitter. You can use the comments down below. Hashtag DD 28 years later. Let us know your thoughts on the episode. Other than that, though, we'll catch you next time for episode 251 of the Defining Duke and Xbox podcast. Until then, take great care of yourselves and peace out.
Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is recorded from the United States of America. The show is conceived by Matthew Mr. Matty Plays Schroeder and me, Colin Moriarty, and is written and produced by Matthew Schroeder. Matty's co-host is Barry Lord Cognito Eversley. Defining Duke's executive producer is Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's shows, including Defining Duke, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer support level on Patreon, and we're thankful for your kindness and generosity.